Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Day 2 coverage of our Utrecht Regional Championships here in the Netherlands. My name is Barash Aktosh, and I'm joined by our esteemed co-casters Lou, Jamie, and David. This is Sunday here in Utrecht, and we're ready to crown our very last champion of the Scarlet and Violet era. But before we talk about the last chapter, let's dive back into the very first chapter. It was 2023 in Liverpool when David and I were playing, and Jamie and Lou were actually casting the very first Regulation A tournament of the Scarlet and Violet era. How about you tell us how it was to dive into this very first chapter?
I mean, we literally did dive in, right? There was Dondozo, Tatsugiri that Luca Paz was able to take to that #1 spot. So it kind of gave us, I think, a first taste of what Scarlet and Violet had to offer us.
Yeah, we had the evolution of, well, Regulation A, it's just the Pokedex, and then we add a little bit more here and there, and we increase in power, and here are the Restricteds just to finish off. It's been an incredible journey, just going through all of the regulations. Everything offered something unique, and what a way to finish here with the Regulation I, just as the send-off for Scarlet and Violet.
And for you, David, how was it to compete and also see one of your favorites in Murkrow taking the very first title?
Yeah, love to see it. Yeah, Murkrow, bit of a favorite, obviously. Didn't go so well for me personally, but I had a lot of fun. I brought a Breloom and a Salazzle that I think you'll be pleased to hear.
Oh, I appreciate that, yeah.
Yeah, it was great. They didn't do that well, mate. Sorry about that. But it was really fun, though, and honestly, it's been so great to, have that, as you said, Jamie, that quite condensed kind of, restricted meta, but without the restricted, obviously, because you could use so many different Pokemon then, and we had iterations of all those regulations across the years now, where you've got the chance to use each of those different Pokemon over the course of that, and with any sort of type that you want with our Terrestrialization phenomenon.
Yeah, a little throwback to 2023 and our very first tournament. For now, in the 2026 season, David, can you talk us through where we are in the season right now and which other tournaments still to expect?
Absolutely. So obviously we've got Utrecht here this regional weekend, but the only other EU regional event we've got is Turin. That's in a few weeks' time there. So everyone in the EU region who considers that more of a local sort of scene maybe only has one more chance before the World Championships in San Francisco to earn that World's invite and get into that top 80 if you're in Europe. But of course, before Worlds, we also have NAIC, the last international event, which will be very exciting over in New Orleans once again for an amazing time.
I mean, yeah, looking at the registration numbers, I think Turin has already broken into the 4 digits. So the future of Pokemon, and with Pokemon Champions coming up, is really interesting to see how that all plays out. Players not only play, to take the title here, but there's also prizes and championship points on the line. Jamie.
Yeah, we're at a very crucial time in the season at the moment. There's going to be quite a few trainers that have definitely secured their invite, and there's going to be quite a few as well that are right on the verge and need a good finish here. We've already got our Phase 2 trainers that know they've got some of that all-important CP, and you can see it increases as you go up towards that first place, 350 CP with that direct invitation as well, but all-important CP going down. Even if you just make it into the top cut, that might secure some trainers' invites here, because of course you need to be in the top 80, factoring out the direct invitations that we already have. And those players that are maybe in the 90s or low hundreds, and they get some points from this tournament, that could be incredibly crucial for the qualification.
Yeah, all players still in contention today are actually 60 players in our Phase 2 tournament, so they've already guaranteed themselves 120 championship points. On top of championship points, though, we also have some huge prize money on the line.
That's the thing. It's not just the championship points. It's not just the memories. It's also the glory, the accolades, and all these other incredible prizes that you could take away here this weekend in Utrecht. Our junior and seniors division can earn $1,000 here in first place, and it trickles down $750, $500. That can all go a long way to helping fund going to other future Pokemon events and making more memories. For our Masters division, $6,000 going down there depending on your top cut placements, as well as the prize money, of course. Everybody's excited about the booster packs. I said it before and I'll say it again. Everybody, even if you're playing Pokemon Go, Pokemon video game, we all love the Pokemon trading card game, cards as well, trying to collect your favorites, trade and share with friends, and you get 108 boosters for those top 8 placements.
Yeah, Pokemon has come a long way. I remember when we were competing back in the days, there was no prize money in the line yet. Maybe a few booster packs here and there, but we were playing mainly for the World's qualification. Now seeing prize money in the line as well adds an extra layer for players as well. Well, we've talked what's on the line, but let's actually see which players are still in contention to grab those maybe 350 CP or the 6,000 euros in prize money.
yeah, we've got plenty of players, I think, out there, haven't we? Very excited to see that Victor Medina's still in it, I think, as well.
So excited.
Excellent too. He cannot afford to lose another game, but he's still there and he's done it before. He could still make it into the top cut. And as well as that, we've got plenty more on your screen at the moment that you can see, and their individual placing too.
Yeah, that is their ranking in Europe currently. A tier team or so in second place, and still probably vying for that first place. Might overtake Eduardo Cunha, who is currently in first place with that 16-1-1 amount of championship points. And of course, all of these trainers that currently are on the screen are in the top 80 currently and have potentially improve their placements. So I think all of these trainers that you can see on the screen are feeling quite comfortable about their world qualification now.
I think as well, there's two names that jump out to me in terms of the storyboard. If we flash back to 2025 Utrecht Championships, Michael Kelsch was able to take the #1 spot. Hengwei Zhang was able to get top 8 at that tournament as well. So both of them still in contention here a year later. Maybe, you know, Michael trying to get the double, trying to retain that crown, and Hengwei maybe thinking on the second time, can I do it? Can I take that gold title?
I mean, these were all the players that are currently in a more or less comfortable position towards the world's qualification. But I said there's a total of 60 players in phase 2, and some of those, as we see right now, are actually still fighting out for those last championship points to dive into the top 80 in Europe. So,
yeah.
Any names that are sticking out to you, Jamie?
Well, I was speaking to Tom Winter just earlier from the UK, and now that he's got that extra at least 120 championship points, he's feeling quite confident now that he's been able to get that invite, because of course he was 80 something, and that's not the top 80, but direct invitations means that would actually be quite comfortable, and it seems like he's being able to jump in there. And we're going down all the way down to 229th, so Benjamin making it into phase 2 probably needs a very, very strong finish here.
And I think Giovanni Piscatelli, a trainer we were able to feature yesterday on the broadcast in tremendous fashion, is already in a really good position to try and take the title again this weekend. Clearly, the championship points are going to be important for that world's qualification.
Yeah, I said it yesterday that maybe the title could go to Germany or UK, and I was giving shout-outs to Matt, and I had the honor this morning to walk through the rows of players competing in their very first Swiss run, and I saw that Matt actually took his first win today, and now with a 9-1 record, already qualified for the top cut phase. So let's see how that will play out, how his last Swiss run goes, and then maybe beyond that, how he can perform in top cut.
You'll also go to the Netherlands as well, who knows, here in Utrecht. I think Olivier Sandberg and Marc Boulodot are doing quite well, potentially up until this final round that of day 2 Swiss here. Not sure how they're doing now, but could still be the Netherlands to take it home for their home turf.
Well, before we dive over to the desk and cast over our next round, what was everyone's favorite moment of our day 1 competition?
That's a really good question. I think I want to say Scraggy, but
everyone wants to say
I think
Scraggy.
Jamie would be,
No,
jumping.
you take Scraggy.
Okay, Scraggy was an incredible moment. I think being able to see a Pokemon that I think nobody really had on their bingo card, but was such a niche pick, being able to have that Intimidate, being able to have the Eviolite and showcase it so beautifully with a trainer who was in their very first day 2, first time on stream, I think was a really nice moment of Pokemon history to end Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet with.
Yeah, I think I'm going to shout out the Fake Out Protect turn, because usually that is a very suboptimal play to go for, because it's kind of a waste where you're protecting but you're not actually being hit. But then it made perfect sense in that context, because the Pokemon that was being faked out was Leech Seeded, so it got an extra round of Leech Seed onto the Calyrex, putting it in range of a low kick in the future. So yeah, that was a really, really nice play, and it's usually one we don't end up going for, but worked out perfectly.
For me, it's got to be TU Team Massot versus Ruben Gianzini, where TU Team, over the course of the 3-game set, was able to get the Will-O-Wisp from its Incineroar onto the Zamazenta without fail every time, in every single game. Like, whether it was switching in, whether it was already on the field, whether it was in front of redirection, he just did it every single time, nailing it, which was, I thought, an incredibly fire play.
I mean, my favorite moment was probably casting with all 3 of you behind the desk this weekend. And I'm looking forward to more rounds today. Well, if you don't want to miss any action of today and all of our future tournaments, make sure that you follow our channels. The broadcast information will be seen on pokemon.com/broadcast.
Exactly. You can see it on your screen there as well, trainers. Make sure that you're following all of the Pokemon action, regardless of where the broadcast may be coming from. There's plenty of events still left in the 2026 season, not just this one. So you want to make sure you've got that ready. You can follow all of that action.
And our live streams will be featured on YouTube/Pokemon and Play Pokemon, and on Twitch/Pokemon as well. So make sure you follow those channels, get notifications whenever we go live, and make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action left for this season.
Yeah, we want to hear the memories from everyone as well, because we were just reminiscing about Liverpool, right? The very first tournament in the Scarlet and Violet era. This is the last day of the Scarlet and Violet era here on YouTube, so please let us know what your favorite moment was with #PlayPokemon.
Yep, and that it is from us from the couch segment here. Make sure you grab your popcorn and get ready for our next Swiss round, because we're going to decide who's making it into the final phase in Top Cut with one more winning in on stream. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
So, this is it. The final day of the Scarlet and Violet era. Over here at the Utrecht Regional Championships, we're sending off Scarlet and Violet with a bang. My name's Jamie Boyts. I'm joined by David Partington. And don't let the bittersweetness get you down. We're actually really excited for this day because it was such a great day yesterday in Phase 1, and I'm sure it's going to be the best send-off we could possibly give to Scarlet and Violet here in Day 2.
100% well said, Jamie. Yeah, we have a lot of very interesting players and teams to feature in this Day 2. It's absolutely stacked looking at the field right now. So many past champions, so many people vying for that top spot, so many people feeling like they've almost gotten that win, but never quite yet. And we're about to reveal whether they will be able to get it today.
Yeah, there's going to be some trainers that have, or at least are feeling now very comfortable in securing their World Championship invite, because this is the second last tournament that we do have over here on the European side. Almost the last chance to be able to get that World's qualification. Got some trainers that have managed to pretty much secure their place, and of course the better placing that they get, the better championship points they'll receive as well.
100%, all very important in these final stages up to the World Championships. So let's not dally any longer. Let's show you our notable matches that we've got going on for this final round of our Phase 2 Swiss before we enter into Top Cut here. Highlighted in red is who we will be featuring on stream, but of course we have a few other very hype matches going on beyond those two.
Yeah, we do. It's going to be Nick Holmer versus Lorenzo Silvestrini, and we've got a Zacian of all Pokemon that we don't very commonly see at all, going to be trying to get that final win to make it into that Phase 2. Just looking now, we've got Aurelian Sula versus Lewis Markle. Both were able to reach the finals of an Utrecht Championship back-to-back seasons. There's 23 for Aurelian, not quite back-to-back, there was 23 for Aurelian and then 25 for Lewis. So that's going to be very interesting to see which finalist is actually still able to make it into the top cut.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. We've got a lot of finalists potential there, haven't we? And yeah, Victor Medina, no stranger to finals, that's for sure. Zellerhatter Storm, a German player who's done very well in like more of the kind of older series as well, but kind of more making a resurge here, it seems, in Top Cut. Simon Bernard is doing pretty well as well, of Austria, I believe, with that, again, Zamazenta Maridon, that seems to have been very popular here this weekend. And Violen Rigati, I think, of the UK, rocking the Maridon Trap Ghost, one of the only few left in Day 2 contention, along with that Toxapex.
Yeah, I think the Toxapex is obviously the standout, but it's not a surprise now, which is surprising to say, given it was able to reach the finals in Los Angeles just last week. But of course, we are going to be focusing on Nick Homer versus Lorenzo Silvestrini, and we've got basically a very unexpected team. Okay, maybe the Whimsicott's a little bit of a twist on the Zamazenta Calyrex for a little bit, but Serena and Zacian is not what I expected to be in the winning spot here.
Well, I think actually Nick Homer went 11-0 in Swiss last year at Utrecht with almost the exact same team as well. Instead of that Zacian Kyogre, it was the Maridon Kyogre.
Thunder Maridon,
Yeah, I think it was. I think it might have also like Parabolic Charge, potentially. Maybe I'm wrong on that one.
It was definitely at least Thunder, I remember that. And he was rocking the Serena as well, and there was that heartbreaking, immediate triple axle miss with the wide lens into a Rillaboom switch in. That was just so unfortunate, but he's finding success here again. We can see our trainers on the screen now getting ready for the match. Yeah, no, I do remember that match quite vividly, because Nico being linked so well. He was undefeated, and then just that 1% of the miss with the triple axle was so heartbreaking.
But obviously not deterred. Here he is again to try and do it all over again and get into Top Cut. But versus Lorenzo Silvestrini here, a very talented player in his own right, and indeed the Stuttgart Regional Champion of 2024.
Yeah, was able to take regional championship in this Scarlet and Violet era. Of course, we do want as many memories as we can across all of the tournaments that we've had up until now, and Lorenzo was able to contribute to that with his regional win.
Okay, there's Lorenzo. Yeah, looking very happy to be on stream as well. Yeah, in the Scarlet and Violet era too. One last chance to kind of click that terrestrialization button as well to kind of put funny hats on your Pokemon. Always going to be a blast, and maybe we'll see it at some point in the future, but for now, our players are definitely making the most of it. And in kind of the highest power level format, like we've maybe ever seen, to be honest, in our restricted legendaries that kind of put stats on top of stats. You know, our Calyrexes that kind of do the same things as the Primals used to do back in our day.
Yeah, and so we can see the accomplishments now for both of these trainers. As mentioned, it was top 16 for Nick Homer last season in Utrecht. Was able to get that completely undefeated run and then fell victim to that wide lens miss. And then Lorenzo, as already mentioned, a regional champion in his own right, but was able to get top 4 at the Bologna Special Championship last season as well as getting actually top 16 at the Italy National all the way back in 2016, so has been playing for quite a while here.
Really has, yeah. Like, definitely someone who's used to the old and good with the new as too. Well, yeah, Worlds 2024, like, Worlds just seems to just get harder every year. And so that's a really impressive finish. And it's exactly what also Nick got too. Top 64 at Worlds 2024. We're really interested to know if they like, actually faced each other at any point. But finishing at the same sort of level means that, yeah, always going to be vying for that extra step along the way. And of course, we're going to look at their teams very shortly, Jamie. And, well, like, what are you thinking in terms of Zacian Kyogre versus what Lorenzo's got in this Calyrex Zamazenta?
I mean, I would just always give the matchup advantage to the trainer with the more unique pairing, because you just wouldn't have practiced against this. Like, Zacian and Kyogre has been a classic pairing last generation, and then just wasn't really around as much in this one. It popped up here and there, but yeah, we can see it on the screen now. It is going to be the Swords Dance on the Zacian. So usually you would see the coverage moves of Behemoth Blade play rough and then maybe Close Combat or Sacred Sword, but no, just going full on the offense with this Swords Dance here. You got Hurricane on the Tornadus as well. It's usually Bleakwind Storm, but Hurricane single target is a lot stronger than one of the hits of Bleakwind Storm, and it also gets around Wide Guard as well.
And can get that confusion chance as well. Dare I say it.
You've dared. How dare you?
Oh, well, maybe Nick needs a little bit of luck this time if he's going to try and get it in.
To be fair,
compared to last year.
Still rocking the Serena though. Still relying on that, even though it let him down in that Top Cut match.
Yeah.
Still going for it.
Surely you'd pick Zoom Lens, right? If Wide Lens wasn't enough last time.
Nah, I think he wants to go fast, and therefore the Zoom Lens won't work. But yeah. Serena, of course, same thing as Ferrograph, blocking that priority with the Queenly Majesty as well. And then we're looking at Lorenzo's team, a little bit more of what we would expect, but actually, I'm just looking at that Smeargle, and of course, Smeargle can learn basically every single move, and 3 of those moves are not unexpected, but no wide guard here to feint instead.
Yeah, very interesting to be able to choose that as a move. Now, that's kind of interesting because that means Smeargle can actually take KOs, right? Well, you can with Fake Out, technically, but then you can always use Feint to do a little better damage. And of course, Breakthrough protects, but not only protects, but also wide guards.
That's the big one.
Not always going to be useful on the other side with Nick's end because he doesn't have any wide guard, and he also has a Serena with Queenly Majesty that will block the Feint. But otherwise, still a very cool tech here.
Yeah, it is very nice, because of course you have the wide guard on the Zamazenta. Some trainers do like to have double wide guard, just as extra insurance given we have such a spread-heavy meta. But yeah, because you've already got it on the Zamazenta, it frees up the slot on the Smeargle. I think Decorate is probably the other go-to that trainers have gone for, but Feint, I think, makes perfect sense, especially if you've got a Tailwind option to make your Calyrex even faster. You really want to be making use of those Tailwind turns, so Feint is a way to be able to break through anything that could stop it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Like, just really punishes any sort of defensive kind of stalling that your opponent wants to do. I think a big thing here that Lorenzo has is the wide guard on that Zamazenta, which it often carries, because Nick's Kyogre, in terms of water moves, only has spread attacks and that Water Spout and Origin Pulse, and otherwise can only hit it with Ice Beam. So I think this Zamazenta with wide guard is going to be a really key piece against Nick's, well, restricted Pokemon that otherwise wants to do a lot of damage with those water moves.
I mean, especially so because the Zacian does not carry Sacred Sword. It's got Sword Stance instead. Sacred Sword would have been wonderful into this Zamazenta, bypassing its defense boost. But now it's only got Play Rough. It's probably going to have to get that Sword Stance to be able to do the damage. As we get into this game, it's double restricted immediately coming up for Lorenzo. And there is that Zacian paired up with the Tornadus.
Okay, yeah, so an interesting lead here on both sides, to be honest, because, like, on Nick's end, you are immediately threatening that Tailwind plus Behemoth Blade into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, which may even get close to a one-hit KO, depending on the training of either of these sides, because Zacian, as we know from previous years, is very, very strong. But what is the other end going to be doing here? Because you can easily just protect from that move. Yeah,
and Zamazenta seems pretty free to just do whatever it wants on this turn. I would expect potentially just that body press into Zacian. It should be able to pick up a two-hit knockout into that slot, so would be able to just go on the offensive completely. If the Zacian wants to set up its Sword Stance, it would have to take a huge amount of damage on the way.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of cost and, well, just a lot of cost, to be honest, to a lot of these moves that he wants to do. Is it going to be worth it? Zacian is actually now going to go onto the Protect here, threatening a lot of damage here, maybe expecting a lot of plays from Lorenzo to kind of target into that slot as Tailwind now goes up, so choosing not to use one of those Tailwind turns. But here is the classic Astral Barrage now, coming out from that Shadow Rider that we're not going to see too much of in the future weeks. So let's make the most of it. Tornadus taking so much damage, actually, going down instantly with a one-hit KO.
Yeah, that's so much damage there. And no Behemoth Blade into that Calyrex, so it's got away with that and has got its boost as well. And yeah, there was that body press that was going into the Zacian. I think I still give the advantage here to Lorenzo, even though the Tailwind's been set up now.
Yeah, because, like, you want to kind of get in Kyogre, right? Ideally, because you're restricted, you want to give it that speed control. But yeah, Zamazenta's very healthy and on the field with Wide Guard as the option and be able to keep that Calyrex very much safe. But choice Scarf Urshifu is something that does break through that Protect too. So we could maybe see, I don't know, maybe an Urshifu and then you switch in Kyogre to then bring up the rain as it attacks. But looks like Kyogre is the choice here instead.
Yeah, so that means Zamazenta is much more inclined to go for Wide Guard now, especially because there's no Hydro Pump on this Kyogre. It is just Water Spout and Origin Pulse as the water moves. Both are blocked by Wide Guard. The Zacian can probably KO this Calyrex now. I think with a little bit of Life Orb chip, it is much more reasonable to assume that the Zacian is able to KO with its Intrepid Sword boost. But then the Kyogre is theoretically stuck Ice Beam here. Of course, the Zamazenta doesn't need to click Wide Guards, because obviously it could be too obvious that it's just going to be Wide Guard, therefore the Kyogre's going to go for Ice Beam. But I think it's probably safe here anyway.
Yeah, I think it is, isn't it? Like, the punish is, yeah, the Ice Beam, which is definitely not getting any KOs. But I want to see if this Zacian is bold enough to eventually go for a Sword Stance at some point here. Because Lorenzo does have tools to weaken it with that Incineroar in the back, which we don't know is coming in yet, but still could be there. But it's going to be first that Rillaboom, which you definitely want to be bringing in versus this Kyogre, because those Grass-type moves, especially on Kyogre's more physically squishy side, does a huge amount of damage. But first, Terra on this Zamazenta into that Dragon typing. timing, making sure that actually if it's going to go for the attack, it wants to take those water moves if it's not wide guarding here. So that's maybe what we're seeing here, and therefore not a wide guard, but actually play rough into the Zamazenta as it makes itself weak, and plus the Ice Beam too! Straight into the Zamazenta, no protect, all wide guard, and actually Zamazenta, this restricted for Lorenzo, is down so early on.
And the terrestrialization's been immediately used, so that's not an option for Lorenzo anymore. That is a really, really big swing of momentum for Nick there. Catching the terrestrialization, that would definitely not have KO'd if the Zamazenta did not go for that terrestrialization. And I don't think you particularly needed to in that case, because the Kyogre is forced into Ice Beam because of the wide guard threat, and therefore you resist that attack. And it could have just been wide guard and switch into Rillaboom, and then keep the Zamazenta completely safe. So yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there for Lorenzo to just go on the offensive without the terrestrialization. Body press into Kyogre puts into Grassy Glide range. Body press into Zacian puts in range of a second body press in the future. So yeah, very, very nice play for Nick. Doubling up, catching that terrestrialization absolutely perfectly.
So now we have Calyrex at least coming in here, but yeah, Tailwind is still up here for another couple of turns. And yeah, Kyogre has the option of going for that Terra Grass now, so it doesn't really need to worry about that Rillaboom as much, if that's the case. I mean, you also have Serena potentially in the back that you can switch in if you want to try and block a Grassy Glide, but then it does still leave you open to a Wood Hammer. So unfortunately, yeah, it looks like Lorenzo needs to go on the defensive here, because there's also no Incineroar lowering the Zacian's damage either.
Yeah, not at all. So it's a little bit of maybe a little bit of a mind game for Lorenzo, given that we haven't seen the Serena. We got the sneak peek, it's the Urshifu, but the Rillaboom will always have to be wary of that Serena switch in to be able to block either the Fake Out or any of the Grassy Glides. So maybe it's going to be a Protect and a Wood Hammer here to be able to play around the fact that Serena could be waiting in the back. But of course, there is that terrestrialization available for the Kyogre, and it's going to be able to take on this Rillaboom a lot more comfortably as a grass type.
And it looks a lot prettier with that little flower on its head as well. So win-win all round. Calyrex going for the Protect though. Definitely wanting to stall out this turns of Tailwind, because I think either of these restricteds could KO it this turn. So Behemoth Blade does go into that slot, so we're not completely wasted Protect. And therefore, what is this Kyogre doing? Going for that Water Spout as well. Just covering the option of Lorenzo maybe trying to go for that Fake Out, which he's not going for this time. So actually Water Spout into an Assault Vest Rillaboom. That's doing a lot of damage here. And Lorenzo feels like he actually calls the Terra Grass here. Going for that U-turn, doing over 50% is nothing to shake a stick at right now. But the question is, does Lorenzo have what it takes at the back to still be able to deal with this onslaught of these restricteds right now?
I mean, Whimsicott's a good Pokemon to be able to achieve that, because that can be clicking Tailwind here, and we would assume that the Calyrex is then therefore going to be faster than the Zacian and the Kyogre. But given it was able to knock out the Tornadus in one hit, I wouldn't be surprised if it is that modest Calyrex instead to get that extra damage, and then we're going to have to see the training between the Zacian and the Calyrex. The Calyrex is naturally faster, and if it is run as fast as possible, which is incredibly common, then you can just click Tailwind and Astral Barrage here, and the Kyogre should be in range of that attack. But given the Calyrex is switching out here, that probably implies it isn't as fast as possible.
Yeah, actually really good thoughts there, Jamie. Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out in the future games. So yeah, there's the responding Tailwind, now matching it at least on this turn. Not going to make too much difference for Lorenzo right now, but Behemoth Blade is going to make a difference to this Rillaboom's health and longevity on this field, as now it is immediately down. So it's all on this Calyrex in the back for Lorenzo right now. And we've even yet to see Kyogre now go for that Ice Beam into this Whimsicott. Is it a bulky one? Just enough to be able to hang on and at least do something into the next turn now.
Yeah, maybe that Moonblast chip could be what's needed to be able to put both these Pokemon into Astral Barrage range, because it does have to be Astral Barrage Sweep or Lorenzo will not be able to take this game now. Oh, the Zacian probably is not in range given it's still at full HP, and you probably do need to Moonblast into that slot for the extra little bit chip, but I don't think that's going to be enough here.
Yeah, it's a tough ask at the moment, isn't it? This Calyrex has that Psychic, it's got that Astral Barrage, but yeah, it's like Zacian resists Psychic. It has to be that spread attack, unfortunately, if you want to be able to deal with it. Unless there was a way to try and make it single target if the Kyogre was out of the way, but there's no way this Kyogre is going down to a Moonblast. It's got so much special defensive bulk.
Yeah, we got the Astral Barrage, though. It has to be that, and we're going to see how much damage it does. That is a lot of damage, and it is enough to KO the Kyogre. So now the Whimsicott's going to go for the Moonblast. It's not going to do too much damage, given there is going to be a Steel typing on the Zacian, and I would be very surprised if it's even able to two-hit KO the Zacian itself from this range. So the Calyrex will need to survive this Behemoth Blade. Yeah, no, that's absolutely nothing there. So it's down to the Calyrex to be able to survive this attack from the Behemoth Blade. It's already taken some life orb chip, and nope, it is going down, and that will be game 1 for Nick.
Yeah, and Whimsicott maybe the only thing he can do here is on-court the Zacian into Behemoth Blade to make this game even quicker, I think, unfortunately. And even then, there's an Urshifu in the back. But at least Lorenzo has been able to at least get Nick to reveal that last Pokemon, right? To be able to show what the initial game plan was, and so that might give him a bit more information into game 2.
I mean, it's useful to know that Serena was not brought, just for the Rillaboom's sake, because now... Well, of course, there is going to be an extra mind game as we see the Acrojet. Not actually enough to take out the Whimsicott. It's going to be Zacian's privilege to be able to take care of that. So actually, we get to find out how much Moonblast does to Urshifu as well. And it wasn't actually enough to pick up the knockout, but takes it into the red. And that's going to take the knockout with the Behemoth Blade. And that is the game 1 for Nick.
Okay, well, Nick, absolutely well played there. I think we've got to talk about that turn, though, where the Zamazenta went down, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was the real momentum swing in this match. This behemoth of a Pokemon that could have just sat there, wide-guarded, resisted attacks, even if it didn't Terra, suddenly goes down. Like, how do you make a read like that if you're Nick at that point?
It was absolutely a hard read because he committed to it completely. You would have been Ice Beaming the Calyrex or the Rillaboom switch in if you weren't expecting the Terra, because Play Rough will still do reasonable damage, but it won't do the most amount of damage. But obviously it did super effective damage, as did the Ice Beam. So yeah, I can see what Lorenzo was thinking in, well, I'm not going for Wide Guard, so just in case the Kyogre does get brave and predicts the lack of Wide Guard, I'll get my defensive Terra going. But that was the downfall there for the Zamazenta. It went on the offensive and should have stayed as its fighting and steel typing, because that would have taken maybe half damage across both attacks, responded with a body press, either put the Kyogre into Grassy Glide range or the Zacian into a second body press range.
So would you argue then that Lorenzo could actually bring the same 4 to this match, just play slightly differently, or did you think we might see a switch up to the Smeargle or Insight?
I think the 4 that were brought were entirely reasonable, and Zamazenta is actually quite important in this match. Given the lack of Sacred Sword on the Zacian, given the lack of Hydro Pump on this Kyogre, Zamazenta is very crucial. Whether that's just going for Wide Guard to essentially lock down the Kyogre into just Ice Beam, or if it's able to do some very good damage with Body Press, which, yeah, will probably two-shot every single Pokemon on Nick's side of the field. So, yeah, protect the Zamazenta a bit better there. Don't use up your Terrestrialization and make yourself weak to 2 attacks that it would have been able to survive very comfortably.
Okay, so there's a lot on the line for this game here. This is a win and in to top cuts for either of these players. Nick now only 1 game away, Lorenzo 2 games away as well. And both players also needing quite a bit of CP if they're wanting to get into the World Championships. Lorenzo on 230 CP, Nick on 109. So a really top placing, or even that win, of course, with that golden ticket to Worlds, is definitely what they're vying for here. So can we see that Zamazenta survive a little bit longer for Lorenzo's end as we get into this game 2 of our final Swiss round of Phase 2 of the Utrecht Regional Championship?
Yeah, and there is a switch up here. It's Calyrex Shadow Rider still, but paired up with Smeargle, and it's Kyogre and Tornadus, one of the most classic leads that we've ever had in a restricted format.
Okay, the Drizzle being set up, obviously, so the rain is immediately here this time on the field. So a slightly different change here, and probably quite good for Nick to see that there is no wide guard pressure at the moment. But now Smeargle is its own form of pressure in Fake Out, Spore, Feint, of course, and that Follow Me.
Yeah, so whether you're going to go for Fake Out into the Kyogre here just to stop those water spouts coming up, because of course you can't go for it into the Tornadus. You've got basically a guaranteed Tailwind here if you would like. You could also just straight up taunt the Smeargle, because then it would be stuck just going for Feint for the rest of the game.
Okay, so it's a Fake Out first, and Nick luckily calling that, because that could have been a Feint instead of a Fake Out there. So a little bit of a risk going for that instead. But yeah, just going for that Tailwind now on Nick's end, so that into the next turn, you can just go for that double attack. Now, Astral Barrage, though, coming out, it was a 1-hit KO on this Tornadus last time. Let's see if it is this time as well. Doing so much into that Tornadus, and actually, it's able to survive this time. But Jamie, do we want that if we're Nick or not right now?
I don't know, because that was, I was about to say that might be Feint range from the Smeargle, but it got an attack drop.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, I'm not so sure Tornadus is in Feint range anymore, so we've been able to confirm that was a roll from the previous game, one-hit KO. This game, not going for that. But yeah, now the Kyogre is pretty much free to just go for Water Spout because the Smeargle has Feint instead of White Guard. So we're probably going to see either a Protect from the Calyrex or a defensive switch into something like the Rillaboom that could still be waiting in the back, or the Whimsicott if that is still one of the Pokemon that was chosen, because I'd be very surprised if Zamazenta was dropped, given it is so strong in this matchup. But yeah, I'm careful of the attack drop there, because I was very confident the Tornadus is in Feint range. I'm not so sure now.
Yeah, Smeargle is not the most offensive of Pokemon, but no Feint though. Just a Hurricane straight into that slot, now bringing the Smeargle down to the Focus Sash instead. And therefore, assuming this Kyogre is faster than this Smeargle, which it is, especially in this Tailwind, that Water Spout is definitely going to be enough for a KO, I think. Jamie, can you do the calc on that for me?
Yeah. So someone get the damage calculator, I think, because I want to know how many Smeargle were actually KO'd to that attack. So yeah, that was very, very comfortably going to be able to KO, and was completely safe because of the lack of Wide Guard, right?
Yeah.
Although the Hurricane would have still been able to go off, because that was another way of being able to get around Wide Guard. Speaking of, here's the Zamazenta joining the field. So now that Kyogre is no longer as safe, but at least you can go for Hurricane to get around the attacks. If it was Bleak Wind Storm, as we so very commonly see on the Tornadus, then Wide Guard would basically pin Nick out of all attacks, but at least Hurricane can do something here.
Exactly, and a lot of damage too. Potentially even like 2-hit KOing Calyrex Shadow Riders, for instance, which otherwise Bleak Wind Storm doesn't do. So actually a really useful move, especially when the rain is up. And the rain's probably going to be up quite a lot of the time if you've got a Kyogre on the team.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think the Calyrex should be able to make it through. So like, if you click Wide Guard and Astral Barrage, you're not being KO'd on the Calyrex. Like Hurricane Ice Beam, maybe? I don't know. Hurricane is a lot stronger than Bleak Wind Storm is, so maybe that would be what's happening here. But no, not going on the offensive with the Kyogre here. Just going to be keeping itself safe for this turn, going for that Protect, because obviously there was that Wide Guard. That Kyogre would have only been able to Ice Beam on this turn. However, that's going to be all the taunts coming out from the Tornadus, and that's going to put a stop to future Wide Guards, freeing up this Kyogre completely. There is that Astral Barrage. That is obviously going to be able to take that last little bit of damage on the Tornadus and get that KO, but that gives the paid switch in something in the back to make use of the last turn of Tailwind.
It does, but what does that mean then for Lorenzo? Because he can just Protect on this last turn of Tailwind now without kind of little punish for that. So, yes, that's true. Unless it's Urshifu. That's a really good point.
It's Urshifu.
It's Urshifu. All right, fine. And I guess without the Tailwind, then Urshifu is still going to be outspeed thanks to that Choice Scarf, right?
Yeah. So Zamazenta, it cannot go for Wide Guard. I think it's a lot more reasonable for it to go for its Terastallization into Dragon now, because it's going to be Water Spout almost certainly come out from this Kyogre. And then it just depends on where you attack with the Urshifu. Do you expect the Rillaboom to switch in for the Calyrex because it would be KO'd to the Surging Strikes and can't Protect from it? Or the Whimsicott waiting in the back, depending on which one has been chosen for Lorenzo? Or do you go for the Surging Strikes into the Zamazenta to be able to get the extra damage into it? Because I don't think Surging Strikes and Water Spout would KO the Terra Dragon on the Zamazenta. I don't think you're going for Ice Beam here either, because Water Spout is completely free, and even if it turns into a Dragon type, you're still doing very respectable damage. So yeah, there's no switch out into a potential Grass type in the back, so it is probably preferable here if the Surging Strikes goes into the Calyrex if it protects, or the Surging Strikes goes into the Zamazenta if it tried to get cheeky and went on the offensive.
Yeah, interesting though, quite kind of close combat kind of target here to kind of cover for either end, but just, I guess, just wanting to lock into just the most powerful move this Urshifu has as we close out this restricted meta this weekend. As you called it, Jamie, there's the Terra Dragon on the Zamazenta, making a lot of sense right now to resist those water moves. Exactly the right Terra this time, but versus what Nick has chosen to do. So, Surging Strikes. Strike number one into the Zamazenta. Around that body, well, not the body aspect really, but that Dauntless Shield defense boost that it gets. And actually with 3 hits, still doing a decent chunk despite it being a Zamazenta. Thanks to that rain boost, thanks to all that attack that Urshifu does have. Water Spout coming out next from a very healthy Kyogre as well. Yeah, it does get rid of this Calyrex Shadow Rider, unfortunately, for Lorenzo, but Zamazenta at least gets away with a turn to do something.
Yeah, it's going to be able to get a body press, but that's not going to KO either Pokemon here. You can see it's very, very comfortably two-shotting everything on Nick's side of the field, but it's probably not going to be afforded that opportunity in the future. Well, at least here is the Whimsicott rather than the Rillaboom waiting in the back, so it is going to be able to get Tailwind, and you are going to be able to either body press KO the Kyogre or body press the Urshifu and not KO it. So I think this is probably just going to be a very comfortable endgame for Nick here, because the Zamazenta is in range of the rain-boosted Surging Strikes, as we've seen previously. It's obviously going to be in range of that Ice Beam, and with this Whimsicott kicking Tailwind, Zamazenta can only body press one of them.
Okay, here's the tailwind though. Body press can always go for that critical hit as well, but it's not doing enough damage here. Urshifu, undeterred now, can just surging strikes into this Zamazenta, thanks to the Kyogre, putting it in range. This is going to hit once and just that twice to be able to finally KO this Zamazenta through all those resistances, but thanks to the rain and Nick's hard training of this team, he's able to get rid of this restricted once and for all.
Yeah, and Kyogre can go on the offensive here. We saw last time Whimsicott will not drop to an Ice Beam, so we might just have to go through the motions one last time. Yep, able to survive that attack, but that is definitely going to be it. Even with the rain stopping here, even with the Whimsicott faster than both of these Pokemon, it is just going to be a double attack here. Lorenzo is going to click the forfeit button, and once again, Nick Holmer finds himself in the top cut of the Utrecht Championships.
Here we go again for Nick Homer once more. Congratulations, Nick. What a well-played game, honestly. Like, just getting Tailwind into the position that he needed to, and then just bish, bash, bosh. Zamazenta goes down. Honestly, like, smoother than an Espathra doing a moonwalk.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the fact that Tailwind was set immediately for Nick on both of the games with the Whimsicott just waiting in the back, it came in too late, and the Tailwind needs to be matched to be able to start outspeeding and not taking all the KOs as well. Like, I was a little bit flabbergasted when the Zamazenta went for its Terra Dragon, because it could have just like gone for Wide Guard, staying with that, like it's fighting in steel, and that seemed completely safe. But Nick able to catch that really, really nicely with that double up with the two super effective hits.
I wonder if, obviously, given that you said at the start, Jamie, that you kind of put the advantage of a certain player in the one who has the more unique team. And obviously, Nick has probably practiced against Lorenzo's exact six many, many times over, and kind of knows typically how the opponent will kind of play with their Zamazenta generally, especially the ones that are Terra Dragon, which is quite a common Terra. And so maybe this is like, maybe less of a read than kind of we initially think, because he sees a lot of people do that in this position.
Yeah, potentially. And yeah, there is the KO from the Astral Barrage into the Kyogre, which could have happened a little bit earlier. Like, the Calyrex switched out and switched back in, which did imply it was probably the modest version instead, and that would have allowed Zacian to outspeed in the Tailwind, because Whimsicott, both games, was waiting in the back, came in, and clicked Tailwind way too late because the damage had already been done there. Like, even this Urshifu was free to just go for Surging Strikes after Surging Strikes into a resisted hit and still able to do all the damage it needed.
Wow, yeah, and interesting as well that Tornadus can, like, it goes down and then Nick still wins, and then survives as well, and kind of in an awkward position where, I kind of wanted to go down and get my Urshifu in, but also still wins. Do you think the Moody boost on the Smeargle made any difference in that attack drop?
I don't know. I want to actually see how much damage it would have done,
yeah,
and how much now it does with the attack drop, because that might have actually come into Lorenzo's thought process, because I'm very confident neutral Smeargle Feint would be able to KO, because it's stab boosted.
Yeah.
And even though it's incredibly weak, it's very weak, but it should have been able to do 8 HP's worth of damage. But with the attack drop, yeah, I need to check that one afterwards.
I wonder if Lorenzo's regretting running Technician on the Smeargle instead.
Or not running Technician.
Oh yeah, sorry, yes, not running Technician. I mean, given that Fake Out and Feint would both be boosted in damage.
Yeah, but we saw Moody be so impactful in our last regional championship, though. So there's no surprise to see Moody on the Smeargle, because it can turn the tide in a lot of games, but maybe it turned the tide in the wrong direction with that attack drop.
Yeah, potentially. But I'm sure that Lorenzo's maybe turned that Moody in the correct direction multiple times throughout his Swiss run and his practice with it, I'm sure. And yeah, finishing 8-3 at the final EU Utrecht Regional Championships is still a very good accomplishment, honestly. So congrats to Lorenzo for getting this far, but obviously Nick is going to take it even further, but can he get it further than last year?
I mean, he's at least matched where he's got last year, right? Because at least, maybe not in terms of absolute position, but he's made it into the top cut now, at least into the top 16. So yeah, he just needs to win one more game to be able to advance slightly further than he was last time, because it was, as mentioned already, a very heartbreaking loss in that top cut with that immediate wide lens boosted miss of the triple axel into a Rillaboom that would have immediately won that game. So now it's almost a redemption arc, right? Because it still has the Serena, still has that Kyogre, doesn't have the Thunder Miraidon anymore, but Zacian has definitely been proving himself so far.
Certainly has, yeah, having multiple ways to be able to one-hit KO Calyrex Shadow Rider and just punish the Terra Fairy, I think is a really good idea, because I think we've seen a lot of Miraidon Lunala going around right now, and Lunala often just
click that Terra Fairy button and feel very safe in front of pretty much everything apart from maybe the Moonga Sludge Bomb. But Zacian is definitely there to punish that, right? With Behemoth Blade. But its disposal, not a lot of other steel types going around.
Yeah, not at all. So as mentioned, Nick has been able to make it into the top 16 once again here at Utrecht, and we want to hear how he's feeling, so please take it away.
Thank you, casters. I have the pleasure of being joined by Nick Homer on the couch after that incredible match. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Thank you, Lou. Yeah, it was a good match. Very well played and very happy with my play as well. Just making one call, game one. That really just gave me the edge, and I think that carried through the whole set. Just get a little bit in the head of my opponent, making them guess every play they want to make and think twice about it.
I want to talk about that game one play because it was an incredible swing of momentum. Obviously, we're in this meta at the moment where there's a lot of Zamazenta, but you were running the Zacian, and the Zamazenta can be difficult for your team. How did you make that call to take down the Zamazenta?
Zamazenta was really use offensive pressure. So getting rid of it quickly is the goal. But really as well, I think in the board position, he couldn't really do much else. If you just don't tear it at all, in a click Wilder Spout and you don't click White Guard, you pretty much lose as well on the spot. So it's 50-50. And when playing against these kind of teams, most of the times the Zamazenta is the one that tear us. Just if you look at the mons like Calyrex didn't have the useful Terra. Rillaboom, of course, is already resistance against water type attacks. So when you just note that all of those things down, Whimsical as well wasn't the bot at that moment, but as well as the Terra, it's also not very common. So it was the only one left pretty much at that point. So I knew sooner or later it will click the Terra button, and that's why I just made the call. If I got it correctly, I got such a massive lead that it could just play laid back, just go for the normal plays, don't have to play it risky. Sometimes where you would see with my kind of team style.
Making those bolder plays type thing.
Exactly. So I just knew that I needed to make one call that I could win the entire match from. And in the end, secured me top 16.
And you made that call correctly. It was such a beautiful moment of Pokemon play. I think it was a great contrast as well to Game 2, because in Game 2, you cooked up the perfect storm with your Tornadus and Kyogre leads. Such a classic combination. In Game 1, your Tornadus went down very early on to that Astral Barrage straight away, but it was able to hang on in Game 2. Why was that so important for your victory there?
I think as well, Flying Step against this team is very good. It hits everything neutral, 2 of weak. So it was really good hanging on, as well as the taunt. That was also extremely crucial.
Yeah, stopping that wide guard.
Yeah, so that could make a very easy just spout searching play in the Zamazenta. Pretty much no switching was not possible for him to get it out of it offensively speaking. So yeah, I was very happy that he went for the play that he went for. So yeah, it's just perfect in here that it just survived. I was expecting a feint maybe into the turn to kick it off.
Yeah, to get that knockout.
So I was happy they didn't went for it because I got the longevity I think I needed from Tornadus to win the match.
Taunt down.
But in the end, maybe could bring in an issue and then just keep the offstation and keep the offensive pressure going, and then just use as much of my tailwind turns as possible to get the most out of them.
Get all of that energy through, and I love the synergy of your team. You know, obviously the rain's setting up to enable the Tornadus to be accurate with those hurricanes, but also boosting up the Urshifu. Your team building was really, really inspired. A Pokemon we didn't really get to see, but we want to talk about is the Serena, because particularly with all the Rillaboom and Incineroar running around, having that Queenly Majesty must be really helpful.
Yeah, it's really helpful. It's not against these tailwind teams, but really the more bulkier, the balanced versions, it can be really, really nice. Really great supporter, and especially with Terra Ice, Triple Axel, you can get a lot of offensive momentum against the Pokemon that Kyogre doesn't really do good at. Mainly Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Among Us.
We see them all the time.
Yeah, exactly. And it just can get the offensive momentum against the monsters that you may need. And I think when you look at different versions, of course they use the Roaring Moon variant, which of course differs from a Tornadus. As well, they don't have the Serena, and I think that's really enables the Kyogre more on these kind of teams compared to the other versions that we have saw earlier in the first run of HNI, and I believe also the second one. So yeah, it's really good mon. It's not a mon you bring in every matchup,
but it's there for a reason.
Yeah, in the matchups it comes at, it's really, really good if you utilize it well. And that definitely won me sets this weekend.
I mean, it sounds inspired, like you have an option for absolutely everything in the meta, and that's exactly why you have been able to lock in Top Cut. For the viewers at home, I think it would be great to get to know you a little bit better as a player as well. Talk us through what it means to be in this Top Cut, and possibly if you were to win the whole thing, lock in that Worlds qualification.
It means a lot. I'm really trying this year. The first start with Regulation H was not my format. So really just trying to improve me as a player, get more consistent. A little bit slow down the offensiveness of my team and of my plays. Just get more consistent. And then now the second year in a row, because last year I went undefeated in 2 top 16.
That's incredible. What a run.
Yeah, and I was with Donna Maridon. So yeah, I mean, at least I'm happy I at least won my stream set this time around. But now it's just getting more consistent and just have and see that I can do it. Right, it was not a fluke the first time around. It just wasn't luck, or I just had a great run. But even with some that I can do it again, and that I can have it in me to come here back again and win it all. Hopefully, that's at least what I'm gonna try. But at least have the capabilities to do it here.
I love that consistency, though. Like you say, gaining experience, gaining more confidence, and back-to-back doing incredibly well in this tournament. That's a big congratulations and a credit to you as a trainer. We want to let you get ready for your next round. So just before we go, are there any shout-outs or thank yous you would like to give to any family or friends watching?
I want to first off my family, my parents, both my brothers, for believing in me all those years. As well the 2 building groups, actually 3. That I'm part of. There's too many to list them off here, or it will be a couple minutes later. Everyone knows who I'm talking to. I'm very grateful for them for the support over the years, and really like them going them with the tournaments, and really helped me getting here today. So really grateful, and yeah, that's really what I want to shout out.
I'm sure they're all incredibly proud of you, and I'm sure Machamp, the Pokemon that got you started on your Pokemon journey, is proud of you too. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll be keeping an eye out for your name in those rankings.
Thank you very much, Luke.
Pokemon trainers, the action is still going here at the Utrecht Regional Championship, so don't go anywhere. We'll have another match coming right up very soon.
I think the toughest opponent I've ever faced is probably Wolf Glick at Hartford 2023. I already didn't have a great matchup and he demolished me. My favorite Pokemon is Slurpuff. I really love all the food design Pokemon like Slurpuff, Vanillux, Sinistcha, and I just find it really fun. I think honestly Magmar. I brought it to today's tournament. I'm currently 6-1, and I think it's just been carrying every single game I've played. It's incredible right now. Back in 2019 when I was a senior, I had won 2 cups with a Joltik, and it was really good at dealing with Groudon. My overall goal playing Pokemon is to just try and get as close to perfection as possible. I really enjoy the idea of trying to be as perfect in my games and as consistent as possible, and I want to see how far a human being can go in this game. Outside Pokemon, I love to cook, and I love to work with special needs children. I think my favorite Pokemon event I've ever been to is probably Worlds 2025. I really enjoyed the whole event, and while I didn't do the best, I had a great time with all my friends, and I really enjoyed the atmosphere. My favorite type of food is probably just homemade, really anything. Could be stir fries, steaks, salads, just anything from home. I'm probably team Blastoise. I prefer Venusaur of the 3, but I think Blastoise is really fun. If I could create a Pokemon, it would probably be a regional form of Gothitelle. I really like the dress and the whole aesthetic of the Pokemon, and I think as a ice type, it'd be a really nice winter type of Pokemon where you have a nice like coat, nice earmuffs, instead of the branching out hair. I think it'd be very cute.
It's the big one-hit KO, Luke Whittier! Unbelievable.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world. My name is Luke Whittier. I am from the Bay Area. My favorite starter Pokemon is Serperior because it's cool, and I was born in the year of the snake. I first got into competitive Pokemon by watching Wolfie VGC videos on YouTube, and I built my first team in Regulation H by using his videos to figure out which Pokemon were good. I improved my strategy every tournament, and I won one extra Swiss round every tournament. I look up to Kevin Hahn because he's really cool and he's also really good. My advice is always go for the safer option in Pokemon battles if there isn't much to lose. Keep trying to get better because you can always get better. When I won Milwaukee Regionals this year, that was one of the biggest moments. It felt much less nerve-wracking to play at Milwaukee.
They won Milwaukee, they were second in Portland, top 4 at San Antonio, top 16 at the North America International Championships. This is their very first season competing, and now they have the opportunity to go all the way and become your junior world champion.
My strategy was to either do a ton of damage with my Calyrex Ice and Miraidon duo, or try to get a ton of damage up in Trick Room before it runs out. I would say all of my Pokemon had the same value.
You couldn't pick one MVP?
No. My most difficult match was against Ishmael. I had a matchup with a lot of 50-50 scenarios involved. I could lose on a coin flip. My #1 goal this season was to play on stream. It felt like the commenters were saying something that I couldn't hear, and it was really annoying because I wanted to see what they were saying.
It's finally time to get into the first game of our VGC Juniors Final!
Saw my coach and my parents and a lot of people. On stage, my favorite 2 moments were when I gained more momentum by swapping in my Miraidon on the last turn of Trick Room. I was in both matches. I knew I was the world champion when only Walking Wake was left on the field.
Miraidon right into that Walking Wake. It's down. Your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
What am I gonna do now?
Okay, now we're getting into the top cut at the Utrecht Regional Championships. For the last time in the EU region in Scarlet and Violet, I'm David Partington, joined by Jamie Boyt once again, and we're feeling very hyped for whatever Top Cut has in store for us after a very exciting game that we just had.
Yeah, that was a very quick pace. Congratulations once again to Nick for securing top 16 back-to-back Utrecht Championships. We'll have to just wait and see if he's able to go that one step further than he did last year.
Oh, we certainly will. Oh, and by the way, I thought I'd kind of try and run the numbers on that Kyogre Water Spout into Smeargle for you.
Oh, yeah.
Well, so it obviously is a bit of give and take depending on the training and things, but Kyogre should be doing about enough damage with a Water Spout into Smeargle to KO 3.5 Smeargles.
Wow. That is a lot. Did we see the feint? Or do we have to wait and see?
Oh, no, we still have to see the feint.
We still have to see the feint.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, let's take a look at how we've done so far in this tournament, the standings of where we are in going into this top cuts, because of course we've seen that Nick was able to make it. Who else was able to make it as well in this championship? Well, there's not really a surprise to see Michael Kelsch once again in that top spot, right?
Yeah. No, congrats to Michelle. Yeah, honestly, so well played. It's just incredibly consistent, which is why he's just, at the same time we expect him to be here, but it's surprising that someone could be so consistent in this game full of, you know, moody boosts and split turns and all that, with an actually very similar team to what he ran last year.
Yeah, very similar. The Amoonguss over the Grimmsnarl was the only real change, and there were a couple of moveset changes as well. Yeah, Grimmsnarl, it's disappeared now a little bit. Yeah, although it was actually around a little bit in phase 1, but maybe not so much in phase 2. I'm sure we'll see the graphic later for how well it did there. But yeah, Amoonguss over Grimmsnarl here is a focus sash on the Urshifu instead of being a really bulky one as well. So yeah, still showing some incredibly consistent play there coming from Michael. And of course, Aurelian is the other player to be able to get 10 and 1 going into this top cut as well. So both of those trainers will have secured their bye into that top 8.
Exactly, yeah. So they get to skip around because we're going to be featuring a top 16 match here, so they get to go into top 8 immediately. And it looks like Aurelion is running the Miraidon Zamazenta core, but with that Chien-Pao Dragonite and the more probably supportive Volcarona along with that Incineroar, I think this Volcarona is more covering the Flamethrower sort of Struggle Bug Rage Powder sort of set to kind of help support the rest of the team here rather than being something that goes for Quiver Dance.
Yeah, I think we've seen this team 6 like picking up a little bit across the tournament. There's multiple trainers that I've seen that are running this team of 6 because it makes sense to pair Chien-Pao with Zamazenta and with Miraidon. And we've just been seeing recently, well, with Shadow Rider Zamazenta, when you got a Chien-Pao, Dragonite makes perfect sense. It seems like it is going to be exactly the same case here. Even if it's Miraidon over Shadow Rider, Dragonite still seems to have its place.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely want a Volcarona when you've maybe got a slightly shaky Zamazenta matchup, right? Like, Zamazenta kind of walls the extreme speed from Dragonite, can just dish out a one-hit KO into Chien-Pao, resist its attacks. It can KO Incineroar, like, versus another Zamazenta, you just got 2 there. But Volcarona, rage powering away both steel and fighting type moves from Zamazenta, resisting both and threatening it back with a burn. That's the Pokemon you want versus any of those teams.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. So, well done to Michelle and Aurelion for making it in to the guaranteed place in the top cut. And we've got quite a few 9 and 2s going down all the way to 14th place there. So, have guaranteed themselves that top 16 placement and just need that one extra win to make it into that top 8.
Yeah, they do. It's getting very close now. But top 16 already securing them a decent amount of prizes and championship points, but then you're just one win away from a little bit more, and then a little bit more, and then a little bit more. So it's asked to be very tempting to always just kind of give it that go, give it your all at every stage of the tournament.
Yeah, it is. And I think I spied that 4 UK players were able to make it, and that's uncommon.
Yes, yes, it is.
So yeah, no, shout outs to the UK players for me to make it into that top cut as well. And so we have got at least one Toxapex that made it as well, which isn't surprising. And that's surprising, but it's not surprising that Toxapex made the top cut because, of course, it had such a great performance in Los Angeles last weekend. And then we have taken a leaf out of their book, let's say, and still got one in the top cut here as well in Utrecht.
We have, yeah. And I think, interestingly, we've also got 2 players in the top cut, Faiz Ashfaq and Giovanni Piscitelli, who are now in top cut. But they were also in top cut at the Liverpool Regionals at the very start of Scarlet and Violet series. So they were in at the very first tournament and now at the very last in the EU Regional.
Yeah, that's a great full circle for us. And we'll be able to see who else has made it into that top 8 already with the bye, because, of course, with 14 players, we're going to get a few already. So let's see what the bracket is going to shape up to be. As mentioned, Michelle and Aurelion will have secured that bye already going forward. And it seems like they're going to be the only ones that will have made it so far.
Okay, very interesting matchups here. Marco Silva, we haven't even touched on yet either. Obviously, an incredibly talented player throughout the Scarlet and Violet era in his own right, securing 2 more LAIC wins within that time.
Yep.
And on top of multiple regional wins too. So against Feist there. Lewis Markle and Nick Homer as well. An interesting match. 2 players that we've already faced too, and plenty more as well, I think there, Jamie.
Yeah, and we've got Louis Fonvier, who was just able to win the Prague Regional Championship, making yet another top cut. We'll have to wait and see if he's going to be running back the same team, that Coridon and Calyrex Ice Rider team, against Matt Maynard there. Violaine was able to bring that Toxapex to the top cut with that Miraidon and Terapagos going up against Selahattin Sturm for that place into the top 8.
Yeah, there's going to be a few upsets, especially in this top 16, unfortunately. Not everyone can be champion of every single regional, but everyone can be champion at some point, that's for sure. So yeah, I honestly, a lot of these matches look really good. I don't know which one that we're going to be using or like at least kind of featuring here at the moment, but I would love to see all of these, to be honest. Yeah, a little bit of a UK showdown with Dylan Joseph Martin there as well. Yeah, Lewis Markle kind of on thin ice at the moment now, really wanting to try and win as much as he can. It could be the upset for Nick here.
Wait, no.
Yeah?
Lewis Markle and Nick Homer was a top 16 match we featured in Utrecht last season. Yes, it was, because that was the match. Miss. That was the Rillaboom switch in from Lewis, and the Rillaboom dodged the triple axel. So actually, we're getting the proper run back there, right?
Wow. Oh, yeah. Nick must be head and hands right now seeing that matchup now. But listen, just kind of maybe going, do we even bring the Serena? Like,
well, yes, because this time I'll hit, right?
No, Jamie, that's your logic. That doesn't work.
Yeah, that's really cool. So yeah, we need to keep an eye on that match for sure. We did just feature Nick already, so we're probably going to be featuring one of the other matches. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting run back there. Another thing that I can see that and is going forward potentially into the top 4. If Marco Silva and Dil Yeomans end up making it into the top 4, they're team building partners now. They're running the same team.
Yeah.
So if they make it into the top 4, that would be a very interesting match to watch.
That would be interesting. And I think also, Gio, we've obviously featured yesterday on our stream running the Chempao Dragonite kind of Caloric Shadow Rider Zamazenta team that seems to be quite popular as well. Matt Maynard running it too, Aurelion running it as well, versus Duan Paliol, who seems to be the only person running Groudon in our top cut, alongside that Calyrex Ice Rider. And I think it's pretty much the same team that Justin Tang was managed to pilot to top 16 at LA last week as well.
Yeah, so Groudon's been a little bit fringe, but we did actually see yesterday it made it into the 8th position onto the top 8 graphic of actual restricted use. So yeah, not surprised to see a Groudon going forward into this match. But as mentioned, there are so many great matches that we would be able to feature here, and it's actually not up to us, it's up to you. It's going to be the community choice to decide which of the top 16 matches you want to be seen featured here on the stream. Loads of great matches to choose from. I don't think I have a standout, but let's take a look at what the options will be, because any of these matches will be absolutely fantastic to feature.
Okay, so yeah, we've obviously talked about the players quite a lot, and here are their teams as well that you can see on your screen right now. So yeah, get voting in that chat at the moment, because you've only got a minute or two to be able to do that, to see who we will be featuring. We've seen a few of these trainers before on stream as well. Some we haven't yet. I think Louis Fonvier and Matt Maynard we haven't seen quite yet either. Say that Hattensturm and Vilain Garakti, I don't think we've seen either. Nope. You want a bit of a Toxic Pax match? There it is. Dil Yeomans, yeah, EUIC runner-up against Wolf Glick, of course, and a very talented trainer, aside from just that result. On top of that, versus Joe Martin as well with that Wheezing team. Looks very exciting. And of course, Marco Silva too. Oh my goodness. I still can't pick, even just whittling it down to 4 matches. Jamie, how do I decide?
We don't. That's at least one of the relieving things on our end, right? Because all of these would be great. Like Feist Ashfaq was able to, as mentioned, to make top 8, or was it top 4? I think he even made
possibly
of the Liverpool Regional, the very first one of the Scarlet and Violet era. So the fact that he's in the top cut once again, that is just a great full circle to be able to see. And going up against one of the most consistent players across the entirety of the Scarlet and Violet era, that would definitely be one to watch as well. We've got the UK showdown, so we've guaranteed at least one UK player will make top 8 with Joe Martin versus Dil Yeomans there. Louis was able to win the Prague Regional Championship as well, using exactly the same team, it would seem. So that would also be great to see the run back there. I think Toxapex is probably the most standout Pokemon, even though we're not as surprised about it anymore. It's still very interesting to see, although against the matchup it's against, I don't think it would come to the match.
Yeah, look, probably not. Yeah, I guess you kind of want it versus maybe Calyrex Ice Rider teams, right? Where it can really take on those Glacial Lances.
Groudon teams.
Yeah, Groudon teams. But same time, like, especially if it's a Calyrex without Psychic, then actually could be quite good there too. But yeah, Louis still running the Calyrex Ice Rider Koraidon that I think it was Hirofumi Kimura ran at World Championships as well, and knocking out Victor Medina as well in that top cut too. And Louis just, running it back. It won me a regional championship in Prague. Why not bring it again here? And obviously it is paying off dividends right now.
Yeah, it is for sure. Against Matt Maynard as well, who's been able to make top 4 at a regional championship, and that's been his best placement so far. So only a couple of games away from being able to at least match that. And with the Miraidon Zamazenta team, like Aurelion was using, we've seen that pick up across a few of these trainers to a good amount of success. And it's not just Aurelion, it is Matt as well that's been going to be able to rock that.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, there's plenty of players who've kind of picked this up, and feels like it's maybe the call this time, when maybe Toxapex and Terrapagos was the call last time. We're almost seeing none of it now, aren't we? There's just that kind of token Terrapagos left here, and maybe it's the rise of Volcarona teams right at the end now. Like, I was going to say 2 bug types, but it's not quite yet, is it? Like, Toxapex is using Infestation, I suppose, but we've got another, like, struggle bugging Volcarona, I suppose, on that side too.
Yeah, and have we mentioned yet that it's Terrapagos' last chance again? Because we said in the day 1 that Terrapagos has not yet won a regional or above championship. and this is its absolute last chance for probably quite a while. And it's still in the top cut, so Violaine, it's down to them to be able to get it.
I know. It's getting really close, isn't it? Like, is it going to take it or not? It's like, it has the potential, right? It's got consistent results. We often see it in the top graphic usage. We've seen it paired with multiple different restricteds. It's definitely viable, but yeah, is it up to the test of the other restricteds? I just don't know.
Well, also, is it going to be the match that we're going to feature? Because we've got the results ready of which top 16 match we're going to be able to see here, and it does look like it is, of course, Marco Silva versus Faish Asfak.
Okay, this is looking really fine right now. We've not seen Marco Silva yet this weekend. It'd be great to see him again. Very excited for that. With a very similar team, obviously, to what Dylan Yeomans is using, and overall a very similar team to what they actually used in EUIC versus Wolf those couple of years ago. And Vice on the other end has quite an interesting team as well. Maybe the restricted's not so interesting, but like the Roaring Moon is something that we've not seen very much of at all. And there's that Grimstyle as well. It is back this time, Jamie, so you can feel reassured now. It's not been forgotten.
No, not at all. But it is going to be interesting to see how these trainers have decided to run all of their Pokemon, because like Roaring Moon is usually more of a supportive one going in this format. We've seen it classically paired with Dragon Dance to be able to get sweeps when it's a little bit of a lower power format, and therefore Roaring Moon's one of the strongest. But you do tend to see a lot of support. Just go for that Tailwind, get a booster energy in its speed as well, and then that would allow the Calyrex to start outspeeding all the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. Even something like the Iron Treads that could get a speed boost. It's very viable for it to get an attack boost as well in the Quark Drive, because that allows it to do a huge amount of damage, but it does tend towards a speed boost instead, so that Roaring Moon could be quite crucial to get that speed control going.
Yeah, it's a nice one too, because yeah, you have the offense on top of that speed control at the same time, and knockoff, yeah, great utility move, obviously, that Incineroar tends to run. Just got to watch out for any sort of fairy coverage that might be on the other side. So depends on what Marco's Miraidons may be running. A lot of them dropping Dazzling Gleam nowadays, aren't they? If it's the Choice Scarf or the Life Orb set. The Specs does tend to still keep it.
Yeah, the Specs one does still have Dazzling Gleam with the Terra Fairy for sure. The Choice Scarf will drop it for Snarl and with Steel or Terra Electric, and then the Life Orb one drops it for Protect, because you've got Life Orb, you might as well free that slot up.
Yeah, Protectors are obviously a very good move in VGC. Like, if that's new information, then welcome to VGC. Like, it is a very strong move, and like, if you're in a bad position, Protectors are a great way for you to get out of it. And of course, we saw even techs against that in our previous match where Lorenzo Silvestrini Smiggle was running Feint that could just break through Protect or even Wide Guard, which is a very popular move in our restricted metas too.
Yeah, like the way that Miraidon was trained was it's usually Choice Specs right at the beginning. In the first variation, we kind of ripped Miraidon off. Oh, it won the first regional. Choice Specs is obviously the way to go. But that was Choice Specs Terra Electric, and then everyone seemed to go towards the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam instead, and it was still just always Choice Specs. But in this second round of Regulation I, it seems like Choice Scarf and Life Orb are definitely picking up and might even be considered more common than Choice Specs at this point. Mainly because the Miraidon that was on the very common Miraidon Lunala team, that was Life Orb at the top 8 of the World Championships by Kostas Sukade. And then Choice Scarf as well was able to win the Senior World Championships paired up with Calyrex Ice Rider. As we can see here, the stats of the Pokemon. Miraidon is incredibly fast, but there's a few Pokemon that are just that little bit faster. So if you got the Choice Scarf, then that guarantees you're basically outspeeding everything in the format.
I think something else that's obviously very powerful about this duo, particularly on the same team, is that we call that Bolt Beam synergy as well, which is named after Thunderbolt Ice Beam, basically having electric and ice coverage, which is usually completely unresisted across almost the entirety of Pokemon. Really strong typings, hits exactly what you want on either side. When something resists one typing, the other will hit it for super effective, such as Grass. And with these two, and they're both restricted, it makes for a very powerful combination.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is Rotom Frost is the new meta. Because that is one of the few Pokemon that can resist both of those attacks. But yeah, you can see, one of the nice things, a lot of trainers refer to it as a speed sandwich, where Calyrex is incredibly slow, and Miraidon is incredibly fast, so whichever speed order you want, whether you're facing something that's quite fast on the opposing side of the field, where you can just Trick Room and be slow with Calyrex, or you're facing pretty slow Pokemon where Miraidon's going to outspeed and maybe even one-shot them because it is so strong as well.
And we also saw last week at the Los Angeles Regional, Emilio Forbes win with this duo to get his 4th regional win title as well. And not only did he have Bolt Beam with these Pokemon, he had Bolt Beam on 2 more Pokemon on his team as well. In the Iron Bundle, having the Ice Beam and Icy Wind, and he had the Iron Hands as well with the Electric move too. So you could kind of do double Bolt Beam speed sandwich all at the same time in one team.
Yeah, and it was actually reversed as well, where you had the 2 slow Ice and Electric types, and 2 very fast Ice and Electric types. So yeah, it was very, very well constructed there, and obviously was able to win that regional championship very, very comfortably. But we've got loads of different variants of Ice Rider Miraidon as well, because Michelle Kelsch is running the more classic version, the one that was able to win the Senior World Championships. That's probably one of the most common ways of running it. But of course, that's not the most common pairing that we tend to have. It is usually Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, as Faiz is going to be using here. But to be fair, Faiz has a little bit of a spin on the team, but we've been seeing this duo very consistently just take that top spot of #1 restricted pair.
Oh yeah, it's been absolutely everywhere, hasn't it? Lewis Markles piloted this to top 4 last week at LA. Victor Medina's been using it loads as well, getting it to finals of Prague. And of course, pretty much like the majority of the restricted meta across all of our registration set I pairings as well. And why is that? Well, you've got Ghost coverage generally on the Calyrex Shadow Rider with Ash Barrage, an incredibly powerful move, complemented by Zamazenta's ability to threaten anything that dares to resist Ghost typing, being, well, those like Dark types basically is pretty much the only thing, and also normal types, which is hit by the Fighting type as well.
Yeah, they complement each other absolutely perfectly. It's very rare to see one of those bars completely full. But look at that Calyrex Shadow Rider's special attack stat. It is incredibly high here, and its speed stat is basically one of the fastest that we do have available in the game. And just, yeah, the Fighting Ghost is almost equivalent to the Bolt Beam, the Electric Ice that we've referred to as well. But I don't think we have a name for, like, we got Bolt Beam, we don't have Ghost Fighting.
Yeah, we don't.
So put in the chat what Bolt Beam is for Ghost and Fighting, because we need to know. We've had it for ages, and we've been saying this is one of the strongest duos, but we don't have a name for it. We need one.
Body boop or something. I don't know.
No, not that one. Okay. You can do better, I'm sure. And I am surprised we haven't come up with one yet.
Yeah, we haven't, have we? It's just been like, CSR Zama, isn't it? Or something like that. Like, because
then we've had these two. We had CSR Koraidon, right? And then we had Koraidon Lunala that won the World Championships.
Yes, so.
That's Ghost and Fighting.
Yeah, and like, even when it was non-restricted as well, we often had Calyrex Shadow Rider teams paired with a really strong fighting type. I don't know. Strong fighting types. Oh yeah, Urshifu. Yeah, like
that's the one.
Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, like why don't we have a name for this? Let us know, as you know, with that hashtag #PlayPokemon on X or Instagram, and of course follow us along on YouTube and on Twitch if you're not already here.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm giving the challenge to the community as well. It's not just the chat, the community. We need that name. I can't believe we don't have that name yet.
I know, and it's going to be relevant for champions as well, not just Regulation Set I as well. Like, the type chart hasn't changed, so Ghost and Fighting is still always going to be good.
Yeah, I don't know, what, Sneasler and Aegislash coming up soon?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, Basculegion are 2.
Oh yeah, Basculegion will be the more common. Yeah. There we go. Yeah,
that's quite common. Gengar as well. Ghost typing. No Urshifu at the moment. We can take a sigh of relief slightly there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a Mega Goluk that's pseudo Urshifu. Let's say at this point. So yeah, that could be coming up. That's a Ghost type.
Or Excadrill as well. Well, it's not Ghost type, but yes, Goluk is. Yeah, but that's on the Ghost side now instead of the Fighting side. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, it is. So, but that's something for in the future. That's something we're waiting for in Turin. Of course, we have the last little bit of Regulation I here, and we've got the 2 very common restricted pairings going up against each other, but with a little bit of a spin on both of them. Like, we've got Iron Treads that isn't as common on Ice Rider Miraidon. We've got Grimmsnarl and Roaring Moon that isn't as common on Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, but what is incredibly common is seeing someone like Marco Silva on the stream ready to go, facing down Faiz Ashfaq for that top 8 position.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line for these trainers at the moment now. Like, you want that CP, and of course, you want those prizes as well. And those booster packs, of course, too, to be able to open with your friends. Why not that too? And it's all coming down to this final Scarlet and Violet regional here to be able to often use maybe their own kind of experience in it as well. I mean, like, if you had the opportunity to compete here, what would you be bringing, Boyd?
I would have brought Calyrex Shadow Rider and Koraidon as my Ghost Fighting, don't know the name of it yet, duo. Because, yeah, that's something that I I found a lot of success with him previously, but just as separate Pokemon, and then coming together would have probably been pretty reasonable, I think. But what do I know? It seems like Ice Rider and Miraidon, or Shadow Rider and Zamazenta, are so far the call for both of these trainers that we have on the stream.
Yeah, and lovely Miraidon plush there that Marco seems to have. And a fan favorite too, especially in its bike mode as well. Now, but we've got to be focusing on these players. Feist as well on the left. Not seen for a few years now. I think even having some history back into 2014, actually, in the German national top 16.
Yeah, he's been around a while.
He has been around. So, but obviously some more recent results too. So he's still definitely relevant as well. And maybe even the new Marco Silva, who knows, depending on how the rest of his season ends up panning out.
Yeah, we will see. And we can see the accomplishments on the stream now. As mentioned, in the very first tournament of the Scarlet and Violet era here in Europe, Feist was able to get top 4 there, and is just only a couple of wins away from being able to at least match that here in the last of the Scarlet and Violet era. But across that era, we've had Marco have so many great accomplishments. Like that international champion there 3 times, 2 of those was in the Scarlet and Violet era. Very, very well done from him. Just this season as well, was able to get a regional championship win with a Rabombi of all Pokemon that we just weren't expecting in the slightest.
Yeah, that's a great point. So yeah, Marco not only is just a really strong trainer, but also with very interesting teams, and we know he has a really good support network around him as well that kind of helps him out. But also, Marco is also there to help others all the time too. We often see his little brother Pietro also do very well, often even winning the same event sometimes at the same time, which is just incredible. And I'm sure we'll see him in the Masters division at some point very soon. Maybe too soon, honestly. That'll make us feel old.
Oh yeah, that definitely will. But yeah, like we're speaking of the veteran player of Feist, going all the way back to 2014, was able to make top 16 at the Germany national back then. So been playing longer than I have, so at least that's not making me feel as old as I sometimes do when I see these accomplishments that maybe only go back to 2023, and then it's like, oh, okay, fine. It's like three times shorter than the amount of time I've been around. But we can see now the team that Feist is going to be running here. No, there's an interesting tech on the Calyrex there. There's no Psychic, it's Pollen Puff instead.
Yeah, and often the Pollen Puff is maybe the 3rd move. You often have maybe 3 attacks, and then Pollen Puff is there as well. But actually, wanting to keep the Encore instead, I think, is a really strong option, especially when it means you can Encore it into Dark types as opposed to having a Whimsicott that can do that too. Obviously, you want to respect the rest of this team as well. There's no Wygon on that Zamazenta. It's Iron Defense instead. So Zamazenta becoming more of this setup Pokemon that can start to deal more damage with Body Press as it starts to boost, with not really much way to lower the defense back down.
Yeah, very interesting tech there. We don't very commonly see Iron Defense at all. It is almost certainly White Guards, but yeah, Iron Defense is going to be very, very crucial here, especially against something like an Ice Rider Calyrex. We've got the Grimmsnarl here that's not screens. That is the quote-unquote fake Grimmsnarl, because it's got Fake Out instead with the Covert Cloak. And then Thunder Wave for speed control, Taunt to stop the shenanigans coming out. And the Roaring Moon is that supportive set, as we did mention, but it's not breaking Swipe, which is so common on that supportive set. So a little bit more offensive here, going for Dragon Claw as coverage instead.
Yeah, which is quite interesting, isn't it? I think maybe if in the right conditions, it might be able to start to get those one-hit KOs on other dragons, like Miraidon and Koraidon, which are obviously very powerful attackers. So for instance, if you end up getting the attack boost maybe in some scenarios, then it can maybe get that KO. But honestly, like, well, I'm gonna have a good look at Marco's team as well. I think there's so much to talk about on Feist's team, but Marco's team is also definitely a very strong pick here. It is going to be that choice specs on the Miraidon, as well as the clear amulet on the Calyrex Ice Rider. So kind of going back to what we kind of already know, what was kind of standard earlier on in Regulation Set I Part 1.
Yeah, these were by far the most common items, and I think if we just collect all the data across all the formats that the restricted Joes were allowed in, those would have been the most common items for sure. So Clear Amulet, keeping the Calyrex safe from Intimidates with high horsepower as coverage. You often see Leech Seed instead of high horsepower, but it's just going on the offensive here to do as much damage as possible. Got the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, that's going to keep it safe, a lot safer from the special attacks that could be coming out. The Urshifu Choice Scarf, that's not surprising at all. I think the Iron Treads, the fact that it just doesn't have Iron Head while it has the Life Orb, is just the only real standout there. It's either usually Life Orb or Choice Band, just going for Steel Roller as its offensive steel move in this case.
Okay, let's get into it. We are in top cut of the Utrecht Regional Championships now, and so let's see what our trainers have brought to this match to try and get them into that top 8. It's Marco Silva with the Miraidon and the Farigiraf, a classic lead as well, being able to set up that electric seed on the Farigiraf, making it really bulky into the physical attacker on Feist's end in that Roaring Moon. We're going to see what booster energy this is going to be activated. Is it attack? Is it speed? And it actually is that speed. So being able to outspeed this Miraidon into this turn and supporting this Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, and we've got the outspeed of the Roaring Moon on this Miraidon, which is going to probably want this Farigiraf to go for the Trick Room here, but you've got the potential of just knock off and Pollen Puff into the Farigiraf. One of the reasons to have Pollen Puff on a Calyrex Shadow Rider is to hit something like a Farigiraf, which would otherwise basically wall you here. So now you've got a choice. Do you just go for the opposing Miraidon, because it is Choice Specs can't protect? Neither of these Pokemon protect. So you probably do double up one of them. Do you just take the KO on the Miraidon with something like an Astral Barrage and a Dragon Claw, or do you double up on the Farigiraf instead, trying to get a knockoff and a Pollen Puff KO? Well, it's definitely not going to be a KO into the Miraidon, especially because that Incineroar switching in. And even if that's a double up into the Farigiraf now, that knockoff might not be strong enough to get that KO with the Pollen Puff.
That's a great point. Depends on the training of these Pokemon right now. And yeah, Electric Seed might be coming into play very significantly on Marco's end. But to boost up damage even further for an Astral Barrage at least, it's going to be the Terra Ghost on this Calyrex Shadow Rider. So Marco likely feeling a little bit safer already, especially with the knockoff into the Incineroar slot, not the Farigiraf, which isn't even going for the Terra, just being left wide open for a potential double up. But this is still Terra Ghost boosted Ash Barrage. Still going to do a decent chunk to the what is an Assault Vest Incineroar, and yeah, putting it in range potentially of maybe even another double up depending on the moves, as now Foul Play responds in return to the Calyrex Shadow Rider, breaking that Focus Sash.
Yeah, not doing too much damage because it's only super effective now, and it was intimidated, so the attack stat on the Calyrex is incredibly low. At least you do extra damage to that Incineroar, because you did knock off the Assault Vest on the way in, but it's still able to shrug off that attack pretty comfortably. And now you can get Trick Room very safely here. The Farigiraf shouldn't now be KO'd by a combination of knockoff and Pollen Puff, and if you're unsure if that's still going to be the case and still going to be a KO, you could just fake out the Roaring Moon and click Trick Room instead. The Sash being broken on the Calyrex is also incredibly useful, because now, whenever you want to click knockoff into that slot, that will be a KO.
Now Zamazenta's coming in though, instead not wanting to roll the dice versus Pokemon with 2 Dark-type moves, and instead taking in something that's going to take it a lot better. Dragon Claw first though. Oh, maybe not in range of another one actually, but actually Flare Blitz straight into the Calyrex Shadow Rider slot. A little bit of a call there, but still only doing under half into this Zamazenta. But with Trick Room going up now, Incineroar is going to be able to get another Flare Blitz off before Zamazenta could even move.
Yeah, very nicely done there for Marco. Flare Blitz would have still done very good damage to the Calyrex. It wouldn't have picked up a KO, but it would have put it in range of any attack in the future. But covering for that Zamazenta switching in very, very nicely. And now probably in range of a double up of a Flare Blitz and a Psychic from this Farigiraf. It will be very close if that's able to pick up the KO. But the Roaring Moon at least is still not that contested. U-Turn is really the only attack that would be able to do some pretty good damage, and to be fair, Incineroar going for U-Turn is entirely reasonable given you want to be able to intimidate again and get that fake out in the future.
Is this an opportunity for Zamazenta to maybe set off an Iron Defense, Jamie, do you think?
Potentially. It depends on if the Incineroar wants to U-Turn instead. Because Flare Blitz and Psychic, that could be able to pick up the knockout on Zamazenta there if that is the double up, and that might actually be the case, because here is the Psychic into the Zamazenta. Oh, that looks like it might be. What is the Flare Blitz? Is it going to be able to KO? Yes, it is. So the fact that it was Flare Blitz on the switch in, it was a crit. So, I don't know, based on the damage it did on the switch in, that would have been incredibly close if that actually would have KO'd or not. Is Incineroar hanging around after it's recalled? Yes, it is. But then that is now going to be in range of that knockoff. So that is a KO apiece, but that was a restricted on Feist's side that was KO'd.
Yeah, that's quite the trait that you probably want when you're Marco now, because it's probably the one Pokemon that can survive an attack from this Miraidon. But now it's coming in, but in Trick Room, interestingly, but I guess with Rillaboom coming in now,
that's good
you actually get your electric terrain.
Yeah, and obviously Farigiraf is on the field, so there's no fake out that can stop it. The Roaring Moon is faster than this Miraidon, so you can't stop the Miraidon here by just going for fake out. That's what the Farigiraf's here for. So we haven't seen terrestrialization on the Miraidon yet. It could very easily just be terrestrialize into that fairy type and just start spamming those dazzling gleams. At least that would open up the opportunity to Wood Hammer at neutral into the Miraidon, but I think you're still very comfortable in this position. Usually Miraidon in Trick Room isn't the most comfortable of positions, but I think it's looking very good here.
Okay, just no switches, just plain old attacks. Foul play crit might come into play here, but first the U-turn into this Photograph. Yeah, you want to get your Rillaboom in the back so you can get the grassy terrain back online, so your Rillaboom can start doing real damage here. But still can't really doing much with Grassy Glide, given the Armor Tail is still online when the Photograph is on the field. So now, we've seen that mid-turn switch at the moment, but it should be the Miraidon moving next, because we know the speed booster is on this Roaring Moon, and it's just the Dazzling Gleam. No Terror, because Roaring Moon has to go down. It's already spent on that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Really safe play there from Marco, and still no Protect. So Vice is now in a really awkward position, needing to close out with just 2 Pokemon left.
Yeah, and still can't fake out to stall this Trick Room because the Photograph is still around. And I think that the Calyrex is probably in range of foul play, because remember, it was intimidated on that first foul play, and now that it's not, that should be enough to be able to pick up the KO. So probably going to be a Protect from this Calyrex to try and stall out some of the turns of Trick Room. But then if you're going for Protect, then just where's the damage coming from on Vice's side of the field?
I really don't know at this point. I think Marco is such a good player and in such a great position too. So putting all the love into this Miraidon right now with that Terra Fairy, as the Calyrex just has to go for the Protect. 2 more turns of Trick Room, and it's just got its back against the wall. Foul play though, into the Rillaboom, not that Calyrex instead, because this Dazzling was most likely be enough on the Calyrex Shadow Rider anyway. And Woodhammer, unfortunately, we've no critical hit for Vice, which might have been enough actually. Doesn't come out though, crucially for Marco. Meaning now he can get this Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam into this Rillaboom, putting it ever closer to a KO.
Yeah, and Zoho not quite. That Assault Vest allowing that Rillaboom to survive that attack, but this is just going to be another foul play into the Rillaboom. It can't protect from that. It's got the Assault Vest. That's going to then be a single target Dazzling Gleam, even though it's not in the terrain. That would be enough to pick up the KO, and in a very convincing fashion, Marco is winning this game 1.
Okay, that was pretty cool actually. We had a Miraidon sweep in Trick Room, I think there, if I'm not mistaken.
We did, yes.
Yeah. So how do you prepare for that? I don't know if you do, but at least Vice knows that's an option now for Marco in this game. That's a bit of a game plan for him. So, but it seemed like Vice really kind of struggled to really do anything with the Calyrex Shadow Rider despite it being that restricted. What do you think he could do differently here?
I'd maybe go with Zamazenta immediately and start getting up those iron defenses, because it wasn't allowed that opportunity given the great call of the Flare Blitz on the switch in. Because if that would have been a knockoff, it would have been in a very comfortable position to just go on the offensive or start setting those iron defenses. If it's maybe like a Rillaboom Zamazenta lead, if Miraidon is led, he's not going to be able to throw as much damage into the Zamazenta, and that should be able to get that iron defense off. So maybe that's the option that Vice wants to go for here, because the Roaring Moon didn't really do anything there. It was going for knockoff, and yeah, the Assault Vest disappeared, and Astral Barrage did a little bit more damage, but nothing significant. And then just was doing a little bit of damage here and there. So maybe drop the Roaring Moon, I think, because it didn't really contribute too much to that match. Maybe something like the Ogerpon to just redirect. It could be Ogerpon and Zamazenta just to go for Follow Me and Iron Defense, and therefore I definitely get my Iron Defense, because if it was Photograph and Miraidon, you go with Rillaboom and Zamazenta, well, obviously you can't fake out the Miraidon because of the Photograph, but Ogerpon could guarantee that.
Yeah, I really like that call, actually. It's a strong Pokemon, right? And it's one of the last chances to use it for now. As we get into our game 2, Marco Silva 1 game away for entering that top 8. But sticking to what Vice knows best, I guess, it's still that Calyrex Shadow Rider and Roaring Moon lead versus Marco also sticking with what worked. Farigiraf and that Miraidon. Yeah. What's going to change, though?
I don't know. Like, we can still get a knockoff and a Pollen Puff into the Photograph, but I'm still dubious if that's going to be able to KO, and I'm very confident it won't if the Incineroar switches in to get that Intimidate on the Roaring Moon once again. But you do have that mind game now of, we saw what happened in game 1. Is it going to be the switch up for the knockoff and the Pollen Puff here? Because if it is, that Miraidon is allowed to just Volt Switch here, and there is no hard switch out. It is just a Terastallization from the Miraidon here, and that's probably implying this Roaring Moon is not going to be lasting too long on the field anymore.
Yeah, I think that's some good analysis there, Boyd, I'd say, but not before the knockoff, though, into that Farigiraf. But because of the Electric Seed boost and the fact it doesn't have an item, it doesn't really take that very well. But the Pollen Puff is enough, though, just with a Focus Sash Calyrex Shadow Rider, not even with a Life Orb, is actually enough. Really good information for Vice, and just good to get rid of the Farigiraf in the first place anyway. But not before the responding Dazzling Gleam right now. Definitely KOing that Roaring Moon, probably multiple times over again, and as well as the Calyrex Shadow getting pretty low, honestly, but at least it's in a position where it can actually start to deal damage into the following turn.
Yeah, that's definitely a stronger start for Feist here. If that would have been the Incineroar switch in, I think that the Intimidate would have saved that for Ugaraf. But then obviously there was that mind game. Well, last time it was Knockoff and Astral Barrage. Could it just be the same thing? And Miraidon just going on the offensive here, taking care of that Roaring Moon. But now the Calyrex does have a special attack boost thanks to that Grenade. Got the KO. And now Zamazenta's also joined the field. Incineroar is the Pokemon that wants to try and take care of this Calyrex. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see that double protect here, and then you can just start going for Astral Barrage and Body Press into the opposing Incineroar, because it's already been used, the Terrasalization's already been used on the Miraidon, and that Incineroar cannot keep itself safe from that attack, and the only switch in we would assume is that Ice Rider waiting in the back, and that definitely cannot switch in on a +1 Astral Barrage either, so we're probably just going to go through the motions here. There's no real punish to a double protect, and then it should just be Astral Barrage, and then that Body Press into the Incineroar, and that's a really, really good pin that Feist has.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. That's why we've been talking about this restricted duo, right? It's just so strong with that ability to pin so many things that just resist Astral Barrage with you've got the Zamazenta with that Body Press. So as you've choreographed, Jamie, the double protect. No punish possible for this because we know it's open team sheet. There's no setup moves here. There's no substitute. And if anything, it just whittles away a little bit more of the power points of both of those moves if they chose to as well. So yes, what is the play going forward here? It probably depends on what Marco has in the back. If it's Calyrex Ice, yeah, definitely doesn't want to take any of those moves. If it's that Urshifu, does that change anything here?
Urshifu definitely could, because it's got the Choice Scarf and it would outspeed and now threaten a KO into the opposing Calyrex here. But yeah, I think that Marco already sees the writing on the wall there. There were a lot of options that Feist did have available, whether that was just immediate Body Press and Astral Barrage into that Incineroar, whether it was switching the Rillaboom to overwrite the terrain and Body Press into the Incineroar, because then the Dazzling Gleams are doing nothing. So yeah, Marco, as experienced as he is, he would have been able to see those few turns in the future and see that, yeah, Feist had already won that game.
Wow, yeah, very incredible there to be able to identify that you've lost so soon into the game, I suppose. Like, it's a loss, but yeah, Marco is an incredible player and so knows when the game is up. And obviously, forfeiting at that point also hides what you've been having in the back as well. Yeah, exactly. I don't think we ever saw that fourth in the first game either.
No, we didn't. And one would assume it is that Calyrex Ice Rider. You usually want to bring both of you restricted. But to be fair, against an Iron Defense Zamazenta and the Shadow Rider, it's not as intuitive of bring for the Calyrex Ice Riders to come to that game, because it's usually a little bit better into Zamazenta when it's only at +1. I say only at +1, it's still incredibly defensive, but when it's at +3, then you just won't be able to break it at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like the Choice Scarf Urshifu waiting in the back, because if you dealt with the Roaring Moon, then that frees up the Urshifu to be outspeeding everything and just threaten a lot of damage with that Surging Strikes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great Pokemon, Urshifu. We've talked about that one before as well. And yeah, having something that just naturally outspeeds that Calyrex Shadow Rider just without the speed control is just obviously a very nice thing to have. But yeah, Calyrex Ice Rider may need to come in some form here if we're going to be able to start striking off hits, but maybe you need to commit the Terra into it, that Terra Water, if you want it to do that thing. And maybe that's why Marco's not maybe been bringing it in the lead just quite yet. But we'll have to find out, though. Game 3, folks, of this top 16, Day 2 at the Utrecht Regional Championships. And yeah, 100% switch-ups on both sides.
Yeah, it's going to be both restricted to Feist here, and it's going to be Incineroar and Calyrex Ice Rider for Marco's side. So you can go for Fake Out into the Zamazenta to stop that Iron Defense, and you probably do want to stop that Iron Defense given you've got 2 physical attackers facing it down, because even if Trick Room goes up, how are you really even breaking this Zamazenta? So yeah, you got to be careful of going for the Fake Out as well, because Encore could just happen immediately into that Incineroar. If you go for Encore into Incineroar and Iron Defense, you are getting something good out of the turn, whether that's trapping that Incineroar into the Fake Out or you're getting that +3 on your Iron Defense. And even if the Incineroar doesn't go for Fake Out, you still get that +3, and then you're still essentially sorted.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. It's a really great win condition that Feist actually has now. I mean, if it was the Leech Seed on the Calyrex, maybe it would be a slightly different story, but it's not. And Zamazenta also has Terra Grass, so that it can resist any electric moves that the Miraidon might be able to dish out if that is in the back.
Yeah, we're going to see that Terrestrialization. If that's going to be a Fake Out into the Zamazenta, you want to keep your Calyrex safe from something like a potential Terra Ghost Astral Barrage. That's why we're seeing the defensive Terra into that Water type, but that means that Rillaboom is a fantastic switch in. There is that Fake Out, so no Iron Defense this turn. That probably was the safest play for Marco here, and there is that Trick Room setup.
Okay, so no punish of that Encore, as you were mentioning, Jamie. And so with Rillaboom here, it at least does punish the Terra Water, though, that has now been baited out thanks to the Calyrex Shadow Rider's pressure from before. But now can Feist really get things going now and make the most of that?
Yeah, you got to be careful of the Farigiraf that could still be waiting in the back. Like, that was a Pokemon that was brought to both games in the previous one, so if you're going for fake outs, that's not safe if that Farigiraf does just switch in. But at least if the Farigiraf does switch in, you're not taking both high horsepower and Flare Blitz on the Zamazenta, so probably still safe to go for that. And then just accept if the Farigiraf comes in, then you're going to just get blocked. But if you get the fake out off, like we do see into the Calyrex, you're only taking the Flare Blitz. Okay. Or even the U-turn, not even the Flare Blitz.
Yeah, not even. Okay, so a lot of Rillabooms do train to survive a Flare Blitz. So U-turn just instead there, maybe knowing that no KO is happening either way, and you want to pivot into something to make maybe the most of this Trick Room. But what is that going to be? It is the Farigiraf. So yeah, maybe more of a risky fake out than Feist actually realized. And yeah, here comes that setup now. This Iron Defense Zamazenta that we hardly ever see is starting to pay off now. But the grassy terrain recovery is putting things maybe slightly out of range of that body press. And so I have no idea how much damage these body presses are going to do now into a Calyrex.
I would expect it's two-shot. It's not going to one-shot. Calyrex Ice Rider is incredibly bulky. The Farigiraf might actually be in range, though, because it doesn't have its Electric Seed activated yet, because the Miraidon is still, one would assume, waiting in the back. But if you switch in the Miraidon to be able to get that Electric Seed to allow the Farigiraf to survive, then that's not going to be doing any damage with the Calyrex here. And actually, the Zamazenta is in such a comfortable position. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a second Iron Defense here and get to that +5, because at +5, you're surviving every attack and probably starting to pick up one-hit knockouts.
Okay, but it's just to be the Protect, though. Maybe stalling out some Trick Room, maybe expecting more of a double up from Marco's end here, but it's just actually going to be the Glacial Lance, so perhaps a bit of a wasted opportunity with this Protect, as now Ogerpon Hardflame is going to take a big amount of damage from this Glacial Lance, actually showing a fair amount of bulk on this Ogerpon, to be fair, being able to take 2 of those at least, and actually, with the Psychic going into that Zamazenta, maybe not as much of a wasted Protect as it might have seemed.
Yeah, any extra chip will help on the Zamazenta, and of course Psychic being special will not be affected by the +3 defense that the Zamazenta has here. The Ogerpon looks like it is trained to survive 2 Glacial Lances, so that would have to be a double up into that slot to be able to KO it, and then that would still, once again, completely ignore this Zamazenta, but it kind of has to be a double up given the Ogerpon's forcing that with the Follow Me.
So Glacial Lance first, though, revealing Calyrex is slower than these 2 Pokemon. And then, of course, the Farigiraf has to now follow up with a single targeting attack, leaving this Zamazenta wide open to be able to start dealing the damage with those body presses. Or, of course, set up even further if it so wanted to. But at this point, you probably want to start dealing damage at this point, making sure you're getting the most of it. But, yeah, just about hanging on there for Farigiraf, just loving its trainer so much. But Zamazenta still doing 90% though with a body press.
Yeah, that was a huge amount of damage there. I think that was a potential missed opportunity for Feist there, given it was just Glacial Lance and Psychic once again. You could have gone for the Spiky Shield with the Ogerpon. It doesn't really matter if you take a Psychic at this point on the Zamazenta. It would only done like maybe 20%, and then that gets recovered by the grassy terrain, and you'd have still had your entire Ogerpon waiting afterwards. Maybe banking on that Farigiraf being one-hit KO'd by the body press, because if you get out of Trick Room, well then suddenly the Miraidon actually might be able to threaten this Zamazenta, because that's kind of the only Pokemon that can break through it at this point now.
Okay, so with more Trick Room, again, this Calyrex Shadow Rider is having to protect at the moment, but it's all the eggs in the Zamazenta basket at the moment. Oh, wow. Okay, 12 damage to Zamazenta from a Glacial Lance, but crucially on the special attacking side, Psychic doing a little bit more now. That's the chip you need if Zamazenta is in the back, or rather, Miraidon is in the back to deal with the Zamazenta instead. Farigiraf saying, right, I've done my job. Miraidon, if you're there, please help us out now.
Yep, because the Trick Room has finished now, and Calyrex is once again the fastest Pokemon on the field. So is it going to be the Incineroar for fake out pressure to try and get Trick Room again, or is it going to be that Miraidon? As mentioned, that's the only real Pokemon that can break through the Zamazenta now. It kind of has to be an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch into that slot, but we already know that the Rillaboom is waiting in the back, and if you switch that in, then that's probably going to allow this Zamazenta to survive the Electro Drift. It's just here, do you go for switch in and protect, as the Calyrex potentially tries to set Trick Room again, or do you switch in and go for the body press, or just go on the offensive and assume that your Zamazenta is able to survive, which I don't think it is, given it is the choice specs on the Miraidon. So that would be incredibly risky if you just go on the offensive with both. So I think it's either Rillaboom and protect, Rillaboom and attack, or it's protect the Zamazenta and just get that chip with the Astral Barrage instead.
And I think that might be what we're seeing here, Jamie. So the Terra actually being spent on this Calyrex now, not choosing to go to the Terra Grass on the Zamazenta to take on electrical attacks better. So we'll have to see if this is worth it now on Feist's end. There's the Protect, as you said, Jamie. You need that a little bit of extra support if you're facing down this hugely powerful Miraidon. But what's more powerful? Calyrex, Shadow Rider with that Astral Barrage into two of these restricteds and doing a big amount of damage. Definitely putting it in range of another one for this Miraidon, but it's actually going to keep itself a little bit safer now and go into the back instead, perhaps saving itself later for when the Calyrex Shadow Rider is out of the way, and so can come in and actually hit this Zamazenta for more damage.
Yeah, that's a really good play for Marco. If that would have been Electro Drift into the Zamazenta, I am very confident that was immediate game for Feist. Whether that was Trick Room, well, now Zamazenta underspeeds the Miraidon, or if it was Glacial Lance, well, now I've KO'd the Calyrex, I just get to fake out the Miraidon and body press. So that's the game, that's the play that will keep Marco in this game, because you must be able to hit that Zamazenta with your Miraidon's electric type attack, and has now been able to KO this opposing Calyrex, because that was the Volt Switch, and now the Glacial Lance to pick up that KO. So that means the terrain war has been won on Marco's side. This is forcing in the Rillaboom, and yes, you do get one turn of fake out pressure, even over the Incineroar that's now switched in, but then the Miraidon will be able to come in, it will be able to overwrite that terrain and just threaten with those Electro Drifts.
Yeah, having committed the Terror on that Calyrex Shadow Rider already means, yeah, Zamazenta's now wide open for any electric attack, and it is that Choice Specs Miraidon, which is most likely what is critical here and enabling that one-hit KO on this Zamazenta from this point. Life Orb might not be quite enough, especially after more grassy terrain, and especially Choice Scarf as well. Zamazenta is very bulky, both on physical and special sides.
Yeah, so it's looking quite uncomfortable now for Feist. It was looking very, very strong for the Zamazenta here, but there's no actual fake out coming out from the Rillaboom. It's fake out to the Zamazenta, but the Calyrex is a water type now. This is a super effective Wood Hammer. That's easily enough to be able to pick up the KO there, but that just gives the paid switch straight back into that Miraidon, overwriting the grassy terrain and putting that Zamazenta in a huge amount of danger here.
But it's not over right yet, because this Miraidon is not that healthy. It's about on a third amount of health. And so even though the electric terrain is going to be set up here, is there maybe a chance that if you protect Zamazenta and Wood Hammer, maybe with a high damage roll or even a crit, could be enough to get rid of this Miraidon?
Damage Instinct is telling me it has to be a crit to be able to KO, because that's the resisted hit. And the Rillaboom is also in Flare Blitz range as well. So this is just going to be Electro Drift into Zamazenta, Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom. No protects here. This is going to be a Choice Specs boosted Miraidon in electric terrain, is able to pick up the KO on that Zamazenta. Yes, the Rillaboom can respond now with a Wood Hammer, but that's just going to be a Flare Blitz from this Incineroar. Not even a Wood Hammer, just a U-turn. Still definitely not enough. There is that Flare Blitz. There is that KO on the Rillaboom. And Marco Silva has found himself in yet another top 8.
Massive congrats to Marco Silva there. An amazing play as well versus this behemoth of a Zamazenta, setting up, getting really, really scary. But in that really pivotal turn, Volt switching out and keeping things safe as the Calyrex Shadow Rider goes down and no more support left at all. Wow, that was quite an intense game.
That was for sure. Like that game one didn't really seem like Feist was able to get a foothold in the game. The Roaring Moon wasn't doing too much, but then to be fair, in game 2, he went completely feral and was able to KO that Farigiraf with the double up, the knockoff and Pollen Puff, and then that just swung all the momentum into his favor. And then, yeah, the game 3, it looked like the Zamazenta was in prime position. I think there was 2 missed opportunities there for Feist. If he went for Spiky Shield on the Ogerpon rather than Follow Me, doesn't actually matter. We saw how much Psychic did to the Zamazenta. That would have been not so important. And then you'd have kept your Ogerpon, got a Body Press into the Farigiraf, and then just next turn you'll Follow Me, Body Press, and you still have your entire Ogerpon left over, because only one Pokemon would KO because you'd been Body Press KOing. And then, of course, the second turn is the prediction from Marco, getting that Volt Switch into that to Calyrex instead of the Zamazenta, calling that Protect very nicely. Because you can see here, like as mentioned, the Roaring Moon didn't do too much in that first game.
It didn't really at all, and yeah, we saw one hit KO. I think on both times it was brought to those first 2 games, unfortunately. But when Feist then switched it up, it was still the game he unfortunately lost instead because of Marco's expert positioning there. And I think quite interesting when you're using a Mariah that's choice specs, it's often considered to be a lot more inflexible because you have to lock yourself into something you can't protect, and so the supporting cast is a lot more reliant on supporting Miraidon instead. But of course, with that Vault switch, you already have an inbuilt support to Miraidon itself. Be able to do damage and defensively switch to something to take a hit.
Yeah, it was really, really nicely done there for Marco. The Zamazenta seemed in prime position for success, but was not able to quite convert. Just one body press here or there, one spiky shield here or there would have probably turned the tide. But it was still very, very nicely adapted from Feist, because the game 1 was not so strong for him based on the game plan he went for, and adapted very well in the game 2 and game 3. So it was just that crucial read from Marco. Like, Marco got that call absolutely spot on and was able to snipe away what seemed to be a very good position for Feist.
Absolutely astounding play from Marco Silva, and I'm sure we'll see more of him now as he is in the top 8. I mean, but shout-outs to Feist is like very interesting team though. I think on the surface, maybe the Roaring Moon and Grimstar stand out a little bit, but actually dialing deep into it as well, there's some really cool techs in there, especially this late in the season. It's really cool to see those switch-ups, right? The fake Grimstar, as you kind of put it, the fake out and Thunderwave and stuff, very interesting. You've also got that Dragon Claw Roaring Moon, very cool as well. I'm sure he's taken a lot of people by surprise, and that's not even mentioning the Iron Defense Body Press set that almost won him this entire set.
I'm a big proponent of the fake Grimsnarl. Fake Grimsnarl has fake tears and fake out.
Oh, does it? Okay, right.
That was only like a half Grimsnarl. Like, I've been using Grimsnarl a lot, and I'm planning to bring Grimsnarl in the last few locals that I'm going to be attending as well, because I've still got a couple of regulation eye tournaments, because I'm not quite done, and I'm sure you're not either, because if you're interested in getting involved in your local scene, well, then take a look at this.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Me in like a week's time, and I'm going to be bringing this Grimsnarl. That's who I'm going to believe in to get my last few local tournaments done.
Well, I might come and stand there and go, great game, Jamie.
You gonna bring Murkrow?
I might do, actually, yeah. I think I might. I mean, like, Haze is pretty good into all this setting up that's going on, and Prankster Haze is something that Murkrow does very, very well. But yeah, do go check out your local scene there, because it is a great way to not only earn a little bit of prizes, but also to still earn those championship points. And as you know, every championship point counts right up until the finish line here in our Worlds Qualification Series as well, because you need to go to multiple locals. You can get up to maybe 30 for a win at some, 50 in others as well. And so they are very significant and equal to like maybe kind of a top 64 or even kind of top 128, depending on the regional size, sort of level event.
Yeah, they do all add up, and there's only until the end of May available to earn those championship points, which still could be quite crucial at this stage in the season. The locals could be the decider of who gets the World Championship invite and who does not. And then after May, when we go into June onwards, there's going to be some Champions events. They're not worth any championship points towards World Qualification, but it's Champions, right? And we're all so excited for that. We've got this final day to send off Scarlet and Violet, and then it will be just Champions right around the corner.
Yeah, very closely now. So yeah, if you've already kind of got that little bit of experience in regulation set I and just want to make the most of it, or you've seen a bit of inspiration from what our trainers have here used this weekend and our previous regionals, then definitely get into it as well, because that is where all of the action is, where all of the fun is, and you can definitely make a lot of friends along the way like we have.
Yeah, and Arcanine is where you need to go if you are interested in getting ready for your local scene, or even if you just want to get involved in any of the regional scene. I believe that Turin is now sold out, but if you still wanted to spectate, then you can go to arcanine.gg/event/Pokemon to be able to get involved in that. And of course, that's going to be for the future seasons as well. So if you are inspired and then want to get ready for your next season, then Arcanine is where you need to go.
Exactly, yeah. Keep checking back there, because that is where all of the future lists of those regional level events will be, so that you can sign up there very promptly too, because those tickets do go quickly. So you want to be making sure that you are on it for that time that the tickets go live, to make sure you can come to these amazing events.
Yeah, and we've still been having an amazing event in this one, right? This has been, at least so far, this has been a great send-off for Scarlet and Violet. We still got our top 8 to come forward as well. So yeah, we got one of those players in the top 8. We confirmed Marco Silva is going to be getting there again, like so consistent. So let's hear from him and see how he's feeling after making it into yet another top 8.
Thank you so much, David and Jamie. And I am now joined with the winner of our top 16 game, who needs no further introduction. Marco, how are you feeling back in top 8?
It feels great. I missed Top Cut in the last 2 events, so I'm glad that I'm able to finally reach Top Cut again and play in the single elimination bracket.
I've seen that you used a very similar, probably the same team in Prague just a few weeks ago. Got in, I think, 23rd place overall. Any changes going into this tournament?
Yes, I did some major changes when it comes to the spreads of the team, because I figured out that the meta wasn't exactly what I was expected to be, and I needed to make some adjustments. Obviously, I cannot reveal exactly what I changed, but I changed some pretty important stuff for my team. And the changes have been I would say paying off, but they would be more important in Prague, but they were still pretty helpful here.
Yep. I mean, we have seen your journey through the era of Scarlet and Violet, taking 2 international championship titles and being back-to-back top cuts here as well over in Europe. I took a little sneak peek over to the seniors division, and I saw that your brother finished in 2nd place this weekend. How did that make you feel, and what is your goal for this event?
So I'm really proud of him, because I saw most of his matches and he played really well. He beat a lot of bad matchups. He got really lucky in the finals, but I'm really happy on how he improved in the game. And I will try to take as far as getting finals as well.
I mean, your ranking in the leaderboard secured you an invite at this point. You're pretty safe. Did you have any, did you start looking into champions already a little bit?
Yes, I did start looking into champions. I got some good results at the start, in the rank, at the end of the rank battle, the month of the rank battles. I was able to finish 5th, and then the global challenge I finished 6th, but I didn't really play best of 3 at all. So I still have to see if I'm able to come up with something for NAC and Turin. But I use basically all this season to try experiment a little bit more with more unconventional teams, or teams that were not the main, the most popular team. For example, even the past Regai, I main basically just a standard Kadirisa Magenta, and in this case I decided I wanted to try more Reagindo and Kadir size, not because I thought it would have been a better team overall, because I feel like they're both strong, but I wanted to improve more my skill set in improving a team coming up for a big event, which is what I will try to do for Champions as well and for Worlds.
I mean, throughout the season, we have seen that you have also, at least from an outside perspective, looked like you have partnered up with maybe a few new trainers. I've seen you and Dill, a team built together. You've run the Como team together, and I think you're running maybe similar teams this weekend as well?
Yeah, we run basically the same team. Dill is playing Terra Poison on Choreograph, but the rest is basically the same. I really did not want to play Terra Poison on Choreograph, so I just stick with Terra Ground, but the rest is the same. We prep together we played together for any tournament that they played. I think I only played alone for the tournaments in which Dill wasn't playing, and we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure if they won in Top Cut, but it would be cool to maybe play in finals. I didn't see if we're in the opposite side of the bracket.
Yep. I mean, I don't have the bracket in my mind right now, so we'll see how it plays out, and maybe I think you were on top, so your next opponent should be Michael Kelch in top 8 waiting for you. Any final words of encouragement? Any shout-outs you want to give?
I want to shout out my team, Novo Esports. I want to shout out also my friend group server, and also Deal for helping me test with the team and for running a team with me.
All right, thank you so much, Mark. We want to give you a little break before you can head into your next game, which will feature on stream as well. So take a break. Viewers at home, stay tuned, because I'll be right behind the caster desk, starting with the first top 8 game.
My name is Marco, and I'm a VGC player from Italy. It feels great because I haven't been winning an event since LAC of last year.
That could be the difference here as Flare Blitz now. 5 HP on the Ursaluna. However, and the burn. And the burn. We are this time super effective into Eduardo's Incineroar, and all of a sudden, your little regional champion, Marco Silva.
I feel like one of the key decisions that I took was to play a really offensive team and play without having too many regrets. And if I wanted to make a call, I was just going for it. I feel like all the last 3 matches that I played were pretty difficult. In top 8, I got really lucky with the double protect, which without it, otherwise I would have just lost. In top 4, the matchup seems pretty bad, but after thinking about it a lot, I was able to figure out a decent plan. And then in finals also, I feel like the matchup wasn't great, but by figuring out which play to do and by making some great prediction, I was able to win. So I feel like in game 3, when I saw Incineroar going for the Terra, I figured out that I just needed to connect a couple of skill shots and I was able to win. Also, turn after was pretty key because my Dragonite was in range of Blood Moon and my Incineroar was still very healthy. So I took some time to calculate and I figured out that even if it goes for Blood Moon, I'm still able to win because I'm able to get 2 Fairy Blitz off and 1 skill shot. And I felt like that was enough for me to win. So there was also a pretty good chance that if I protect my Dragonite, he would go after my Incineroar. So I also made the call right. I attacked with Dragonite. He ended up not going for the Dragonite, and I was able to win also because of that. So going to the tournament, I wasn't really satisfied with how the season was going. I did attend the first regional, but I wasn't doing that great in local tournaments either. And in the Global Challenge, I got a top 64 and a top 32 in Europe, which is not that great for the results that I usually get. It feels great because I'm able to get the invite straight away. I wasn't too worried about not getting it, but at the same time, it feels great, of course, to win a tournament and know that I already earned it at the start of the season. So I want to thank, obviously, all my friends because every time I come up with a team and I need to test the matchups, they always help me out. They give me ideas on how to fix particular matchups and how to play them. In this particular case, I want to shout out Deal because we worked on this team for the last 2 months. And if they were not suggested to play the core of Ribombi with Ever Offense, I would have never picked it up myself because myself, I'm not really a great team builder when it comes to thinking stuff outside of the box. When it comes to strictly picking 6 months, if I see something that's like a little bit weird, I kind of tend to not really want to pursue it. So I really have to thank them for the idea.
The furthest I've traveled for a Pokemon event is Yokohama, Japan. It was a great experience. I'd always wanted to go to Japan again. I had been as a kid, but didn't really remember that much. And so made a whole trip out of it, spent 2 weeks there, and Yokohama was just amazing. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Probably Hydreigon. I don't know, I just think he looks really cool. I really look up to Alex Underhill. He's a good friend of mine, and he really got me to take competition a lot more seriously. I had been kind of, here and there with Pokemon, like treating it as a casual game, but seeing him work so hard, I think he's been a big inspiration for me. I guess it would probably be Cynthia because I respect her. I love trying the local cuisines anywhere I go. I think Pokemon events are a great excuse to travel, so having the ability to try a bunch of different things is what I enjoy about traveling. I like fruit the most, probably. I don't really like sweets that much in general, but I like, after dinner, just having a nice piece of fruit, and it's just, refreshing and a little bit healthier. Peaches are my favorite, but they're a little bit, they only are in season during the winter, so I think for sure it would be Yokohama in Japan, but I think New Orleans has been a great city. Last year at NAIC, the food in New Orleans was amazing, and that was a highlight of the trip for me. I listen to a lot of J-pop for the most part, so probably my favorite artist right now is Otto. In general, I've been most partial to the fire types, but I've switched between them. Just depends on the generation. I've liked all 3 types of starters.
Prepare for Treble Trainers. You've got double Josh on the mic here in the day 2 part of the Utrecht Regional Championships. I am Lou Josh Kirby, and I'm joined by Barish Josh to take you through our very first game in top 8. That's incredible. We're at this stage of the competition already.
Already down to 8 players. We started with over 411 Swiss rounds and now down in top 8. I just had the pleasure to talk to Marco in my interview, and now we feature Dill in the first top 8 game as well. So seeing that they actually paired up and partnered and practiced together for this tournament and both made it all the way to top 8 is really a testament to their skill set.
I love that team spirit and camaraderie that a lot of our trainers have coming into these competitive events, because it's not just yourself that's out there. Sometimes they're your friends running the same teams who are cheering you on, and it's really about that victory for all who have made you get to that #1 spot. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how their kind of team composition goes through top 8.
Yeah, I mean, I had pointed out how this was a more recent development that they've started building together, but seeing how if you put 2 brilliant minds together off the game and they actually exchange ideas, and maybe, I mean, Marco was saying he kind of wanted to give new archetypes a chance as well and improve his personal skill set, and not only running the most common archetypes. He said last time we had this format, he was running Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow, maybe with double fake out in Incineroar and Rillaboom, but now trying out, I've seen quite a few players actually say that, hey, once maybe I am secured and I have my Worlds invite, I want to then work on actually becoming a better player as well and trying out different teams.
So it's goal 1, qualify, get into that top position, then goal 2 is maybe expand your caliber of skillmanship within the team. But I also love between Marco and Dill, they're such accomplished trainers. I mean, Marco has been able to win the Oceania International Championships, the Latin America International Championships twice, and also was runner-up at the North American International Championships. But he's always said that EUAC is the one that's kind of the thorn in his side, the one that he can't always do, whereas Dill, they've had great success at the European International Championships back in 2025, getting 2nd place, losing to Wolf Glick, who is, I think, undoubtedly the greatest player of all time. So I think Dill being able to showcase their incredible expertise, and the one international that Marco hasn't quite been able to get to that grand finals of, I think makes them a great partnership to look at.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Reach out to new players, see, test with them, battle with them. We talked about the local scene, but even beyond that, in our online scene, you can reach out to players and see what they are currently in their team building process, and maybe you can try out different teams that they've already had success with. We have seen, I mean, collaboration of players from worldwide, seeing how Toxapex suddenly was brainstormed into this big idea
right at the end,
right at the end of the format as well. And I think, if I remember correctly, I saw that our last remaining Toxapex player is actually also in top 8.
Oh, that's incredible. To see Toxapex having its kind of showcase, branching out tournament at LA only last weekend, now seeing it doing so well here, I think is really interesting. And the Pokemon themselves, ultimately, yes, we talk about the players, but the Pokemon are the ones actually out there navigating throughout the field. So it'll be interesting to see where, I suppose, day 2 Pokemon are kind of shaping up, because when we look at day 1, we see a lot of the same familiar Pokemon coming through, but in day 2, these are the Pokemon that have actually made it through, that are the top of the top.
I mean, this statistics will be for the history books, because we won't play this particular format in the terrestrialization format as well. So seeing on top, no big surprises, Calyrex Shadow and Zamazenta, and then beyond that, I think it's the story of Miraidon basically finishing the chapter of Scarlet and Violet.
I think that's very fitting, actually, as we are moving into the future of competitive play with champions just around the corner. That future Pokemon Miraidon is here to guide the way. But I think in Europe in particular, Calyrex, Shadow Rider and Zamazenta have really been such a dynamic core. You've got that physical offensive pressure with the Zamazenta being able to hit hard with heavy slams, being able to use body press as well, utilizing its defense to be able to get that extra damage on the board, but critically also utilizing that wide guard, and wide guard being able to help out its partner Calyrex, that does not want to take Astral Barrages. It loves to deal them out, but doesn't want to take them due to its typing.
Absolutely. And I was, at the beginning of the show, I was referring to Zamazenta being a stable in the European metagame, and I was wondering, looking over in LA, for example, we had a lot of different team varieties in Top Cut as well, and a few of them specifically targeting the Zamazenta as well. And my question going into this tournament was, what can players come up with to get the upper hand in the Zamazenta, maybe mirror, or even playing into that restricted duo? Toxapex, of course, I keep mentioning it, one option to deal with that. On the other side, we just saw Faiz coming short in top 16, but with that Iron defense also being a great tool in the mirror.
I think the Iron defense is great when there are a lot of physical attackers running around. We've got Zamazenta, but also that Calyrex Ice Rider is running around too with the Glacial Lancers. It's always good to have a little bit of extra defensive capability there. And also, you know, when I was talking earlier to some trainers, trainers, having things like Taunt is a really nice way to be able to shut down opposing wide guard users. Some of those, tailwinds, for example, as well. It just stops some of the trainers being able to utilize the status moves to start running away with the game. But it's not just about the pairs. Sometimes the restricted Pokemon themselves can be very, very interesting. We've seen a lot of Kyogre out there, but I'd be interesting to see which Pokemon, in terms of just the restrictors generally, there they are, Kyogre and Groudon bringing that Weather Core. But I believe in day one, Groudon was below Kyogre, I think only around 5%, and now they're on even Stevens.
Even Stevens for sure. I mean, I mentioned how this is the story of Miraidon, but keep in mind that Koraidon was actually the Pokemon that took down the title in Prague over there, with Louis Fonteville taking the title. One big surprise, I've been mentioning Toxapex. It is featured on the Terrapagos team. It looks like Europe doesn't believe in the turtle.
I believe in the turtle, but then I'm not out there on the competitive floor, so maybe my wisdom and my faith is a little bit misjudged there. But these 8 Pokemon certainly have been getting our trainers a lot of success. We've already spoken a lot about the Pokemon on the top, but let's dive into that second row. The Lunala, a Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers have been able to utilize for its very powerful Moongeist Beam, particularly if you're able to get a Calm Mind set up, and that's in contrast to Terrapagos. Terrapagos is also a Pokemon that likes to get the Calm Mind set up, boost up its special attack, but it looks like Lunala is able to do this so much more successfully, possibly due to Shadow Shield.
Shadow Shield helps you to take any attack and only receive like half damage as long as you're at full HP. So it is easy like setting up, because at the beginning of the game when you're still at full HP, you can take any incoming attack and use that turn to actually set up your first Calm Mind. On the other hand, Terrapagos with Terra Shell has a very similar ability, can also take advantage of that.
So why is Terrapagos not working? If it's got Terra Shell and Shadow Shield, maybe it's to do with the typing. There is a lot of body press out there, a lot of close combat from the Urshifu as well.
Yeah, you kind of have to pick your poisons here, because if you run Lunala, then you're weak to the Calyrex Shadow Riders Astro Barrage. And if you use the Turtle, well, then you're weak to the body press coming in. I feel like I've seen the adaptation of Electric Seed more recently, or like for a while now, so players actually have a way to beat or at least like compete with the opposing Zamazentas on their Terrapagos because of the increased defensive stats through the Electric Seed. On the other hand, the Lunalas we have seen, they've usually run like lefties for more survivability.
Maybe there's a bit more flexibility on that Lunala. Terrapagos always kind of needs to be the terrestrialization Pokemon utilized in order to get it to its full success level. But those other Pokemon on the team that aren't the restricted are often also the ones utilizing that terrestrialization, possibly as a defensive strategy or even to get that little bit of extra offense. We see it sometimes on that Raging Bolt, for example, in third place to be able to deal even more electric type damage, or even on Pokemon like the Dragonite in order to get that Terra Normal Choice Band, extreme speed, absolute devastation, particularly when paired up with the beautiful Chimpao.
Yeah, they're just under each other, perfectly lined up here.
That's so true.
Yep. I mean, that's one combination for sure. I mean, I love seeing the pivoting pals, as I call them, Incineroar and Rillaboom always on top. Incineroar as like almost king, not almost, who am I kidding? The king of VGC,
yes.
Being in first place, but almost like 50%, half the field are running Incineroar alongside their restricted Pokemon. A few other interesting developments here is Whimsicott rising in more popularity, currently at 15% here in Phase 2, and the ever-present Volcarona as well. I think that's another great tool to have against Zamazenta.
I also look at this and kind of wonder, where are these key Pokemon that we've seen before, Fluttermane, Farigiraf, for example, but I believe they are actually tied in that 13.3% with the Volcarona and the Iron Hands, but Volcarona and Iron Hands didn't want to share any space here. These are possibly two Pokemon that we haven't spoken about as much throughout the different broadcasts, so it's nice to give them their highlight. Iron Hands was a key Pokemon in LA, for example, being able to have a lot of great support with the electric terrain in play thanks to Miraidon. It can get its Quark Drive nicely activated, and Volcarona can provide some great supportive roles.
Yeah, great supportive roles for sure. I mean, on top of that, we haven't really talked about Amoonguss. It's one of those Pokemon where if the format, if the community forgets about it, it will be right there to remind everyone.
How could you forget about it? I mean, it does look a little inconspicuous sometimes.
Yep. Kind of hides a little bit small as well there, but
the little
keep in mind,
eyes.
with Miraidon all over the place at the moment, setting up electric terrain, you have a hard time putting opposing Pokemon to sleep.
I think that's why Rillaboom is also such an important Pokemon, not only for that fake-out support that it can utilize, but particularly with the Assault Vest, it gives it a nice special defensive wall into a lot of teams. It can take a lot of electric-type attacks, obviously water-type attacks as well. I think it makes it really, really nice, but brings that terrain back into the fray. And I think it's always very satisfying when you see Amoonguss in electric terrain, Rillaboom switches in and Amoonguss is like, aha, now I can spore in this turn.
I mean, I kind of already like spoiled our first like top 8 match, but like we've seen Marco win his top 16 round. Let's have a look at how the rest of the bracket actually played out and which other opponents and matchups will feature here on stream this weekend.
Yeah, we simply cannot wait for the matches, so we just wanted to talk about them straight away, and you can take a look how our top 16 has shaped up as all those matches have now concluded. Our top 8, the final remaining 8 Pokemon trainers in this tournament vying for the final champion title in Scarlet and Violet in Europe. We've got Michelle Kelch versus Marco Silva. I mean, that is one for the history books if ever I saw one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how that one plays out, and I mean, whoever takes that is probably one of the favorites to take the whole tournament based on their strength and their caliber of play. But the rest of the tournament by no means like here to take the title as well. I mentioned Lewis, top 4 last year in second place last year in Utrecht, back in top 8 again. Maybe this time, unfortunately, he won't be able to face Michael in finals, because if they both make it through top 8,
could be in top 4.
Could be in top 4 for sure.
Okay.
And then special shout outs to Matt. I mentioned him yesterday. Maybe one of the players from the UK who could take one of the titles of the season back home to UK.
And Matt is going to be against Giovanni Piscatelli, a trainer who we were able to showcase yesterday, and it's been in such tremendous form. So calm, cool, and collected. Very, I want to say, cognizant of what needs to go into the board position to enable a win condition. So really, really calculated player. Would love to see that match as well. And then Violaine Gregati versus Aurélien Soula. Aurélien Soula, a trainer from France that in previous broadcasts, I think notably maybe at the beginning of the season and definitely in 2025, was one of our key trainers to watch consistently. Came out of the seniors division with so many accolades and then was just absolutely dominating the Masters field. And it's great to be able to see them back on top.
Yeah, and I think they're actually facing the Toxapex that I was mentioning earlier.
Oh, that's where it is. Okay.
There's the Toxapex still in top 8. Yeah, so a lot of highlight games coming back to back to back. So make sure you stay tuned, get all your snacks ready, your drinks ready, take a comfortable seat and get ready for the action. And this is actually the first matchup we will feature here in top 8. It is Dill from the UK versus Lewis from Germany.
Absolutely love to see this come through. Both very established trainers, as you've mentioned. Lewis has been able to get to the grand final of Utrecht last season, and Dill last season as well was in the grand finals of the European International Championships. One of the team builders with Marco Silva, Dill is utilizing a team that is very reminiscent of their EUIC team. Back then there was only 1 restricted allowed, so Dill has made an adjustment to be able to bring 2 restricteds in naturally in this regulation I, and I'm looking forward to be able to see how that team composition does within this regulation with the piloting of such an incredible trainer.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out this easily where you take a established core in a single restricted format and you just add a second restricted and then make that work. But in some scenarios, if your team composition, your support line basically also complements any given second restricted, and they paired up quite nicely. I mean, Calyrex Ice Rider and the Miraidon, they're the synergy of like ice and electric type moves is like almost perfect.
Yeah, they work so beautifully together. And Dill not only has the European International finalist position here, but again, a plethora of top cut finishers throughout the 2026 season as well. The Grand Challenge and online tournament was able to get to that top 16, Lil top 32, and again, Grand Challenge top 8. And the Grand Challenges are a little bit different. It is that best of 1 format. It is the closed team sheets. And I think if you're able to hold your own and keep your mental fortitude in a tournament like that, where they're full of surprises, you don't know what's coming your way and you don't get a chance to adapt because it's a best of 1. You can take all of that wisdom, all of that confidence, all of that experience and bring it to a tournament where you have open team sheets. You have the opportunity for a best of 3 adaptation plan.
Absolutely. That's, top 16 and top 8 within a season. Also very crucial championship points towards the qualification. I saw Dill mention yesterday that they have actually now qualified or in a very comfortable position to qualify for Worlds again. So let's actually dive right into the team. We mentioned Calyrex Ice Rider and Miraidon, the synergy. The item of choice is the choice specs for the Miraidon for extra damage, and I mentioned it yesterday, a Life Orb Electro Drift. It was Terra Electric was already demonstrating a lot of damage here, but now with the choice specs, on top of that, you also have the Terra Fairy and Dazzling Gleam combination here.
I think that Miraidon is going to be formidable, particularly in electric terrain with the Hadron engine activated. We've got the choice specs there and potentially Farigiraf giving it a helping hand as well to boost up the damage. That is something that Lewis has to contend with. Iron Treads is a really interesting Pokemon as well. It also gets to benefit from that electric terrain with its Quark Drive, and it can be very fast and very ferocious on the field, particularly with the Steel Rollers and the high horsepowers.
Yeah, it can maybe help in the mirror as well against opposing Miraidons, depending on the speed set and how it is trained. It might like outspeed even some of the slower Choice Scarf variants with the extra boost and Quark Drive here. And then we see that there's a Terra Ghost, so maybe you want to play around a Fake Out and still be able to attack. But of course, with that, you're still susceptible to like intimidates.
Very true, but I think as well I like the utility of this Steel Roller being able to get terrain off the field in the face of Lewis's Rillaboom here, maybe to take off the priority Grassy Glide and also that recovery option for Lewis's side. But there's plenty of Pokemon powerhouses that he has the utility to utilize in the face of Dill's team.
I mean, it's a very common stable team at this point. Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Zamazenta. We saw 1/3 of the field is actually running this in phase 2. And Lewis, I mean, he has been piloting this team for a while now. Success in a lot of tournaments around the world, in LA just a week ago in top 4 and now back here. I've seen that throughout different formats. Lewis really liked playing Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Urshifu as his Water, Fire, Grass core.
Yes, they're so iconic and they're top of the leaderboards in terms of Pokemon usage for a reason. They just work so beautifully together. Incineroar and Rillaboom allowing that constant pivoting off the field to apply that fake up pressure. But this Incineroar is very interesting. It isn't running a fire type move. It's got that parting shot and the helping hand to be able to boost up some damage. And I think that's not only helpful for Pokemon like the Calyrex, but also the Ogerpon. Ogerpon is kind of seen as this pseudo restricted. You know, it's not quite restricted, but in the right positioning, it has the capability to be so. When it's able to use that embody aspect ability to get a +1 attack boost, those Ivy Cudgels can hit through very hard.
I mean, we saw one trainer yesterday, I think it was Leon, actually rock up an entire match without any restricted Pokemon, and it was Ogerpon Heartflame who dealt so much damage that it was basically a pseudo legendary or restricted Pokemon here as well.
Yes, and it can benefit from the Rillaboom's grassy terrain as well, giving itself that priority grassy glide, as well as just, you know, being able to get that recovery to give it a little bit more longevity in the game. Notably as well, both trainers here running that Urshifu Rapid Strike with the Choice Scarf.
Choice Scarf, Urshifu Rapid Strike. Yeah, extra speed and typically Terra Water as well on both sides, so you can deal out extra damage if needs be. And here are the leads, and is actually in the lead for both players.
Yeah, wake up, we're in top 8. Let's get into the action. Urshifu front and center for both Dill and Lewis, but paired up on Lewis's side with that restricted Calyrex Shadow Rider and for Farigiraf for Dill.
Yeah, with the Choice Scarf, you're now faster than the opposing Calyrex Shadow Rider, and it will come down to how these two Pokemon are trained and how maybe with the Terra Water, maybe Helping Hand, you can actually get a KO straight away on the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which then might be forced to switch out into something like a Rillaboom.
My question as well is, what is this Farigiraf intending? Is Trick Room a strategy that Dill wants to operate with in this Masters top 8? You have potentially slower Pokemon like the Calyrex in the back that could benefit from that, so I wonder if that's what the Farigiraf is going to go for. Lewis decides to shake things up straight away, gets the Calyrex out of there, brings in the Rillaboom to maybe slow down the pace of play with a fake out in the next turn, if that Farigiraf is not on the field.
Yeah, I mentioned the Rillaboom coming in here as a perfect switch in, but of course on this level of play, both players have to respect that it was kind of telegraphed to go for that attack, and or maybe it was telegraphed to switch in the Rillaboom, but if you catch your opponent off guard, that could have been a really crucial KO. Here's a Helping Hand actually coming out from Dill, and let's see which attack it is. It is the Surging Strike, so perfect swap in from Lewis.
Yeah, this is a really great adaptation. You're keeping your Calyrex nice and safe in the back to utilize later, maybe when you've been able to find a way to deal with this Urshifu on Dill's side, and the Rillaboom able to eat that up very beautifully, despite the critical hits and despite the Helping Hand boost. The Surging Strikes on the opposing side are going to be the retaliation strategy here from Lewis, but as you can see, doing so much more significant damage into that Farigiraf is going to be taking it right down into the orange, possibly not enough to take it down into the red, but definitely in that next turn it's going to be dangerous. At least, however, the priority on Rillaboom's side are offline thanks to the Armor Tail on Farigiraf.
Yeah, I mean, this was perfectly maneuvered from Lewis, not only switching in, sponging up the damage, but now look at the situation. We have Choice Scarf being able to take down the Farigiraf in its next turn as well, Surging Strikes, and Urshifu locked in into Surging Strikes on Dill's end. Also has to consider swapping out here, so it's kind of free Water Hammer into that slot, and whatever comes in will take decent damage.
That's very true. Once Farigiraf is down, you know, priority will be down into the next turn, but the Rillaboom knows it can take another one of those Surging Strikes, so it will be in a position to be able to retaliate with the Wood Hammer, as you've said. However, one thing that might be able to sway the balance is a little bit of terrestrialization. If you're going down into that Terra Water on your Urshifu, that is going to boost up your Surging Strikes even more.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned how it was sponging up the first Surging Strikes, but now with the Terra Water and the combination of Helping Hand being immune to any upcoming Grassy Glide, will potentially just get the KO straight onto the Rillaboom, and then your Miraidon in the back will have an easier time.
But it's not moving first this time. In the first first turn, Dills was able to get the advantage, but now it's going to go through on the Urshifu on Lewis's side. So it is going to be able to deal with the Frigiraf, but the helping hand boost will still stay intact throughout this turn. So now Dill really hoping that Urshifu is going to be able to carry its weight and get that damage down on the Rillaboom to free itself up. Let's see how much damage it's going to go.
I mean, it looks like both players might be losing a support piece. Oh, this is very, very close. Maybe the healing from grassy terrain. Oh, it's so hard to judge after the first 2 hits, but it is enough. And Gortrum goes down here. The Rillaboom is down. No further grassy terrain on Lewis's end.
That's the thing, grassy terrain will now be gone once it's able to be overrid by something like a Miraidon potentially in the back there for Dill, yet to be revealed. There we go, sneak peek achieved. In fact, it's both of the restricteds there.
Yep, both restricteds, and Dill is taking their time to make sure they're swapping in the right Pokemon in this situation. Both trainers have lost 1 support piece. It was a Farigiraf on Dill's end, and Lewis gave up their Rillaboom here. But I think overall, I would give it to Dill at the beginning of the opening of this game here, because your terrain control is so important. And if you have Miraidon with Electro Terrain up, which can no longer be overwritten, and it basically has the freedom to go for Electro Drift, any boosted attacks, that's going to deal so much damage into any of the opposing Pokemon.
My question, however, is what are these Urshifus going to do? They've been on the field dealing out damage. They haven't taken any necessarily themselves, but they have that choice scarf. So the speed interactions between them, maybe being able to get the edge onto their opposing restricted Pokemon, would potentially start setting up how this endgame is going to shape up.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned at the beginning, like, it's going to come down to how trainers have opted to train their Pokemon, and if maybe there's a chance that this Calyrex actually takes a Terra Water Surging Strikes, which is difficult at this stage, especially with how offensive it is. And we saw that Calyrex was actually swapping out in the first turn, but that still had the option of the Helping Hand, which we saw. And Helping Hand boost and Terra boost are very similar.
Well, Lewis's Urshifu is going to get the edge once again, but look at that damage. Miraidon is able to eat this up so beautifully. 1 critical hit, 2 critical hit, followed up by the 3rd, and it's still actually in the green zone as well, so has the potential to take another one of those if it has to in the following turn. But Dill is going to be trying to do everything that they can to get rid of this opposing Calyrex on the opposing side, because an Astral Barrage would certainly be devastating.
I mean, it's so hard to judge after the first one, but I think this is going to be a very close one. If Calyrex is going down, it actually takes the hit, and in revenge with the combination of Surging Strikes and an Astral Barrage might take out the Miraidon here.
That is the edge that the Calyrex needed to stay in the game, and that's a double KO in retaliation, in revenge. Lewis really trying to establish a firm foothold in this game 1.
Firm foothold, taking 2 knockouts. Very crucially, there's only the Calyrex Ice Rider left, but because of the Life Orb chip here, the Calyrex Shadow Rider is also going down, so it's a 2 versus 1. We can assume that Lewis is maybe rocking the Zamazenta in the back, and a combination of future Surging Strikes and Body Presses should potentially be enough to take out that Calyrex and maneuver Lewis into the first win here. So, as I mentioned, it comes down to how exactly you train your Pokemon and if it can take those Terra Water Surging Strikes.
Yeah, that was a fantastic clutch survival by the Calyrex there to keep Lewis in the game. Critically as well, you know, Dill's Urshifu did so well in previous turns with the help of that Farigiraf, but without the Helping Hand boost, it just meant that those Surging Strikes were a little bit underwhelming and were not able to get them this game 1 victory. Instead, it goes over to Lewis, 1 game away from advancing into top 4.
Yeah, we saw Lewis at the beginning of the game taking their time, making sure they take all the information out of the team sheet. And Lewis is one of those players who extensively takes notes during the game as well, making sure he's on top. He's tracking maybe how many turns of terrain are left, maybe if there's some form of speed control, if Trick Room is up, Tailwind is up, making sure all of these are well remembered going into any future turns. Dill, on the other hand, unfortunate in the first game, but yeah, it all came down to that 1 Surging Strikes, because if the Calyrex is going down, then Miraidon gets an attack off.
Yes.
And basically, depending on how this turn goes, one opponent basically takes 2 knockouts and wins the game.
Well, you're right, because once that Calyrex is down, then it's just the Miraidon free to target down the Terra Water Urshifu on the opposing side, and that would drop easily to an Electro Drift. So, 1 turn really did decide this match, but now as we come into the second one, what adaptations can Dill make to be able to try and gain that foothold, to not have 1 turn decide the match?
I mean, we saw, looking at Lewis's leads here, right? There was the Rillaboom and the Calyrex. No, it was Rillaboom.
It was Calyrex with the Urshifu, and then
Calyrex with the Urshifu, and then Rillaboom switched in. Yeah, looking at those Pokemon, I wonder if there's any way of how maybe the Iron Trats can make an entrance here. But keep in mind that if you rely on the electric terrain, And early on in the game, you give Lewis the chance to just swap in Rillaboom at any given time, turn off the terrain, turn off the Quark Drive, you no longer have the speed advantage.
That's true. You want to make sure that you have that electric terrain guaranteed to set your Pokemon like the Iron Treads up for success towards that endgame situation. Lewis, however, we see when we have these teams with Zamazenta, Incineroar, and Rillaboom with the Calyrex, particularly with that nasty plot, the name of the game is protect the Calyrex at all costs, and that's exactly what Lewis was able to do so masterfully in that game 1. Can he run it back again for game 2 to advance into top 4? Dill is going to be standing in his way, so let's see who's going to be the victor in this game. It is Miraidon with the Urshifu for Dill, and on the opposing side, Rillaboom and that Zamazenta.
I mean, these leads definitely go to Lewis, not only winning the terrain war here at the beginning of the game, but also now you kind of force out the Miraidon, and the Urshifu is not really willing to take out any of those grass-type moves either. Grassy Glide could be a priority move, but you're also just free to go for something like a Wood Hammer into that slot. Zamazenta also kind of free to attack here, so it's going to come down to, are you potentially running into a fake out into Armor Tail from the Choreograph that could switch in at any given time?
That's a very good point. Armor Tail would activate as soon as it's on the field. We can see it hiding in the back there as well. That could free up one of Dill's Pokemon to still be able to move, bypassing that fake out. But which one do you want to go for the support on? Miraidon maybe could try and get one of those big Electro Drifts down into the opposing Rillaboom, or into the Urshifu, but without being able to get some terrain on the board, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it was very explosive turn 1 in the first game for Dill, and it looks like opting for this very explosive start again. The Terra Water into the opposing Zamazenta combined with, but there's the fake out despite the potential swap of the Armor Tail Choreograph.
Yeah, Lewis identifying that the Urshifu was going to be more of a threat. Happy to let the Miraidon take to the sky with this Electric Drift and find its mark on the Zamazenta without the Hadron Engine and the Electric Terrain in play. That is going to be an easily taken attack. Followed up by this Body Press, however, Urshifu still in the game. However, without the terrain, that priority Grassy Glide is something that Urshifu still has to contend with. That could easily get a KO.
Yeah, and this is exactly why Dill is considering swapping in their Choreograph here. Choreograph carrying the Electric Seed, unfortunately won't for now activate because Electric Terrain is overwritten. So, yeah, potentially no Grassy Glide. On the other side, Terra Water Surging Strikes in combination with Electro Drift could be enough to take out the Zamazenta here. Zamazenta also carries Terra Dragon, though, which would be perfectly paired into incoming Water-type moves.
This is the thing. I always feel like Urshifu cannot get a KO here if Lewis wants to go for that Terrestrialization, because we know already from game 1 that the Rillaboom is going to be able to take all of those attacks, particularly even if it is an unboosted from a lacking helping hand here. And as the Terrestrialization takes to the sky, we know this is going to be coming down onto one of the opposing Pokemon on Lewis' side. It is, of course, going to be that Zamazenta with the Terra Dragon defensively, and now puts it in a great position if those Surging Strikes are going down into that target.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Lewis, his body language, he was shaking his head, he was not happy. There's the Grassy Glide now going to Choreograph. I think Lewis, into this first turn, going for fake out, was maybe feeling too comfortable to be like, maybe there's no Choreograph in the back.
Maybe, but at the same time, you know you're going to be able to take these attacks, and if your opponent has switched in the other Pokemon, you know it's not attacking in this turn. So yes, Rillaboom's not going to be able to get any damage off in this turn, but following these Surging Strikes, the Zamazenta is going to be free to move, will be in a position to follow up with something like a Body Press, either trying to remove the Urshifu from play, just in case the Armor Tail did show up. You're covering all of your options. You remove that Choice Scarf Pokemon now.
Yeah, now Choreograph came in, blocked in the move, and also makes it possible for Dill to swap in their Miraidon now, override the terrain, activate the Electric Seed, and then both these Pokemon are online and taking back control of this game. You might be wondering, hey, Terra Dragon would have been amazing into Electro Drift as well. Why not go for that immediately in the first turn and preserve even more health there? Keep in mind, there was this very low chance that Dill reads into that and goes for a Draco Meteor maybe.
And that would have been devastation, particularly if that Draco Meteor was able to connect. But now the state of play is this electric terrain on the field. Choreograph in a position where maybe it can start going for something like that Helping Hand, boost up the Miraidon even further. If it wants to try and go for something like a Dazzling Gleam, try and get that damage on the ball. But then you have to contend with Zamazenta with that wide guard.
Yeah, White Guards, that would be a great read on Lewis's end, because as you mentioned, you can go for Helping Hand, Dazzling Gleam, pick up a KO, and also whenever you have Miraidon on the field, while Rillaboom is also there, but you have electric terrain, you kind of force them to swap out. There's a miss, though!
It misses onto the Rillaboom. That's devastating for the Miraidon. It's going to have to take this Body Press, but Nord takes it right down into that red zone, but is able to hang on. It says, I missed one Draco Meteor, but I don't want to miss another one. Give me a second chance here.
Wow, that was kind of read to say, hey, I think you leave your Rillaboom in and I will go straight for the Draco Meteor, because any other target is expecting something like a Calyrex to swap in an Incineroar. They would all be like hit strong enough by electric type moves. So with the Draco Meteor, you kind of call out that Rillaboom staying in.
I like this from the Farigiraf as well, just following up with that cheeky little psychic to get the knockout onto the opposing Zamazenta. The issue at hand, though, because that Draco Meteor missed, Rillaboom was able to get safely off the field and now can come back in for Lewis. That will overwrite the terrain, meaning that once again, Hadron Engine is locked off. You don't have that electric terrain, and you're in a position where Rillaboom can deal extra damage with the Wood Hammer.
Yeah, Woodhammer would be a great tool here. Also, the Cataracts Shadow Roller is faster than the Miraidon, so it could pick up the KO here.
Very true.
Currently locked into any, like, would have to swap out there, but you don't want to switch in your Cataracts Ice Rider either. So we might see a situation where Rill actually decides to sacrifice their Miraidon in order to set up Trick Room and then have Farigiraf and Ice Rider in the back to like come back into this game.
I think that's a great point. You have to identify where the win condition is. Even though Miraidon is in such potential spots to get lots of damage on the board, is it going to be the thing that's going to get you that success? Easily a little bit of chip damage here or there. Once Farigiraf goes down as well, you have the utility of both fake out Pokemon here. Now that we've seen the Incineroar in the back, that could deal with the Miraidon later on. So Dill may be happy to keep the Miraidon in play, and they go for that Trick Room. They then set up the success for the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back.
Yep, seeing the Trick Room option here, and it kind of doesn't matter what you do with your Miraidon here, because it's very likely going down to any attack here, and you kind of want to make sure that with Astral Barrage you pick up a knockout, actually get a boost with Grimnay as well.
Well, that's the thing. If you commit to the Astral Barrage, yes, you get the KO on the Miraidon, but you are going to be going into an immune Farigiraf here. So Farigiraf, very, very safe to be able to set that Trick Room up. But as you've mentioned, the Grimnay boost is going to be able to come through, boosting up that Calyrex's special attack by one stage. Incineroar, of course, free to go for the knockoff here into that Farigiraf. It's going to be super effective, but not going to be able to do too much, as it was the Electric Seed, the item had already been utilized, so there wasn't any item to knock off.
Yeah, and on top of that, keep in mind that the Incineroar of Lewis doesn't carry any fire move either. True. So it is down to only knockoff to deal with this Calyrex. So there's a world in which you can knock off first, maybe then go for a parting shot actually, because currently with the Clear Amulet that would not be possible. But this gives still so much time to start dealing out damage as well. Keep in mind, the Calyrex can no longer terrestrialize, so it's super weak to the foul play as well.
Not only that, but considering there's the Rillaboom in the back and you have a Glacial Lancing using Pokemon, that's going to be a really nice way to bypass the Assault Vest, because you're going to be hitting it on the physical side, as well as being able to deal super effective damage. Terrestrialization has been used on both sides of the field, so you no longer have the utility to go into a more defensive mode. You have to take what you can get.
Yeah, and the question is going to be, are you targeting the Incineroar with something like a Helping Hand and high horsepower, or are you expecting a swap to the Rillaboom? And this is going to decide this endgame here. There's no swaps whatsoever. Foul play comes out, and if this is followed up with the Glacial Lance, which we see, then the Calyrex is going down, and I don't think the Incineroar and Rillaboom will have enough gas left in their tank to take this game too.
That's the thing. The Calyrex Ice Rider on the opposing side here for Dill is able to now roar in joy. It's able to get that Chilling Reign boost, boosting up its attack. Yes, the knockoff is going to do a significant amount of damage, and it will be removing that Clear Amulet, but I don't think that's really worth anything more, because the Incineroar can't switch out to intimidate it later on. It doesn't matter. You're in such a dominant position if you are Dill Yeomans right now.
And, I mean, testament of Dill's strength here. You missed that Draco Meteor into Rillaboom, which would have been so comfortable position to be in, but then still see through the game, see your winning outs here, set up the Trick Room, then sweep in the back, Helping Hand, Glacial Lance, taking out the Rillaboom, and I think this is going to take down the Incineroar into the Reds as well here. Almost.
Oh, but I mean, the Rillaboom's gone. The Rillaboom's out of here. That was a one-hit KO thanks to that Chilling Reign boost that the Calyrex have been able to get, and the cheering of the hooves coming through from the Helping Hand Farigiraf. I mean, Farigiraf has been one of the key Pokemon in this match for me, being able to completely turn the tide, setting up that Trick Room, and enabling this restricted Calyrex to be in a position to close out and even the score for Dill.
Yeah, for all the viewers at home who remember Dill's finals against Wolf, there was a situation where Dill was down to Farigiraf and to Incineroar, and there was just no way to hit it, but this time it's running Psychic and Foul Play, so that can no longer happen.
I mean, I remember that endgame very well, commentating over the match, and it definitely caught me by surprise, seeing that Psychic not being able to target into any Pokemon. So I love the adaptation by Dill. You're learning from that past experience and bringing on more utility onto that Farigiraf. As you said, the Foul Play wouldn't be doing a huge amount into Incineroar, but at least would be able to deal something.
Yeah, I mean, I did mention that in the endgame it came down to, are you targeting the Incineroar, are you expecting Rillaboom to swap in? But it was also a question of, are you expecting the Calyrex Shadow Rider to protect or attack? Because if you say, hey, Calyrex is protecting, then maybe you go for a Helping Hand high horsepower into the Incineroar, right? But then you would give the Calyrex Shadow Rider an opening to just attack there as well and deal like devastating damage with and boosted Astral Barrage into the Ice Rider. So it was kind of like difficult to maneuver around that, but with the speed advantage in Trick Room and all the offensive pressure that Dill had, perfectly maneuvered.
And I think as well, you know, I felt for Lewis, losing the Zamazenta was a key piece in the way of dealing with Dill's puzzle in a way. Having that Wide Guard support to stop things like the Glacial Lancers from coming through, preventing potential Dazzling Gleams, you know, once it went into that Terror Dragon on the Zamazenta. But again, Farigiraf, as I've said, one of the key components, the MVP for me in that last game, being able to go for that little Psychic and get the final bit of damage on the Zamazenta suddenly freed up this whole Trick Room strategy for Dill.
Yeah, I mean, you asked for adaptations after the first game, and I think the first game was the story of both of our Urshifus actually dealing out a lot of damage, and I think both players adapted to make sure that they don't give too much leeway to their opposing Urshifus. We saw the Rillaboom as the lead, right? Both of them targeted their opposing Urshifus quite early on and taking the knockouts there, whether that was with the body press from Lewis's end or eventually taking the knockout from Dill as well.
We saw the adaptation on Lewis's side as well to not bring the Urshifu into that game 2, despite it being very successful for him in that game 1. Coming into a game 3 now, do you go for the strategy that got you your victory, or do you have to play reads into reads into reads and adapt to what your opponent is bringing?
I mean, the Farigiraf is perfectly countering both your Incineroar and Rillaboom with their priority fake outs and Grassy Glides. You have one more way though to protect your Calyrex, and that would be the Ogerpon. So maybe with a follow me setup, you can actually make Calyrex Shadow there lead. And that's exactly what we're seeing here in game 3.
Yeah, lo and behold, it's center stage with that Calyrex Shadow Rider, one of the key components for Lewis, trying to get into the top 4. On the opposing side for Dill, though, it's going to be that Miraidon and that Urshifu combination. One game stands between these trainers, between victory and being knocked out of the tournament.
Yeah, now I'm looking at this opening. Thanks to that choice Scarf, Dill can actually maybe with a U-turn maneuver out and not go down, because we saw that a Life Orb boosted Astral Barrage was enough to take out the Urshifu. So maybe this early on in the game you don't want to sacrifice your Urshifu. Yeah, and perfectly like led with that Calyrex into this specific combination, because you're protected either way thanks to the follow me, and you can start dishing out a lot of damage.
I think that's going to be the critical thing, where the support is going to come through from, whether this Ogerpon wants to be able to get the boost up itself, start dealing out damage, or provide the coverage to enable Calyrex to shine. One of my key questions is always, knowing that you have the speed on that Calyrex, do you risk getting that nasty plot boost up as well? So not only are you speedy, but you're also ferocious.
Yeah, that is really difficult. But I mean, we spoke too earlier. Lewis actually says, hey, I want to preserve my Calyrex entirely and maybe read into a swap from Dill as well. We have the double pivoting option with maybe a U-turn and a Volt switch. And going for that, you can actually swap in both your Farigiraf and Calyrex Ice Rider and then turn around. But we see immediately a Terra here. There's actually the chance of going for a boosted Grassy Glide to take out the Urshifu before anything happens here.
That's true. The grassy terrain is online. This is very reminiscent of the switch we saw in game 1. Calyrex out for the Rillaboom, and it looks like Ogerpon is going to capitalize on that. The Grassy Glide, that is a one-hit KO down to the Urshifu before it's even had a chance to move. Choice Scarf, where'd it go? It's null and void in the face of a priority Grassy Glide. Yes, Rillaboom roaring with success there as the Dazzling comes through and does pitiful damage in comparison to what that Ogerpon was capable of.
Yeah, that combination of maybe a Surging Strikes and Dazzling Gleam would have been really strong and take a Pokemon out here, but we didn't even see that, and now your Miraidon's locked onto the field with Grassy Terrain active, and you're locked into a move like Dazzling Gleam that is resisted by the Ogerpon Half-Flame going for that Terra Fire, and wow, what a great start for Lewis into this game 3.
Definitely a commanding outward play in this game 3. Dill, however, has to stay calm and composed and make adaptations. Your Miraidon, as you mentioned, locked into the Dazzling Gleam, not going to be the optimal move choice, and the terrain has been overwritten. So if I was Dill, I would want to try and get that Miraidon out of there.
Yeah, get that out, and you have the, I mean, I think we saw the Farigiraf in the back, which has some utility there, but then you would have to use another turn to maybe protect your Calyrex, because something like that Ivy Cudgel boosted from that terrestrialization as well would be devastating to go into something like the Ice Rider.
I mean, Farigiraf joining the battle better late than never would have been great in that previous turn, but it's here now and it's here to support. We've seen it be one of these great Pokemon, enabling things like Trick Room, enabling the extra damage with the Helping Hand. Defensive play from Dill, though, making the switch adaptation and avoiding taking this devastating damage by the Ivy Cudgel. The Protect is going to set it up to potentially be in a Trick Room scenario. Looks like it was a double target up there, Barash.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that, we said that Miraidon had to swap out. That was kind of clear, but the question was, is Dill trying to come back into this game with a Terra Water Trick Room setup here. So Lewis is like, no, I'm not allowing that. With the combination of Ivy Cudgel and Wood Hammer, either way, whether you Terrasilize or not, I would take out the Calyrex. But that is a turn perfectly maneuvered on Dill's end here to have another opening at least, because you're still facing an Ogerpon and Rillaboom. And we mentioned how Ogerpon, especially when it's Terrasalizing, is basically a Cyto legendary as well.
Yeah, Lewis is very good at making these double target calls, you know, making sure you're covering all your options. We saw him do it so well in game 1. But here in this game 3, Dill playing that a little bit more conservatively, identifying Calyrex could be the key to success. If they want to go down that Trick Room strategy again, they're going to be having to protect it. So this is now where Miraidon can come forward, overwrite the terrain, but it's not necessarily going to be Miraidon's show.
Yeah, you're taking the terrain away, but a combination of Ivy Cudgel and Woodhammer will hurt into either of these two Pokemon. And while you kind of swap in your Miraidon, you don't want to set up Trick Room at that stage as well, because if it doesn't immediately go down, then you kind of have a very fast Pokemon in Trick Room.
Very true. So that defense boost from the Electric Seed might be coming in. Very important for this Farigiraf, but that's a huge amount of damage from the Ivy Cudgel. And the U-turn follow-up is going to be able to get the KO. So Trick Room off the cards now for Dill Yeomans.
I think that critical might have actually mattered here in taking the knockout. Neither of these players, I mean, we saw Dill is definitely not happy with this turn here. U-turn, amazing utility. You not only picked up, thanks to that critical hit, the knockout onto the Farigiraf, but you also swap out and have the terrain control later on as well. Farigiraf down now, you have no immunity left to the Astral Barrage, and we kind of have the speed control here as well.
Not only do you have no immunity to Astral Barrage, those ghost type moves like you said, but you also have no immunity to the priority attacks, the fake out, the grassy glides. Armatail has left the game, and now Dill is down to just their last 2 remaining Pokemon. It does happen to be their 2 restricted. They are both at full HP as well, but is it going to be too little, too late through the onslaught of damage that Lewis is capable of dealing out?
Yeah, I mean, the speed order we kind of have to expect here is that the Calyrex Shadow Rider would attack first, maybe with something like the Astral Barrage, but then after that, Miraidon typically tanks that hit as well, will be able to then, well, choose either target and can KO that with an Electro Drift. So you kind of want to swap in the Rillaboom here, but if you then decide to go Terra Water with your Calyrex to take any incoming Ivy Cudgel and maybe go with a Glacial Lance, that's also well positioned. So it's actually difficult to maneuver around this turn for both players, and there's everything on the line here in this top 8 game.
Looks like Terrestrialization is going to take to the stage. This could be the last chance for Dill to be able to gain some more momentum in this match. As you mentioned, Barish, it's going to be on that Calyrex, turning into a water type, dropping its weaknesses to the devastating Ivy Cudgels, but it does then open itself up to more vulnerability to the grass type attacks that could come through from the Rillaboom in the back. Nice defensive play from Lewis straight away, however, just going straight up for that spiky shield, allowing the Astral Barrage to come through in its stead, connecting on both of Dill's Pokemon, puts the Miraidon straight down into that yellow zone. It cannot take another one of these in the next turn. Dill needs to find a way using that Electro Drift to try and get a KO, but instead it goes down into that spiky shield.
I just mentioned how there is the pressure of having to swap in your Rillaboom here, and I think Lewis is one of those players who plays around this extra layer of pressure added to Dill's end here and saying, I might switch in my Rillaboom and attack, but I might also just spike his shield and go for an Astral Barrage, and now Astral Barrage is going to pick up the KO on the Miraidon, and I think Dill sees the writing on the wall.
Exactly, the forfeit has been locked in. It wasn't enough, and Lewis is able to advance into your top 4.
Congratulations, Lewis. Back-to-back top 4 finishes. Another medal added up here, but the tournament is not over for Lewis yet. On the other side, commiserations for Dill, top 8. Amazing result, and this might mean that they have qualified for the World Championships, and we'll see more of them over in San Francisco.
I certainly enjoyed being able to see Dill back in action once again, and with a team that was so reminiscent of their greatest accomplishment with that second place at EUIC. Really looking forward to seeing what Dill is going to be able to accomplish in future events. But Lewis, the event is not over yet for this trainer. They are our first top 4 competitor.
It's one of those teams where it has just 6 really strong Pokemon, and if you just know which Pokemon to bring in which combination, they all have their utility. They all, like, there's no individual Pokemon that can't do anything, you know what I mean? They all have either support or offensive tools. They work well with each other, whether you give Helping Hand to your Calyrex or maybe something like a Helping Hand Surging Strikes, as we have seen on stream as well. Just knowing when and which Pokemon to bring is key to victory here.
And for me, the speed control interactions were very interesting in this game. Lewis being able to have the faster restricted in a way, using that Calyrex to apply pressure with the Astral Barrage that could go down into Pokemon like the Miraidon, just meant that constantly the speed control was really navigated by this Farigiraf. It was on the field, stopping the priority coming through on Lewis's side, and then trying to go for a Trick Room. But other than that, Lewis was in great control of the speed.
Yeah, seeing the story of our Urshifu here sweeping through, I think all Lewis really needed was that combination of Rillaboom and Urshifu early on to put a lot of pressure on, and then basically didn't even swap in their Zamazenta. Game 2, though, slight adaptations from both ends, seeing how trainers choose to play this matchup, and it actually allowed Dill to come back into this game with a late Trick Room setup.
And I thought that demonstrated the beautiful flexibility of this team that Dill and Marco Silva have been working on coming into this tournament. Being able to have that more fast mode with the Choice Scarf, for example, and obviously Miraidon we know is pretty speedy too, but then being able to say, hey, my back's against the wall, how do I make an adaptation? Trick Room is exactly the utility that I need to be able to keep myself in the game.
Yep, and Lewis now in top 4. We'll have to see who they're facing once we have more of the top 8 matches played out. Dill walking home with the top 8 finish. A lot of championship points.
Certainly is.
Some prize money as well, some booster packs, so he's not going home empty-handed either.
And that's the thing, not only do you get those fantastic prizes, but you also get the beautiful memories as we close out our last chapter here on the European side of things for Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. To be able to say I got top 8 into that tournament as we advance into the new era of Pokemon with Pokemon Champions is definitely meaning that you're a name to watch out for.
I mean, this weekend we mentioned how there were some of the players in the top cut of the very first Scarlet and Violet tournament area.
Yeah.
I think we still have Giovanni Piscitelli in top cut at the moment,
yes.
who was also in top cut back in Liverpool, right? And now this is the last ever tournament, so you kind of put your name into the history books of the last top 8 of the Scarlet and Violet era.
Well, it almost feels like Giovanni's like the bookends here on the catalogue on the shelf. You know, they started here with a fantastic run in Liverpool, and then now here in Utrecht, they're also going to be at the end of that storybook. And I love seeing all these narratives that come through from our trainers, whether it's their own individual accomplishments or whether it is that of the Pokemon as well. You know, we have even just seen the evolution of that Farigiraf on Dill's team, having not had a way to deal with Incineroar back in EUIC last year, now having a way to at least still be able to deal damage, as well as new Pokemon like the Toxapex coming to the fray.
Yeah, Toxapex yet to be featured on stream this weekend, but we have one left in top 8, so it's not long until you will see more Infestation action. And I think my headline for the weekend was, let's look into the global Infestation and how Toxapex, after Hong Kong and after LA, how it will perform in Europe, and we have one left standing in top 8.
I think, honestly, taking a look at those previous records, it would have been completely unheard of for trainers not to have at least been inspired by Toxapex and want to try picking it up a little bit, seeing how it's going to shake things up towards the very end of this meta. And it is still having some great success. It wasn't just a one-trick type Pokemon. It's going to actually have a good way of being in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, Infestation and generally being able to deal with something like the Zamazenta, having White Guard into something like the Astral Barrage, just really well positions yourself into one of the most. We've just seen on stream how strong the combination of Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow actually can be, and having extra tools, especially if you run Charapagas yourself, you might want to have extra utilities against those common archetypes.
I mean, for me in Lewis's game, it really was about that Calyrex Shadow Rider. The Zamazenta kind of played a little bit more of a backseat role. Not only was the Calyrex the one dealing out a lot of that formidable damage, but it was clearly supported by Incineroar and by Rillaboom in particular, being able to have that fake out, being able to have that terrain, and that really is what enabled Calyrex to have that success. Lewis was running one with the Nasty Plot variant, but he didn't need to click it in this particular game.
Yeah, in this particular game, he didn't need to click it, and I mean, just talking through that game, right? The matchups we had was Miraidon, Calyrex Ice Rider against the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta. Both stables, both very common, restricted duos we've seen here. Trainers, especially this late into the format, they're well prepared. They know their lines in this matches. We have seen, and this is one aspect of like the high level caliber matches that we haven't like emphasized enough. It is, you have so many, unlike the very general, like let's say level 1 style of plays, it's like, I have Farigiraf in the back, do you really want to use Fake Out, right? So it would have been kind of obvious maybe to swap it in there, but both players knowing that still opt for like super hyper offensive turns there as well, going for like combinations of, we saw Electro Drift and
saw the double ups quite a lot.
Saw the double ups quite early, yeah. And if something, for example, the Farigiraf swapped in, I mean, it would have mattered so much in terms of the Fake Out because it was going into that slot anyway.
Yeah.
But then the Farigiraf would have taken maybe the body press even better there, and then afterwards would have been protected from something like Grassy Glides coming into either of those slots as well. So just when you are in this high situation, like stress situation as a player, right? And you have to make calls, and it's like kind of, hey, surely he won't let me run away with the game with a very early knockout. Like you could say, it is kind of like I could go for the helping hand surging strikes, for example, to take out the Calyrex.
That's one option.
Yep. And if, like Lewis says, well, surely they wouldn't like put all their eggs into this one basket and leave their Calyrex maybe susceptible to a move like that, it immediately goes down and changes the dynamic of the game. But Lewis also respected that play, swapped out immediately into their Rillaboom and then sponged that damage. But then we saw later on, is there another potential play here?
That's the thing. A lot of the time, it's not just about the strategies that you want to execute. It's what you're trying to figure out from your opponent. So it's not just about playing the Pokemon. It's also about playing the player. And those mind games, the observations, the predictions, these are all things that all factor in to a victory. And Lewis was able to have great composure, great mindset approaching this game. And he's ready for an interview. So let's hear from the trainer himself.
Lewis, welcome back again. Your seat must be getting quite warm there because you're here all the time.
Thank you.
How are you feeling? You are now in top 4.
I'm feeling amazing. Going into this matchup in top 8, I wasn't feeling super confident because he has a lot of, well, my opponent had a lot of tools to beat me and to beat my team. But I'm glad that I found some lines that worked with him and yeah, that I won in the end.
You definitely did, yeah, and you made some really great plays as well. Like that Ogerpon Heartline Grassy Glide right on that first turn of the third game was like really impressive. Like, what was your confidence that was going to pull off?
Well, that I actually locked in the last second pretty much because I was thinking about so many different plays. I was thinking about Follow Me, Astrorage, but then I thought if he U-turns out into Frigoraph, then I just lose my Ogerpon and then Urshifu comes back in later and basically KOs my Calyrex. So I basically just went for a hard read at the end and hoping that he wouldn't switch in for Frigoraph, hoping that he would think that he would be faster and that he could U-turn out and switch in Frigoraph that way.
Yeah, you obviously know your team so well. You've used it so much, haven't you? And like Politics, a great success over LA as well. Like, what's the MVP from your team, do you think?
The MVP from my team, kind of everybody, but if I had to say the one that does the most work is Ogerpon, especially if it's because it's not a restricted Pokemon. Sometimes it just feels like a restricted Pokemon because if you terrestrialize it, it just gets so much more stronger.
Yeah, I feel like I'm always surprised by its damage every time it goes to that move, isn't it? Now, you've hit top 4 now, which means you're at least guaranteed 300 championship points.
Yes.
And that now puts you #1 in the EU leaderboard, right above Eduardo Cunha. Yes. How's that feel?
That feels amazing. I didn't expect to actually pass him before I went to LA last week, and then with my LA result and obviously with my result today, I did manage to pass him, and it just feels great.
Awesome, yeah. And of course, you're only in top 4 at the moment. So yeah, what's your goal for this weekend, do you think?
It would be great if I could actually make it farther than last year. It's funny that Michael is also playing still in the tournament, so there might be a rematch from last year, depending on how his set will go. But yeah, I'm just happy that I made it that far, and obviously I'll continue to do my best. Yeah.
And yeah, you are, as you say, you are up against either Michael or Marco, depending on the next top 8 set.
Yes.
And obviously, Marco's got a very similar team to Dill, and you've just beat that team. So would you rather face Marco, or do you think you'd rather face Michael?
I think, well, the thing about facing Marco now is that he probably watched my sets, so he might do something different. I'm not quite sure. Or maybe he just tries the same. But Marco is also just a very good player. The issue about playing Michael is that there's going to be a lot of mind games because we've played a lot against each other last year in Regulation I. And he was also using this team, I was using my team. And yeah, there's just going to be a lot of mind games. I'm not sure if those are going to be the same versus Marco, because I don't know how many times I played with him. But yeah, no matter who wins, I will definitely... Well, it will definitely be difficult.
Yeah, and it'll be very exciting. We'll love to watch it too. Lewis, thank you so much.
Yes.
Have you got any shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank my girlfriend for continuing to support me every regional. She's always writing me and motivating me and pushing me to get even better at Pokemon, and to get even better results. And yeah, want to thank her, and then also just my friends for supporting me as well.
It's great to hear, Lewis. Thank you so much for chatting with us. We'll let you get ready for your top 4 match and obviously to maybe watch the next top 8 match.
Yes, thank you.
So we're going to straight go back to casters now for Michael versus Marco.
Thank you so much, David. It's always a pleasure to hear from players and how much respect they have for each other as well, seeing how Lewis was talking about potential next matchups there as well. First, top 8 down, 7 players remaining, but we have no intention to slow down here. How do you feel about our next matchup? 2 titans of the era.
Honestly, you couldn't write a better script to be ending out Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. Marco Silva, a 3-time international champion, has done so incredibly well throughout the Scarlet and Violet era, most notably recently getting 2nd place at the North American International Championships last season. He's going to be going into that event later down the road, trying to go one step further, as well as against Michael Couch, the reigning Utrecht champion, wanting to be able to go the double, keep that crown, keep that title. This could be a final, and we have the pleasure of having it in a top 8.
I was walking through the rows of the players earlier, and I saw one of the judges call me over, and he was like, you know what? This time, Michael has not tweeted out that he's going to win the tournament. We have seen how it went in Prague when he was like, I'm going to win Prague, and I think he didn't even make it into phase 2. This time it was quite quiet on social media, so maybe like focusing, being locked into his tournament means he might come with a victory. Then later on, I had a quick chat with Michael, and Michael was saying, I can't believe this. I am now on a 10 streak of 10 losses on stream, actually.
Wow,
10 games back-to-back on stream that he has lost. So I think he has been, we talked about all weekend how successful he is, right? And sometimes we maybe save him for the later stage of the tournament, but he happened to lose whenever he was featured on stream.
See, my feedback to that kind of the superstition we're leading into here is, you said it was 10, right?
Yep.
10 sounds like a planned number, right? 11 doesn't quite have the same ring to it, right? So it's got to break at this point. Surely that's what I would be holding on to if I was Michael Couch right now in the moment. But at the same time, I'm looking across the table and I'm looking at this trainer right here, Marco Silva, a veteran of the competition, one of the greatest players of all time, and both of these trainers wanting to try and establish, you know, that they got the edge over the other as we advance into the next generation of Pokemon competitive play.
Yeah, no strangers to the stage, no stranger to top 8 games here being featured on stream, having a little laugh before the game, quite relaxed, maybe also quite comfortable with their World's qualification here, and just playing for the prestige of calling themselves a multiple regional champion title.
I mean, I'm sure if we were able to put all of their accolades on here, we wouldn't be able to see their faces anymore. It would just go straight up. So we've just got some highlights for you in case you're just tuning in case you're just here for the very first time. Michael Couch, a previous regional and special championship champion. He's won 3 of them, including this very tournament last year. He's also been able to get to the World Finals in 2023, the second year, followed it up with a top 4 finish, and more recently, in the 2026 season, has got a top 4 finish in Stuttgart.
I mean, he goes back all the way. I remember one of our very first casts together. Marco was still in the seniors division, and he won the tournament over in Sindelfing next to Stuttgart,
2018,
right?
I believe.
Yeah, and you were interviewing him back then, and now look at him years later, title back to title here, now in top 8 here at the Utrecht Regional Championships.
It's one of my favorite things when you see the evolution from trainers from senior division up until masters, and they're still being able to hold their own, particularly after the several years that have passed since 2018, that Marco has been able to, you know, really hone his skills in competitive Pokemon play, winning 3 internationals. 2 of those were back-to-back, by the way, at the Latin American International Championships, was able to win multiple regionals, as well as more recently in Lille, 2026 champion. Hey.
Yep, I mean, 2 regional champion titles already. On the other side, Michael with 3, he had 2 regionals and 1 special event championships there. So Michael, like, both of them have so many accolades to their names. Looking at those teams though, let's dive right into it.
Yeah, so Michael running that core that we see a lot with the Incineroar, the Urshifu, plus a grass type. This time it's going to be that Amoonguss. Going to be in the back where it can go for things like that Rage Powder, draw in lots of those attacks. The key Pokemon for me is actually the Landorus. I think this has been a standout Pokemon. I feel like not everybody can pick it up and use it to the great success, but if you're in a position where you can go for a Sheer Force, Life Orb, a boosted Sandsear Storm, or even a Sludge Bomb into an opposing grass type, it can be devastating damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, and I mean, you don't have the range set up yourself, so you have to play with the inaccurate Sandsear Storm sometimes, but it basically means that if opponents swap in and you don't know where to target your Earth Power, you might might be able to go for a Sensitive Storm and then maybe hit either of those two targets.
But I think the Earth Power and the Sensitive Storm, like you say, if you want to risk it a little bit for the victory, could be fantastic into Marco's team, because when we take a look at it, it's going to be a little bit of a flashback to our previous top 8 game, the same team that Dill Yeomans was running in their top 8 match. And a lot of these Pokemon are susceptible to those ground type attacks.
Yep, I mean, we also talked about Pivoting Powers and Incineroar and Rillaboom, and both of them obviously also susceptible to the Earth Power and Sludge Bomb combination. So a lot of targeting, and of course the Miraidon also would go down to something like an Earth Power.
Well, you can see the team sheets being exchanged. That means our trainers are getting ready. They are locking in for this top 8 match. The winner will advance into top 4, gain a medal, and gain more accomplishments this weekend.
Yeah, so this time it's actually the restricted duo is paired here, right? Both of them have a Calyrex Ice Rider, both of them have a Miraidon. We saw different items though. It was the Choice Scarf on the end of Michelle here, and now it is the Choice Bag. So the speed goes to Michelle, but the pure power goes to the Miraidon of Marco. Supporting on top of that, we just featured a very similar team here. I've talked to Marco in the interview, and he said Dill and himself were actually running very similar teams, with the only difference in the terrestrialization of the Farigiraf being poison on Dill's end and ground here on Marco's end.
The ground typing giving you an immunity to a potential Miraidon, and that could be very handy in this matchup because that's one of the Pokemon that Michael has. Marco again has this great flexibility on the team. Faster Pokemon like the Choice Scarf, Urshifu, and the Miraidon can get an early dominance, but at the same time, if you need to pull a secret out of your back pocket, something like a late game Trick Room with the Calyrex can be a great way to gain momentum.
I mean, a lot of similarities here. Obviously, you have the Incineroar on both ends. You have the Urshifu, also with slightly different items here. We have the Focus Sash on Michelle's end and the Choice Scarf for extra speed on Marco's end. So, like, using these items to your advantage, being able to take extra hits thanks to Focus Sash, or being able to attack first with the Choice Scarf will be crucial for this matchup.
I wonder if we're going to see some terrestrialization mind games in this top 8 game. Give it up for Michael and Marco as we dive into game 1. That Landorus and Miraidon out front to center stage for Michael, and on the opposing side, a Miraidon is there to greet it in the mirror, but paired up with an Incineroar.
I think one thing we saw in the past was I mean, here with the Landorus, it is perfectly positioned, but keep in mind that something like a Draco Meteor will still really hurt into the Landorus. Judging based on the HP set of the Landorus, it seems to be a very, very bulky variant. So maybe especially, not against the Choice Specs variant so much, but it also has the defensive Terra and Steel.
That's true. The Terra Steel will help it out immensely against the capabilities that Miraidon can deal out across the board. But you have to wonder about things like the Draco Meteor and things like that as well. That could force Marco to have to go for a terrestrialization on that Miraidon into the Terra Fairy to gain immunity.
Yeah, you have so much potential here from Marco with the Fake Out and any move combination. You can have Fake Out and, for example, a Draco Meteor into the Miraidon as well to take a knockout here. And we saw how that went for Michael when he was facing an opposing like Life Orb or Choice Specs Miraidon in the last stream set here. So let's see how this very first turn plays out. We don't see any switches.
Looks like these trainers aren't holding back, going straight for that terrestrialization, and it is going to be that defensive Terra Steel that you mentioned on Michael's side, Barish. So great to be able to see this Pokemon embracing that capability and keeping itself into the game. The Fake Out goes down into that target, freeing up Michael's Choice Scarf Miraidon to go for the Void Switch. Doesn't want to have to play any potential Draco Meteor games, is just going to be able to switch out here.
Yeah, it might be a Volt Switch coming out here as well, and there's no... because Landorus is already on the field, like you're free to Volt Switch into the Miraidon to basically reposition if that is what you want to do here in this game. You were kind of risking that there was a Choice Scarf Draco Meteor going into Marco's Miraidon. It didn't Terra away into the Fairy, for example. So we see both sides now have their Incineroar on the field, but we're still yet to see what Miraidon actually picks up to do.
Yeah, the Intimidate comes through as the Volt Switch is also the card for Marco Silva's Miraidon. Both of them wanting to be out in the leads, asserting their dominance, but now getting out into the back to be able to be reserved for later in the game.
And yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier before this set that like two great players facing each other, there was so much potential for this first turn to go in either direction, but both respectfully only went for the Volt Switch to reposition. And Iron Tread's finally making an appearance here on stage.
Love to see the Iron Treads. Its Quark Drive is going to activate, increasing its speed here in the Electric Train. Landorus, of course, we know is going to flinch thanks to that Fake Out. So a brand new board state as we move into this next turn.
Yeah, but most crucially, Marco has managed to switch in the Iron Treads after Incineroar already hit the field, so it can no longer be intimidated. Yes, you have the Fake Out active on Michelle's end, but I mean, that Iron Treads looks in a prime position that it can go for something like a Terra Ghost to also be immune to the fake out and immediately take a knockout onto the Incineroar, for example, with a high horsepower.
That's the thing, the high horsepower is going to be devastating, but also don't forget that Landorus is no longer flying in the sky. It is a steel type, so it is also grounded and will thus be susceptible to the high horsepowers as well.
So there's so much offensive pressure from Marco coming here, and we see that Michael takes all the time he has to make sure he finds the right move. And this is what I like to see. You have the offensive pressure, but you can actually use that to your advantage to reposition and read out a protect. That's what's happening here. Now that the Landorus has protected, it won't have that option next turn as easily.
Yes, makes them a lot more vulnerable going into that next turn. And it looks like Marco is not only playing defensively with the Iron Treads, but is going to be able to utilize the opportunity to start repositioning once again. Going for the U-turn on that Incineroar, the little bit of chip damage is always very nice, and will now enable Marco to bring in a Pokemon from the back, maybe better placed to keep that offensive pressure up, despite the more passive play in this turn.
Yeah, and you know that after Landorus has already protected, you're safe to swap in your Miraidon. The worst can happen here is maybe a U-turn or a knockoff go into that slot, which gives a lot of freedom, but it is just a U-turn. Doesn't deal a lot of damage into Miraidon, but gives, most crucially, Michael the option to reposition here and maybe switch in their own Miraidon.
Exactly, that Miraidon is in the back alongside the Urshifu, interestingly enough, as well, with that Focus Sash. That could always be a really nice way to lock in an endgame situation where, you know, you're guaranteed to survive one amount of damage and then be able to retaliate.
Yeah, Urshifu would be a great choice here. Has the Focus Sash to take any incoming attack. Something like a Volt Switch or even Dazzling Gleam would be able to withstand with at least one hit point remaining. The question is, how do you play around that Iron Treads threat that it is on this field right now? You kind of took out your Incineroar to give it another chance to switch back in and at least get the Intimidate off, but whenever you switch, especially against these two very offensive Pokemon, you just give them the opportunity to attack.
And you can see Michelle using every single moment there to calculate which Pokemon would be optimal to bring in. Has opted for that Miraidon.
Has opted for the Miraidon. Miraidon on the field has the speed advantage thanks to that Choice Scarf, but I've mentioned before, some of these Choice Scarf variants are actually very bulky and not using all of their potential into the speed investment, so maybe there's the chance that here our Iron Treads is actually faster thanks to the Quark Drive.
That's very true. The Quark Drive was indeed activated, and maybe Miraidon, noting that little extra detail since it was last on the field, does make the adaptation, bringing in the Incineroar. This is a really nice adjustment. Yes, it might leave the Incineroar vulnerable to a KO, but at least you're getting the Intimidate down onto that Iron Treads. Marco opting to go for Terrestrialization now, deciding to provide the capabilities into that Miraidon. In case there was something like a Draco Meteor coming that way, you want to give yourself the immunity to it with that Terra Fairy. It also, in hand, will boost a potential Dazzling Gleam if that's what the Miraidon wants to choice specs lock into. High horsepower is going to go straight down into that Landorus, but as you identified, it could be a little bit more bulkily run, and it's able to take that attack, but is it going to be able to have the Dazzling Gleam follow up? It is a Terra Steel, though. It is going to be resisted, but it's not enough. Landorus goes down. Incineroar just hangs on, though.
Yeah, Michael tried to reposition here, but the combination of high horsepower and Dazzling Gleam was enough. Perfectly maneuvered here on Marco's side. The offensive pressure was just too much to withstand, and I mean, Michael, first Pokemon down, lost its Terrestrialization. Keep in mind, Landorus went for Terrestrialization turn one, but get Fake Out flinched. Then had to protect and basically didn't manage to get off any attack here.
That's the thing, it's been completely neutralized in this game. You can see the method and where Michelle was trying to go with it, but unfortunately it just has not been able to shine. Now you have the opportunity to bring a Miraidon back in. The contention again, however, is how does the Choice Scarf interact with the Iron Treads?
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out, but it feels like because they can no longer go for the Terra Ghost, you can have a safe play with something like a Fake Out, and then you go for, let's say, the Electro Drift. Now that Miraidon is Terra Fairy, it will also have a harder time to take those attacks. So we see Fake Out being considered as an option here, but you might also have to reposition in this matchup here.
You have to worry, though, however, your Miraidon is going to have to take a Dazzling Gleam from Marco's one that we know is Choice Specs locked into the Dazzling Gleam. Not only that, it's got the Terra Fairy as well. That is going to be boosting up that Fairy-type attack even further, and that's something the Dragon-type on Michelle's side does not want to take, nor does the Fighting-type that's just joined the field, the Urshifu. I was about to say, at least it has its Focus Sash, but not anymore. Looks like the Iron Treads was able to see to that, removing that from play, giving it that bit of chip, and leaving it completely vulnerable to a Dazzling Gleam, unless Miraidon is able to deal with its counterpart on the opposing side. Electro Drift comes through, and it does get the knockout. A sigh of relief for Michael Kelsch.
Yeah, I mean, it has the Choice Scarf, so it doesn't have the extra special attack boost from something like the Life Orb, but Electro Drift in terrain is just so powerful that it takes out the opposing Miraidon here, and that was a big turn. Yes, the Focus Sash is broken, but you were able to preserve your Incineroar in the back, which is very crucial against something like the switching in Calyrex Ice Rider, and now you can kind of double target into that as well, and it's going to be difficult, especially after that Intimidate, maybe potentially coming back again, and yeah, that Iron Trats was deciding the fate of this game, but it seems to be that Michael actually, despite falling back early on, found a way back into this game.
I think as well it'd be interesting from the Iron Tread's point of view where this high horsepower wants to go. You can do a lot of damage into Miraidon. There's the Incineroar on the back, although anything would really blow it over into its Pokeball at this stage. But how are you going to deal with this Urshifu in play?
The Urshifu in play, I mean, no longer has its Focus Sash, but doesn't matter too much because it is resisting the Steel Roller. So most crucially, though, this will remove the terrain and will weaken the power of Miraidon's Electro Drift. So I wouldn't be surprised if this Electro Drift is no longer even dealing 50% to the Calyrex here. And that is why the move of Steel Roller has such great capability in the mirror here as well.
That is such great teamwork. The Iron Tread sacrificing its own Quark Drive boost to its speed to enable its partner Calyrex to take that devastating Electro Drift. The follow-up, however, Michael trying valiantly with the Surging Strikes to get the KO is not going to be enough. In retaliation, we're going to see this Glacial Lance come through thanks to the teamwork that the Iron Treads was able to give its partner. But now, that Iron Treads does not have the speed boost.
Does not have the speed boost, which means that this Choice Scarf, we mentioned this earlier, Choice Scarf Miraidon, we didn't know how the speed would interact, but we see that the Steel Roller came off first, but terrain is off. No Quark Drive, which means that yeah, the Miraidon is just free to go for another Electro Drift here. It's kind of locked into the move, so maybe if you protect and if... I mean, it's a Focus Sash, so typically very fast Urshifu, but it's now going to come down to the speed interaction between Urshifu and the Iron Treads. But typically, in this combination, Iron Treads should be the faster Pokemon.
And obviously, you can't go into the Iron Treads with the Electric type attack, as it is a ground type, so you are forced to target down into that Calyrex, or in Michelle's case, make the adaptation. It does mean that you are going to bring the Electric Train back onto the field a little bit later on and possibly bring the Quark Drive of the Iron Treads back online, unless the Urshifu is going to be able to deal with it here and now. High horsepower comes through, though, so it's actually going to be the one dealing with the Urshifu.
Oh, it is such an unfortunate turn of events here. Of course, you swap in your Incineroar to get a second Intimidate off, but thanks to Light Bulb and a critical hit, it was enough, and now Michael goes down to his last Pokemon, and I don't see how the last standing Choice Scarf Miraidon will be able to turn this game around. Maybe with something like a Snarl will pick up the Calyrex Ice Rider, but I don't think that is enough into either the Incineroar in the back or the Iron Treads.
I think though as well, though, with the electric terrain, surely it gets the speed boost again, so it's just going to be in a prime position to get the KO. So it doesn't matter what Michelle wants to do with this Miraidon, as long as that high horsepower is going to be able to find its mark. Or I think at this point, you might as well go with the more accurate moves to be able to deal with it. Or Michelle's like, I'm not even going to give you the satisfaction. I'm going to lock in the forfeit. Let's start thinking towards game 2. And Marco Silva earns himself one more game closer to that top 4.
Yeah, we saw how they were joking around before the game, but now look how composed Marco is, and he's very relieved to take the very first game. On the other hand, Michael reconsidering his choices here for this second game of our top 8 match between Michael Kelch and Marco Silva. I really liked how Iron Treads used all its moves for capability. We saw knockoff, Steel Roller removing the terrain. We saw the high horsepower taking knockouts and protect whenever you had to maneuver around.
That's the thing. I like the way that Michelle did approach this game, but I just felt like Marco had that Landorus completely pinned, forced the early terrestrialization, and then just thanks to, you know, the rotation in of Pokemon like the Incineroar, the pressure that could come through from the ground type of the Iron Treads, it meant that Landorus just was not given the space to maneuver, the space to shine. And in a way, it felt like Michelle came into this with only 3 Pokemon.
Yeah. After that early Terra, I mean, if the Fake Out was going into the other slot, for example, and you maybe would stand any incoming attack and get something like an Earth Power off, that gives you a huge opening here into something like the Incineroar and the Miraidon. So I think for Michelle, it will basically come down to, can he find a better way to use the Landorus in this matchup?
I think as well, if I was Lewis Markle watching this game, knowing who my top 4 opponent is going to be, you're able to really take a look at if you're going to have a run back of Marco's team that Lewis had in that top 8, and the way that Marco is able to pilot it, or if Michelle is able to make these adaptations, how they are going to really show how Michelle can utilize this team to great success.
I mean, people at home, people in the crowd, give it up for our top 8 players. Now in the second game, we see Incineroar and Miraidon on one side, and once again, same leads on both sides, Miraidon and Landorus.
Looks like Michelle is giving Landorus the chance for redemption, bringing it out front and center once again, paired up with this Miraidon on the opposing side. Again, Miraidon and the Incineroar. However, we're in this situation again. Where's the Fake Out going, Barish?
Yep, and of course, in the very first turn, both very respectfully went for the kind of like pivoting play with wall switching, but keep in mind they can both go for the offensive. We could see a Draco Meteor into the opposing Miraidon if that doesn't Terra Ferry away, or we could see an effective play like a Terra Electric Electro Drift as well if we expect the Terra Ferry.
Something I would almost quite like to see on Marco's side is the Miraidon just going straight away for that Terra Ferry. It keeps Miraidon in the game, prevents it from taking damage from a Draco Meteor, and it automatically pressures a lot of damage with the Dazzling Gleam. We're seeing the Terra Ferry come through. Now, is this going to be defensive only, or is Marco going to capitalize on the fact that you can deal a super effective Dazzling Gleam into Michael's very own Miraidon?
I mean, it would be devastating if this is something like a fake out in the opposing Miraidon and a Dazzling Gleam, but if you were playing for that turn, then you didn't really need your Terra Ferry, except you're now no longer susceptible to something like an Earth Power or Sensory Storm, so it works both offensively and defensively.
Well, the fake out is going down into that Miraidon, so Miraidon unable to move and will be exposed to anything. The Miraidon on Marco's side is going to throw across the field. It is going to be that Dazzling Gleam targeting on both Pokemon. Will get the knockout on Miraidon on Michelle Kelch's side. Landorus with that Terra Steel is going to be able to take that very, very well. But Michelle down, one restricted before it's even had the opportunity to move.
It at least lands both of the Sensory
Oh, look at that!
Here, but Miraidon, thanks to the Terra Ferry, survives that. And of course, even with a critical hit here, which is in favor of Michelle, but that is not enough. And the Assault Vest also on Incineroar's and helping surviving the super effective move.
That's some good teamwork from the Landorus, though. It's like, you took down my teammate, I'm going to get a critical hit on you, Miraidon, putting it right down into the red zone straight away. So even though Michelle lost a Pokemon, he was able to get so much damage on the board in retaliation.
Yeah, and now we see Incineroar hit the field here, and we have the option for something like a fake out Sandstorm Storm again, and would take out both of the opposing Pokemon. And this is what I meant earlier. There's nothing really that wants to switch into something like a Sandstorm Storm.
Yes, as long as you're able to find your accuracy. But it looks like Landorus is focused. Michelle wants to even the score to keep the tournament dream alive. So that could exactly be the strategy to go for here. You have the utility of the fake out. Let's stop that Miraidon in its tracks because it's definitely the more offensive threat of the two. Little bit of chip, not enough for KO. That's all going to fall on the Landorus.
So let's see if Sandstorm Storm it connects again and takes two crucial knockouts. So very offensive start on both ends here. Both of them go down. Some of their Pokemon here. We see the Miraidon on Michelle's sound already down now. Both of the Miraidons are down. Incineroar also down.
Do you think that the Landorus was just using game one as the warm-up? You know, just stretching out its muscles, coming into game two, landing two Sandsear Storms, getting 2 KOs now.
2 KOs here. Luckily enough, it doesn't get any boost with their KOs. It would be even more offensive. But once again, Incineroar already in the field can't intimidate the Iron Treads. And we have Ice Rider and the Iron Treads hit the field here. And I mean, you don't really want to set up Trick Room in this situation here with your Quark Drive, Iron Treads on the field. But yeah, I'm wondering, I don't think the Incineroar goes down to something like a high horsepower, even though it is boosted with the Life Orb, so maybe it has a chance.
I am missing the harmony between the Calyrex and the Iron Treads here. Like you said, one kind of likes the speedier environment, one prefers the slow. But if I was Michelle, I would maybe get that Incineroar off the field. It wants to be able to come back in and apply Intimidate to both these physical attackers that no longer have the flexibility to switch and shrug those off, as well as having the fake out to maybe pile it up, either the Landorus or whatever Michelle's got in the back to success for that end game.
Yeah, if you maybe withstand a high horsepower here or expected it to go into Incineroar and not protect your Landorus, you might actually get another strong attack off here. We see Incineroar survive.
Yeah, but Landorus, I think, is, really kind of used up a lot of its energy. It misses on that Calyrex, but maybe just channels all the force into that Iron Treads that goes down to a solid one-hit KO.
I mean, what I really like about Michelle's playstyle, that very first turn, he took like a huge hit with that Dazzling Gleam, but he didn't even flinch. It didn't matter. He knew exactly. He saw through the game plan. It was like, I'm still in this game, and quite comfortably actually target or hit both of my Sandstorm Storms in the first turn. So he was quite comfortable to go there. And we see, yes, there's some KOs back and forth, but I think Michelle in a very commanding situation here.
And Michelle actually only bringing one restricted to this game too, deciding to bench the Calyrex, and we're now going to see the Urshifu in play. It's been able to get in nice and freely. It's got its Focus Sash intact, so you're kind of guaranteed now to get 3 hits at the very least onto this opposing Calyrex, and it just looks like Michelle's been able to lock this game up.
Especially in the end game, this is what makes Surging Strikes or what makes Urshifu such a strong contender, because they can't even protect away the targeting here. We will see a fake out and Surging Strikes followed by another Surging Strikes, but I mean, Marcus saw through that and said, we don't need to play this out.
Yeah, I think as soon as Landorus was able to get going with those Sandsear Storms, it made things very difficult for Marco to adapt. We talked a lot in game 1 about how Iron Treads with its ground type attacks was able to apply a lot of pressure into Michelle's team, but in game 2, it was the reverse scenario. scenario, Landorus with its ground type attacks was able to really run through Pokemon on Marco's side, like the Miraidon, the Incineroar, and even the Iron Treads itself.
Yeah, we saw the same leads in both games. Play out completely different, though. We saw different Terras, especially on Marco's side here with the Terra Fairy. I do wonder if you do want to lock yourself so early on into something like a Dazzling Gleam, because it meant that Marco was so out of position for the following turn. Yes, you take down the opposing Miraidon.
Yeah.
But now you're on the field against something like an Assault Vest, Incineroar, and a Terra Steel Landorus. And you kind of have to just give up either your Miraidon or switch something into something like a Sandstorm Storm, which will deal so much damage.
For me, maybe the logic behind Marco's decision there was the Dazzling Gleam will take down the opposing Miraidon. That's one key piece of the puzzle gone. You either then do a load of damage to the Landorus, or you force it to go for that Terra Steel. And if the Terra Steel is there, then none of the other Pokemon can really utilize it. The Urshifu, for example, can't use that Terra Stella and get the additional damage dealt out. Possibly as well, Marco was thinking, Michelle's not gonna risk a Sandstorm miss at this point in the competition. Maybe thinking that wasn't going to be the option and would maybe go for the Earth Power and thus could only target into one of Marco's Pokemon. But Michelle was able to play bold, and fortune does indeed favor the brave, equaling out the score. We're now here with a Game 3 on our hands, Barish, for top 8. Who is going to be the trainer facing down against Lewis in top 4?
Give it up for your players, and we see the first adaptation of the set here. No, sorry, actually not. There's still the same leads. What I'm
They're
talking
just
about.
dancing around the field. You know, it's confusing. The Miraidon's a piece, and once again, Marco going, I trust you with Incineroar, and Michelle saying, Landorus, can you run back Game 2 the same way you did? Thank you very much.
So I'm now wondering if maybe there's something like expecting the Terra Steel immediately and go for an electric move into that slot, which is quite, like, risky because they can always protect the way and see what you're locking yourself into. But if Landorus just protects and gives a free fake out and like Dazzling Gleam again, that also gives up the opposing Miraidon.
I think that was also part of it, is Michelle didn't go for the protects, was happy to let the fake out land and then deal damage, which whatever counterpart was left to go for damage. Marco, however, going for this terrestrialization. Oh no, this is actually on Michelle's side. That's the electric one, not the fairy type. Miraidon trying to embrace all of its electric type energy, dealing more damage with an electric drift, and also critically dropping its dragon typing. It is now no longer weak to the fairy type damage that it looks like Marco has gone in for again. This is going to be the Terra Fairy on that Miraidon. If this is another Dazzling Gleam, it could be a different situation to Game 2.
Yeah, Landorus would no longer resist that, and for the third time, this first turn plays out completely different. There's a protect. Typically we see a fist one from Marco if he gets the call right, so let's see how this plays out. There is the fake out, so that is good on Marco's end for sure, and maybe we see that followed up with the Dazzling Gleam here. That's exactly what's happening. Will deal a lot of damage, but keep in mind, Miraidon on Michelle's end should survive this and then have the freedom to go for Electro Drift in the following turn.
Yeah, same strategy on Marco's side, but as you've said, the result is a little bit different. Miraidon able to stay in the game. We know that Miraidon on Michelle's side is also running that Choice Scarf, so it is going to be able to have the speed advantage and is free to click in a new move. I think it's going to be the Electro Drift, though.
Yeah, but keep in mind, there's an Iron Treads potentially waiting in the back and perfect with its ground typing to take that. So it's really going to come down to which slot are you targeting and where's the Iron Treads coming in. But Michelle also making sure that with something like a Sandsmith Storm would potentially cover that swap in as well.
Well, no switches here. It's going to be the Electric Drift straight away, utilizing its Hadron Engine and the Electric Terrain to deal as much damage as possible to its counterpart on the opposing side. That is a solid one-hit KO of damage. We often see Dracomedia taking down opposing Miraidon. Not ever really its electric-type moves, but Michelle means business and gets the job done.
I mean, this time Sandsmith Storm connects and is a single target hit, dealing even more damage to the Incineroar. Maybe it goes for something like a U-turn to reposition here, but Michelle, just with the leading two Pokemon of Landorus and Miraidon, deals out so much damage and takes out at least the Miraidon here already.
Both of them know what their trainer is instructing them to do. Miraidon, your job was to get rid of the opposing Miraidon. Landorus, your job was to deal with the opposing Incineroar. Go for that Sandstorm Storm. It's going to be single target. It's going to deal the extra bit of damage, but you need to make it connect. And that's exactly what Michelle was able to accomplish in these opening turns. Marco, however, has the utility to adjust. You now see this Calyrex Ice Rider out in the fray with that Incineroar back in action, thanks to the KO.
Yeah, I think one thing that is really difficult for Marco is that he can never, at least with the 4 Pokemon he has brought so far, can never really take advantage of something like a Trick Room in the game here, because now especially Incineroar already down so low, and if we expect that maybe the Iron Treads is in the back, you don't want to set up the Trick Room for the Iron Treads, so you kind of always give your opponent the option to attack your Calyrex first and can't take advantage of that speed control.
Marco also doesn't have a lot of protect on this team. The Miraidon with the Choice Specs, the Assault Vest on the Incineroar, meaning that they just don't have that defensive support. So you're constantly relying on switches, which is dangerous when you have such powerhouses in play on Michael's side. The adjustment does come through on the board. We're going to see Miraidon take a little bit of a rest, maybe reset what move option it wants to go in for, while utilizing the Intimidate coming through from the Incineroar. Landorus, once again, playing nice defensively, going for this protect, wanting to burn through the fake out from the Incineroar on the opposing side, but it doesn't fall for it. Instead, Marco decides to reposition again, going for the U-turn.
Yeah, Marco's back against the wall, has to make some plays here, and maybe read into that manual swap and basically said, I'm just going all out offensive, going for a U-turn to reposition, and then maybe follow up with a Glacial Lance here, because I don't think with that U-turn plan you really would want to set up your Trick Room here. But that Incineroar, as always, King of VGC, perfectly switched in here, resisting the Glacial Lance, and then has the fake out active next turn.
And I think critically as well, Landorus, that would have taken 4 times super effective damage from that ice type attack, did go for the protect in this turn. But that in a way shows some vulnerability on Michael's side. You want to make sure that these Pokemon are protected and you're not giving away Chilling Neigh boosts for free.
Yeah, the big question of this current turn is Iron Treads now on the field has the speed advantage, being the fast Pokemon on the field. My question though would be, is a Steel Roll enough? But that's not what we're going to see.
Maybe we'll find out later on, but for now, Iron Treads going for the protection. Actually, it's a double on Marco's side, considering the Incineroar is on the field, it is out of frame, but I promise you it's there, trying to go for the fake out, but null and void, burning through that turn. I think this is a nice way for Marco to just regain a little bit of composure, slow down a bit of pace of play on Michael's side.
Yeah, we see the Earth Power this time not risking the Sandsmear Storm and just wants to take out the Iron Treads as soon as possible. You mentioned how crucial this Landorus is, especially if you can position it so well in this matchup here and have so much bulk to, I think it has a decent chance to maybe live the Steel Roller as well and take the KO in retaliation.
I think as well, yeah, with the bulk that it's got, it has taken a little bit of chip, but there is the potential for that Steel Roller to come through. It's not exactly a heavy offensive move. It, you know, deals significant amount, but it's really there for that utility to remove terrain.
Yeah, I mean, terrain at this point, you don't care too much. You lost your own Miraidon anyway, and you don't need the terrain for Incineroar and Calyrex, so you're happy to let that go. But yeah, let's see how this turn plays out. Manual swap out of the Incineroar, didn't want to take something like a high horsepower and preserve the Intimidate option for later on.
I think as well, Michael identifying you've got to support that Landorus, so you need the Intimidate Incineroar in play. Miraidon rejoins the field as the Steel Roller does come through, but Landorus is going to be able to take that. It is going to remove the electric terrain from play, which is a little bit unfortunate for the Miraidon joining the field at this turn, but maybe it could switch out later, bring it back in a future turn. Landorus goes for the Sandsmear Storm, but is not able to find its mark down onto the opposing Iron Treads. Instead, just gets on that Calyrex.
Yeah, and if we now see something like, oh, it's actually in high horsepower, but that will take out the Miraidon. It was initially meant for the Incineroar, but still works out perfectly here. And thanks to that miss, I mean, we mentioned the downsides of playing Sandsmear Storm, could have gone for something like an Earth Power, and most crucially is missing the Sandsmear Storm now on the Iron Treads, giving it another attack.
I wonder as well, looking at the speed interactions, there's now no more electric terrain that's possible in play, meaning that the Quark Drive is permanently going to be off for that Iron Treads. I know it's fast anyway, but could that be something that could come into play against something like the Urshifu?
Yeah, but it only, I mean, it is a Focus Sash Urshifu, and yes, you can use knockoff or high horsepower to deal some damage, but I think the story of this game would be take out the opposing Calyrex and win the game from there. So let's see how they can maybe reposition here. We see that Michael at least is considering maybe switching in their Incineroar here to get an Intimidate off on the Iron Treads to deal with that. But because the Landorus is currently like slower than the Iron Treads and therefore could be susceptible to something like a knockoff.
Well, this is what I'm thinking. You want to make sure that the Iron Treads, even without the Quark Drive, isn't going to be able to start steamrolling through your team, being able to use its speed with those high horsepowers and getting damage on the board. A lot of these Pokemon are vulnerable. The knockoff comes through into Landorus, so Michael has lost one of his key components that has enabled him to get into this game at 3 scenario. We know that the Incineroar is going to have to come in into this next turn, but right now it's all about whether or not this Urshifu can use these Surging Strikes and get the job done onto that Calyrex. I don't think it's going to be enough. Of course not.
No, it's not going to be enough, and this basically, I think there was a big read from Michel's end there saying you're not going to target my Landorus because I could just protect and Surging Strikes your Iron Treads, but instead we see a super powerful Glacial Lance, even resisted, is doing more than 50%.
It looks like, though, once it's in the double target, that the Glacial Lance is not going to be able to get the KO onto that Urshifu, but with the speed that this Iron Treads is able to deal, this could make things very difficult. At least at this point in time, though, Marco at least has the 2 Pokemon that can go for Protect on his team, so you can burn through this Fake Out turn.
Yeah, but Urshifu is ready to strike right through the protect here, so I think Marco needs to find a way to maybe preserve the Iron Treads a little bit longer, swap it out for something like the Incineroar waiting in the back to then come back and clean out the game. Something like in high horsepower, especially boosted with the Life Orb damage, should be enough to take out either of these two last remaining Pokemon, and I think you can withstand something like a Flare Blitz, especially after your own Incineroar gets the Intimidate off first.
That's true. That's one trick that Marco has left in the book. You have 3 Pokemon, so you can switch out the Iron Tread to keep it safe, bring in the Intimidate, like you said, and be able to enable that Iron Treads to come back in a little bit later. Of course, a Surging Strikes is going to be able to clean up against that Incineroar. But really, it's about setting up that endgame situation that you want. Marco going for the Protect on the Calyrex, thinking maybe that's what the Fake Out is going to target down into. But instead, it's going to be these Surging Strikes straight down into that Incineroar.
Now you're thinking, why would you ever want to protect in front of Urshifu? This was a call from Marco saying your Surging Strikes is going into whatever my left slot is. So whether that is the Iron Treads or the Incineroar, and I want to make sure that I survive this turn. So next, I still have 2 Pokemon remaining, and I still make it hard for Michel to decide where to target and where to go from this. So now it basically comes down. Maybe you could use something like a Aqua Jet combination, right, to take out or at least deal some damage and help then the knockoff or the Flare Blitz to KO the Iron Treads. Or we're still targeting high horsepower, connects with the Incineroar.
Yeah, it goes straight down into the Incineroar, removes it from play. Now it is a single target attack, so you know the Glacial Lance is likely going to be able to get the KO into that Urshifu, even if Urshifu is able to deal with the Iron Treads on the opposing side. But instead, Michel saying, I'm going to roll the dice against the Iron Treads in the next turn. I'm going to go for these Surging Strikes, remove the Calyrex from play, because we know high horsepower has the chance to miss.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because this game is far from over yet. Knockoff won't be enough. Steel Roller won't work. So it's all going to come down to, can Marco connect the high horsepower to win this top 8 set?
Yes, the Iron Treads rolls across the field, KOing the Urshifu, meaning that Marco Silva is the victor and will be advancing into top 4 here at the Utrecht Regional Championships.
Congratulations to Marco. What an amazing free game thriller they provided for us here in the venue and for you players and viewers at home. I mean, they're exchanging some last words after the set, and commiserations to Michel. Winning last year, coming top 8, great achievement.
Honestly, that consistency is incredible and is such an accolade to him as a trainer. But you've got to say Marco Silva, also one of the great veterans of the competition, taking down the reigning Utrecht champion in such tremendous fashion. I mean, there was no hesitation from the Iron Treads at the end of the game. We were kind of worried, what if it does miss? There has a chance, and we've seen hearts break and tournament runs end in similar style in the past, but not today, not for Marco Silva.
I mean, we've seen it on the stream so many times, but it wasn't actually featured in any of the matches, so I was really excited to see Iron Treads in live action here, and the way Marco managed to position it, switching it just in the right time where maybe Incineroar is already on the field and can't get off another Intimidate, so your attack is still not lowered and you get those high horsepowers, but also some utility in Steel Roller and Knockoff.
And you just couldn't write a better script at this point in time. Marco is going to be going on to top 4 to face down against Lewis Markle, the trainer who was the runner-up in Utrecht last year as well, and notably was able to take down Dill Yeomans with the exact same team that Marco is piloting, with a few little iterations in order to get into that top 4. So poor Lewis is just going to be there like, I just have to keep facing this team. It's the same 6. What do I do? What do I do? And it's a hard-fought battle. But now, both these trainers are going to be able to see who's going to be able to become the finalist out of those two.
Yeah, I mean, they have plenty of time now, while we'll still feature 2 more top 8 games for the viewers at home. So they have some time to maybe reconsider their game plans and see how they want to approach it this time. Maybe rewatch some of the action that we are just showing you as well here. And let's have some look at the highlights of this matchup, all the different terrestrializations we've seen.
Yeah, and we saw so much coming through from this Landorus. I mean, in game 1, we didn't see a lot. You just saw it being KO'd. And it was then up to the Miraidons to start cleaning through against each other's counterparts on the team. Both the Miraidons, utilizing terrestrialization at different points to great success. But the Iron Treads, really the battle of the ground types. Iron Treads in game 1 was so successful, but this Landorus came back with a vengeance, didn't it, Barish?
Yeah, if you can just manage to connect your Sandsmear Storms and you see how much damage it took. Like, Landorus probably did the most damage across this whole entire set here.
It was
just
great.
The power of Sandsmear Storm and some Earth powers when you land them as well is like just so detrimental.
I was feeling a little bit fraudulent, I'm not going to lie, after hyping up Landorus in the pre, looking at the teams, and then suddenly in game 1 it really didn't get to do a lot. But Michel showing why it was a vital piece of the puzzle, and despite the valiant efforts from some of the other teammates, the Urshifu there, for example, it really was just too much for them to deal with in the face of this Iron Treads that was just relentless out there on the field, constantly applying pressure with those high horsepowers, finding its accuracy, but also utilizing the steel roller and the protects at the right time.
Yeah, and preserving your Incineroar as well to give your Iron Treads an option to switch out again, withstand the pressure of something like Fake Out from Incineroar, and Urshifu going for a Surging Strike there. Michel played his outs there, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, not able to cross that finish line into top 4, but a top 8, an incredible accomplishment for sure. And Marco Silva, I love that we're going to be able to keep featuring such a veteran of the competition on the broadcast as we go through the rest of the tournament. We didn't get to see in this particular match the Trick Room mode that, Dill was able to showcase in their top 8. Pokemon like the Farigiraf and the Calyrex being able to utilize that Trick Room so beautifully. But maybe, as we did see it in top 8 against Lewis, it's something that Marco is going to be able to showcase in that top 4 game.
I mean, I said that with the Pokemon that Marco decided to bring into this game, and especially with Incineroar being so pivotal in swapping in and out, you didn't really have time to set up Trick Room. But Calyrex being so bulky, right, being able to take any hits, was able to dish out some crucial, important KOs as well with the Glacial Lance. And once you're boosted as well, you kind of force the opponent to deal with the Calyrex, otherwise it will just run away with the game.
Well, we were lucky enough to be able to hear from Marco earlier in an interview, and in case you missed it, we've got another one lined up right away for you. So let's kick it over to the couch and hear what he has to say.
Taking down our previous Utrecht champion, Michael Kausch, Marco Silva has been able to achieve it and make yet another top 4. How are you feeling after taking down such a strong opponent?
It feels great. I was a little bit scared of this matchup. It felt pretty even, but there was a lot of mind games, so it feels good to win one of those matchups in which it can go either way.
Yeah, it did seem like a pretty even matchup, I would say, and it was very read heavy. There were a lot of risks on both sides. Like you could have just Draco Meteored them right on turn 1, and there was lots of different options. So what was your thought process on that very first turn, given there were so many options?
So in the first game, I just assumed that Michael was not going to Draco Meteor. If it was going for Draco Meteor, I think it would have been really bad, but I thought that maybe I could have had a way to win, depending on if he would have Terra or not the Landorus, because if he Terras the Landorus, then everything is really weak to Iron Threats. But yeah, so game 1, I think, went pretty smoothly. I made a mistake when he switched Urshifu into the knockoff. I should have just went for Steel Roller, because then his Drift would have knocked Yo Miraidon. I thought it was pretty close, like I thought I would have lived anyway, but when I saw Urshifu, I was like, oh yeah, I just messed up. But in the end, I was still able to win. I got a crit in the end. I don't exactly remember the board state, but it felt okay. Like I think I was still in a okay spot. I don't exactly remember if I had a guaranteed win. But yeah, the games were really close. Game 2, I thought that turn 1 went well, but then he got a crit with Sansir by hitting both. And then I thought, yeah, it's just over, because if Urshifu comes in, he goes for Aqua Jet. I will try to get well, actually, I don't think there was a way to win there if it was gained with Urshifu, because just Aqua Jet and just Aqua Jet attack with Landorus felt really, really bad. But yeah, in the end, they worked out.
Yeah, and then there was the game 3. There was still Sandstorm clicked quite a few times. Your Iron Treads was very nimble and was able to close out that game for you, because it didn't take that Sandstorm. It was able to clutch those 2 high horsepowers in the in-game. How important do you think Iron Treads was in this match?
So actually, like when I started testing this team, I started by taking inspiration from the team that got top 4 at NAC, built by Kazuki Kobayashi. But then, I don't know, I just didn't really like the Landorus in the mirror, like in all the Miraidon matchups, because a lot of people were going Life Orb, and the fact that your answer to Draco Meteor is going for Terra Steel, I didn't really like it, because, I mean, they can just maybe protect, you go Terra Steel, then they just drift. So I switched to Reds, particularly not to beat like Miraidon Calyrex size, but to make it a little bit easier, and I didn't feel too comfortable with Landorus, so I'm glad it paid off here.
Yeah, and it's been a very solid team for you so far, which we, of course, saw Dill Yeomans pilot to the top 8 and was taken down by Lewis Markle, who is going to be your next opponent. So how do you think you will end up faring against someone who's been able to beat this team already?
So I feel like the matchup, it's quite difficult. It's probably slightly in their favor. I had a lot of experience because obviously I main Calyrex and Magenta, like specifically with Rillaboom, Ogerpon, and Incineroar for most of the format. But yeah, like most likely I would just need to get some reads right to try to win the game.
Yeah, and we want to let you go and get ready for that top 4, of course. Just before we let you go, we've had you once already, but are there any other shout-outs you want to give to anyone watching?
Oh, yeah, I still want to shout out all my friends that supported me, my esports team, and also Iron Threads for avoiding the Sandstorm.
Yeah, well done to the Iron Treads. It was absolutely clutch there. We'll see if it's going to be clutch in that top 4. But of course, we've still got 2 more top 8s to decide who our other semi-finalists are going to be. So please stay tuned.
Marco Silva, he is just one step away. So it would be so amazing to see Marco be able to get the first 3-time international championship glory.
I got into competitive play in 2016. I just stumbled upon like a YouTube video. From there, I saw that there was tournaments near my area. I did really well, and the organizers actually told me, yeah, you could probably play like a major events and you would probably do well, and that's what I did. My earliest memory from this game is definitely building my first team, trying out like new stats, and learning new things about the game. It was really, really good. One moment in my career in which I wanted to quit was after the 2018 World Championship. It was my last year in the senior division, and I wasn't planning on playing anymore in the master division. I got really, really unlucky in my top 16 match, and it kind of made me like try way harder. I think one of the reasons that keeps me getting back to tournaments is definitely my competitive nature.
A pretty good special attack, and it's just a 1 hit. No way.
Since I first started playing, there's definitely way more people. It's really hard to keep up because, of course, you have to practice a lot. I feel like it's also way more fun because there's more competition. At first, I feel like I was living the tournaments kind of in a different way. Like every time I was going to a tournament, I was like stressing out a lot about the teams that I was supposed to bring. Right now, going to a tournament, I tend to test way less, and I focus more on something that I know that I'm able to play well. My strategy going to this tournament was based on having a lot of different modes. I had the Sun mode with Charizard, the Torkoal, and Jumpluff. I also had a really, really slow core with Incineroar, Porygon 2, and Ursaluna, and Torkoal as well. So I think the flexibility of my team was probably the strongest point of it.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters division.
This was a dream of mine that I tried to accomplish for a lot of years, and I'm really grateful that it finally happened. Once I will stop playing competitive Pokemon, I'll definitely remember the time in which I was able to defend my title. In the senior division, my brother was also able to win it all, so I'm extremely proud of him. My overall goal is to improve as much as I can, and of course, being able to win the World Championship one day. Hopefully, this will be the year. I feel like at this point, probably my results speak for themselves, so yeah. My greatest memory from the World Championship was definitely when my really, really close friend, Luca Cirbelli, was able to win it all. I think playing my brother in the World's Final would definitely be a possibility because of the level he's been playing at and has been really, really high. One of the advice I would give to somebody that's starting out with the competitive Pokemon would definitely be try to get some friends involved into it, because if you all test together, it'll definitely be more fun.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We're now ready for the third of our top 8 matches here at day 2 of the Utrecht Regional Championships. And we are very hyped for this because we've had such a stacked top cut already. Already some amazing matches. Jamie, you've had a chance just to speak to Marco after he just won our second top 8. How was that?
I mean, he's just as cool and calm as ever, right?
Yeah.
Because he's just so used to it. He gets to these top positions so very commonly. But to be fair, it was taking down also a very strong player in Michel Kausch, who was our former Utrecht champion and made top 8 this year. That's still an incredible accomplishment in its own right.
Yeah, it really is. Like, he's done amazingly well, and interestingly, still kind of trying to innovate continuously as well as the tournaments kind of go on, right? Because we kind of heard he's working with Dill Yeomans as well on this sort of team, specifically for this event, rather than just going, oh, I'll just use something from previously. Still trying to keep up with the trends, and that's what you need to do to try and get to this level of, well, amazing VGC play.
Yeah, and we'll be facing Lewis Markle in the first semi-final that we do have. But of course, we do need to determine who our other semi-finalists are going to be. We can have a look now at the 2 other top 8s that we're going to be able to feature here. We've already seen Marco versus Lewis. So is it now going to be Giovanni or Matt making it as the 3rd trainer to make it into the top 4, or is it going to be Violaine or Aurélien?
I'm not sure, Jamie, but hopefully we'll find out as the day goes on. Giovanni, we featured yesterday running that Chempao Dragonite and then Calyrex Shadow Rider Zamazenta team, and doing very well with it too. Being one of the top seeds, honestly, going into phase 2, and obviously still made it through into the top 8 here. Whereas Matt Maynard, we've not featured quite yet, but I believe has a very similar team to Giovanni's.
Yeah, it does have Miraidon and Zamazenta instead, but still the Chempao Dragonite that's definitely been picking up since it was able to have so much success at the World Championships, making top 4 and top 8 on those teams. And then a little bit of a twist, it's mainly Shadow Rider and Zamazenta that has the Chempao Dragonite, but there's no reason why it doesn't work with Miraidon and Zamazenta, because Chempao's still a perfect pairing for both of those, and therefore, if you got the Chempao, you can slot on the Dragonite.
Love it. Yeah, okay. Sounds good to me. I might use that at my next local, potentially. But let me know where you're going, because I want to dodge that.
Yeah, potentially. Speaking of dodging some things, the Toxapex is what Violaine is still going to be using here. Has made it into the top 8 once again. Back-to-back weeks of Toxapex success here. So we'll have to see if that's going to continue onward into the top 4.
Yeah, it's something that a lot of trainers will definitely have on their radar given last week's success with Toxapex. Obviously, Aaron Trailer getting it all the way to the finals, and multiple other trainers also with the kind of the exact same team, the Terapagos, Miraidon, Toxapex sort of team, to really high levels from multiple trainers. But it was just Emilio Forbes that kind of clinched it in the end against that team, just knocking it off the podium before it could get there. But yeah, maybe Violaine can get there.
And it's also the last chance for Terapagos. It's the only Terapagos left with a possibility of taking a championship. So if Violaine's not able to make it, that's it for Terapagos. No championships for it. It was other restricteds that were going to take those slots instead.
But, I mean, would you see that happening, given when Terapagos was first, announced, right? And we first saw its abilities that it has, the Terra Shell, and then the Terra Starstorm that it was able to kind of just rip out. Did you think that it is as good as it was going to be, as we now know, or better or worse?
I think it's been just very consistent.
Yeah.
But maybe not the star of the show. But maybe these two will be the stars of our show, as we see Giovanni versus Matt in our 3rd top 8 that we're going to be able to feature. Giovanni on the left there, Matt on the right, and we're definitely going to be putting on a show for this one.
100% here. I think Matt has made a top 4, believe previously. So definitely wanting to do one better. And so they need to at least win this to be able to progress their mileage at the moment. But already still such an accomplishment to be making it into this top 8 for both of these trainers.
It definitely is. And like you said, with somewhat similar teams, even though the restricteds aren't actually the same restricted pair, the teams constructed around them end up being reasonably similar. So yeah, I can't immediately just give an advantage to either player here. We've obviously been able to feature Giovanni already on stream and had a really, really good showing there. Matt, it's going to be the first time this weekend, so we actually haven't been able to feature him and see what he's been bringing to this tournament, because clearly he's been finding a lot of success so far if he's been able to make this top 8.
He has, yeah. It's a really good point. There's got to be a reason he's got to be here, and yeah, with a really strong team behind them, it's going to be a good reason. And it is going to be that kind of Miraidon Zamazenta duo that we don't really see a lot of. And again, with that Volcarona, which we'll kind of dive into a little bit more. So they've just remembered that with Giovanni's particularly, I seem to have faced him at like loads of tournaments in the past. He always defeats me every single time. Like, he's a really consistent player. So it's taken him a while to kind of get to the top cuts consistently recently. But as you can see, he's made it very consistent in the last few years.
Yeah, he's been able to make a top 16 and a top 8 at some regionals. He was able to make the finals all the way back in 2022, just falling short there. So some really, really good accomplishments coming out from here, and I'm sure he wants to improve on that finalist result. And of course, we've already mentioned Matt wants to improve on his top 4 result that he got 2 years ago in the Stockholm Regional Championships. That was back when we had just the single restricted back in Regulation G, was able to pilot Miraidon to a lot of success there, and still piloting Miraidon to decent success here and now paired with that Zamazenta.
Yeah, I believe you were there at that Stockholm Regional, right?
I was. I did not do very well. Let's move on.
Okay. 2025 EYC top 16 though is really impressive as well. Arguably, like, in some ways kind of maybe better, or at least on par with a top 4 of regional level event, depending on the size, I think. But yeah, so like no stranger to the very top of these tournaments. But against Giovanni though is another question. And against a very similar sort of composition that Chien-Pao Dragonite is another question, because when you have similar Pokemon, it means speed ties might be introduced. You need to figure out the training of the Pokemon on either side, which is something that's not obvious from just the team.
Yeah, I think, I always give the advantage in just team preview to the one that's just very slightly off meta. We come to expect the team of 6 from Giovanni very, very commonly. It found a lot of success at the World Championships, and it's continued to in this second round of Regulation I. You've got the Calyrex Zamazenta, we know what those do. And we've got the Assault Vest Chien-Pao that's going to be rebounding Ice Shard instead of Icy Wind. The other 3 moves are basically guaranteed on the Assault Vest set, and it is just personal preference of do you want guaranteed priority even if they switch or they use a status move, or do you want the speed control? And it seems like it's Ice Shard that's been prioritized here because you've got a lot of good priority as well. The Booster Energy Thunderclaps do a lot, and Extreme Speed with Terra Normal with Choice Band and Sword of Ruin helping, that's also a lot.
Yes, plenty of priority is the thing that Giovanni wants to use, and so maybe something like a Ferrograph could be quite detrimental to their plan. So at least you need something to be able to deal damage into that, and that's where maybe Ruination or Ice Spinner comes in on that Chien-Pao, combined with some maybe more powerful attacks, for instance, like Outrage Dragonite. But a very fun move to use, though, because you just don't know where it's going to target. It's got random targeting, but if it hits where you want it, then that's going to be
wow. We have very different definitions of fun. like whether it's going to hit this slot or not. I like the guaranteedness of some of the moves being able to. I click into this slot and I will hit this slot. But yeah, Outrage can be very, very strong. We'll have to see if that's going to come to the fore, because we've got Dragonites on both teams here. We've got it paired up with the Chien-Pao, very classic pairing there, and Chien-Pao is of course on both of these trainers teams, but it's going to be a little bit of a different Chien-Pao coming out for Matt. We've seen a huge rise in Assault Vest, but this is the Focus Sash variant instead.
Yes, unfortunately it is, which means it's going to have to afford to lose a bit of bulk from the lack of Assault Vest, but it gets that Protect instead. Very useful in front of choiced Pokemon, like the opposing Dragonite, for instance, where it can lock into something and you can kind of scout out for that using that Protect instead. But here we have the Volcarona, which I think is going to be a really strong option into both the Calyrex Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta, because you can use that Rage Powder to redirect away both Fighting type and Steel type attacks, which Zamazenta uses, and threaten with the Flame Body Burn back again. And Volcarona has naturally good special defense too, so it's actually going to be able to probably take more than one Astral Barrage from a Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, I think it's very reasonable for Volcarona to come to this match. It is one of the best Zamazenta counters that we do have available in the game, and look at that, you're facing down a Zamazenta, so that would be no surprise to see it in the slightest. So yeah, we're about to get into this game very, very shortly. Who do you think that you give the advantage to?
Well, they have faced before in round 9 already today, and Matt Maynard came out on top. So we'll have to see if Giovanni is able to respond a little bit to that. We obviously don't know the details of that match particularly, but this is not the first time they're facing.
Yeah, but this is going to be the time they're facing in this top 8. We've got double restricteds for both immediately. It's Shadow Rider Zamazenta for Giovanni, and it's Miraidon Zamazenta for Matt.
Okay, so yeah, maximum damage coming out both sides at the moment. And so we've got to see that the Zamazentas are pretty much the same on both sides. One is Terra Dragon on Giovanni's end, which is not great defensively into Miraidon, but Matt's is the Terra Fairy instead. So that is something that might be beneficial in front of, like, the Dragonite's Outrage, for instance. But going to this turn when you have this almost much offense, boy, where are we going here?
I don't know. We saw the Dauntless Shield on Giovanni's activate first, so that usually implies that's going to be the faster of the two. Of course, the Choice Scarf on the Miraidon allows it to outspeed both the Calyrex and the Zamazenta here. You could just be going for a Snarl to reduce the damage output. You could just be going for maximum amount of damage if you turn on the Terastallization. But no, it's Terastallization, but on the Zamazenta into, as you mentioned already, there's Terra Fairy. So that is going to be Matt's Terastallization coming out from the Zamazenta. No other Terastallization. Nope, just to protect from the Zamazenta on Giovanni's side of the field. Is this Miraidon going to target correctly? Yes, it is. So that is the Focus Sash broken on the Calyrex already. If it's going to respond with an Astral Barrage, it will still do very respectable damage, depending on what is waiting in the back. But yeah, Zamazenta maybe got the call wrong there.
Maybe got the call wrong, but at least Matt kind of had to spend the Terror there, kind of fearing maybe a double up with the Astral Barrage and a body press from Giovanni's own Zamazenta instead. But yeah, okay, Astral Barrage is the move of choice at the moment. Still going to be great damage into both these targets. Anytime you get an Astral Barrage off with Calyrex, it's somewhat winning. But first of all, Behemoth Bash into the Calyrex. So turn one, Calyrex Shadow Rider is actually already down, putting in Matt in such a strong position.
Yeah, that is a very big swing of momentum for Matt. Taking down a restricted straight away. The Volcarona's now on the field. It can redirect away the Zamazenta. Even though it's taken about half of its HP, it will be able to survive any attack that Zamazenta would want to go for. So it's got to be the partner Pokemon that's going to be joining the field for Giovanni that needs to take care of this Volcarona. And we're seeing here it's Raging Bolt and Dragonite that could be switching in, and it's going to be the Raging Bolt. So that's not going to be able to outspeed the Zamazenta and get its Thunderbolt off before the Volcarona would attack. You can't safely go for a Thunderclap to try and KO the Volcarona because it could just very easily be a Rage Powder to try and keep it safe. But at the same time, do you even need to Rage Powder here? The Terra Fairy surely keeps the Zamazenta a lot more safe against the opposing Zamazenta here because it's Heavy Slam available on Giovanni's. Therefore, it's not going to be doing too much damage even with a super effective hit because it will only be 40 base power, and the Terra Fairy is resisting the body press. So yeah, this is a very, very solid position immediately for Matt. Even though there's a reasonable amount of damage on his side of the field, I'm just trying to work out if that Zamazenta is potentially in that Thunderbolt range, because it is going to be electric terrain boosted and it's booster energy boosted, so it might actually be.
Volcarona actually going on the Protect here, though, wanting to perhaps keep it around for what could be in the back. Thunderclap, yeah, is going to fail here, actually. So maybe targeting to the Volcarona this turn, and Body Press coming out into the Zamazenta
no, that's nothing.
Is, yeah, a little bit sad, unfortunately. Body Press, though, over 50% damage to Raging Bolts, showing it is, well, Raging Bolt's bulky, but, like, oh my goodness, Zamazenta's strong as well.
Yeah, that's a much more beneficial damage trade for Matt coming out there, because that is a two-shot into the Raging Bolt, and now you don't have the option to go for a Thunderbolt KO into the Zamazenta. It would have to be Thunderclap, but the Volcarona is still around and can very easily just go for that Rage Powder. Rage Powder Body Press into the Raging Bolt seems just incredibly safe here. If the Zamazenta attacks, well, then it's risking to get burned by that Flame Body, while also definitely not KOing that opposing Volcarona.
Wow, okay, so Giovanni kind of trying to play some outs here, going for the Protect to save itself from another Body Press. But as you've choreographed, Jamie, there's the Rage Powder at the moment from this Volcarona. And now it's down to Giovanni's Zamazenta to go for a Body Press. It needs to avoid this burn to have much of a chance in this game. Rocky Helmet first, but yes, no burn. And the Body Press doesn't go into the Raging Bolt. So safe play from Matt, but Giovanni still kind of on the back foot here.
Yeah, he's considering the switch out now into the Dragonite, because otherwise you just lose the Raging Bolt. There's nothing stopping just another Rage Powder and Body Press into that slot. So yeah, Dragonite is switching in for the Raging Bolt here to try and soak that up, because of course it's got that resistance. We're going to see the Rage Powder once again. That's probably going to be a KO into this opposing Volcarona now, given it is so low. Yes, it is, but that's one last chance for a Flame Body proc, and it doesn't seem like it's going through. That is just 2 rounds of Rocky Helmet there into the Zamazenta, which now is facing down the opposing Zamazenta. There's the Body Press into the Dragonite. That's still a 3-hit knockout there.
Wow, yeah, so not multi-scale like a lot of Dragonites, but this is the inner focus set, so still doing its full damage even at full health. And yeah, as you say, 3-hit knockout is a pretty big deal at the moment. We've also seen that Giovanni's Zamazenta is consistently outspeeding Matt Zamazenta, so at least he's got that going for him there. If the Zamazenta gets low enough, you can kind of hopefully pin it with a couple of moves here. But now we've got Dragonite on the field, Jamie. It's got to lock into something.
Yeah, it does, but I think that Electro Drift is pretty free for the rest of the game. The Raging Bolt would be quad resisting that, but it's already taken over half damage. It's probably in range of just 2 more Electro Drifts, so you can pretty safely here just go for the Electro Drift and the body press, and that's going to be huge damage to whatever is going to be taking those attacks. I don't think you can get a double KO this turn. Electro Drift will KO either Pokemon here, maybe not the Zamazenta. It'll be close on the Zamazenta without a Terastallization, but then you can just go for body press into it, and that's something that we haven't mentioned either. The Terastallization hasn't actually yet been used on Giovanni's side of the field. It could have been some of these defensive Terastallizations, but it's just it's such an awkward position here, especially because the Dragonite is still not even going on the offensive. It's switching out into the Raging Bolt.
Okay, so Giovanni maybe trying to call an electric move into this slot here, because Raging Bolt is pretty good at resisting that. Yes, a very good switch in here. And that is not going to do well. It's still a Miraidon, oh my goodness, which is still a 2-hit KO, but it means another attack still needs to go into it. Body press, returning back onto the Miraidon, doing over 50%, but it is the cover of that other body press now into that slot, ensuring either way you're most likely getting a KO to whatever Giovanni did from that Dragonite slot.
Yeah, very nice cover there. At least the electric terrain has disappeared, so that Electro Drift is really not going to be doing as much damage as it potentially could have, but there's still a Pokemon unrevealed waiting in the back that could just be switch out, switch back in for the Miraidon. However, this might be the position that Giovanni's been aiming for. Go for those Terra Normal extreme speeds. The Miraidon taking that body press is now in range of that attack, and then it would just be trying to break through the opposing Zamazenta, but we've already seen the Zamazenta on Giovanni's side. It's just really, really not doing the damage.
So what's the final Pokemon that Matt has brought here? It is the Chien-Pao now coming onto the field. That's going to really change up some of the damage calculations of physical attacks across the board for this turn, and while it stays here. So now Giovanni is committing that Terra finally in this game 1, and it's going to be the Dragonite into that Terra Normal, boosting up that extreme speed damage and taking away a lot of the weaknesses there, but increasing his weakness to body press, unfortunately. But first of all, the damage with Choice Band. Is it going to be enough for this Zamazenta? Not even close. But body press following up could be enough. Not even close either. Matt popping off there, knowing that was crucial, because that responding body press does get the KO.
Yeah, and that's going to be the game 1 for sure for Matt. It's going to be extreme speed that can KO any of these Pokemon. The Chien-Pao still got its Focus Sash though, and that was a really, really clutch survival from the Zamazenta there. It was really, really close, because the Chien-Pao switching in activated Sword of Ruin, so those attacks did way more than they were going to do otherwise, but not quite enough. That's going to be the forfeit from Giovanni, and it's going to be game 1 for Matt.
Wow, that was pretty intense as well. Matt, knowing that Zamazenta was such a great win condition in that matchup, right? As you said, Jamie, really big that Giovanni has the heavy slam actually on his own Zamazenta. So Giovanni actually wanting to click for the not very effective move over the super effective move, because it still did more damage.
Yeah, it's a very, very nicely done from Matt there. I think the momentum was stolen on that very first turn with the Protect on the Zamazenta not achieving anything, because imagine that had just been an attack into the opposing Zamazenta, and yeah, it would have done basically no damage. But look how much HP the Zamazenta survived on right in that endgame. If that had just been an attack into that slot, that double up would have picked up the KO, and then suddenly, well, Extreme Speed goes into the Miraidon, that's guaranteed, and the Zamazenta should be able to beat the opposing Chien-Pao. So yeah, that turn 1 was crucial in a couple of ways. KO in the Calyrex, but also it could have been that tiny little bit of extra damage that would have secured that KO on the Zamazenta.
So true. It's not just what happens at the end trains, it's how you set everything up right from the get-go. And it could be that we're already playing so many mind games from their previous set a few matches ago back in round 9. But again, Matt seems to have the upper hand here. And that Volcarona looking really strong too. Even without the Flame Body procs, it was just consistently able to sponge up damage and still punish back with Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, it was definitely just there for the redirection, and that was very useful for the Zamazenta, keeping itself safe and able to do so much damage. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the same strategy. But no, there's a bit of a switch up coming out here for Matt. Not from Giovanni though. Still sticking with the Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta on his side of the field. But it's going to be the Zamazenta for Matt. But Chien-Pao instead of the Miraidon.
Okay, so a little bit more of a switch up now, and this is going to be able to still apply a lot of pressure to the Calyrex Shadow Rider yet again, because this Chien-Pao does have that crunch, a really consistent dark-type coverage move that doesn't rely on the opponent having to attack like if you're using Sucker Punch.
Yeah, and that's going to be threatening that Calyrex quite considerably. We saw it get doubled up in turn 1 of game 1, and that is an opportunity that Matt does have available if the Calyrex just does go on the offensive. The Chien-Pao will outspeed the opposing Zamazenta and potentially just double up for that KO. And once again, we're seeing that immediate terrestrialization coming out from the Zamazenta. Terra Fairy was so useful in that previous game, going immediately for it in this second one once again.
Okay, Terra Fairy, it was so useful last time. Chien-Pao going for the Protect, though, this time, doesn't want to take any unnecessary damage like chipping away from its Focus Sash, like this Ash Barrage would have done. But it is going to be able to hit this Zamazenta now. Big amounts of damage here. Giovanni needs to respect this Zamazenta and get as much damage into it as possible. But it's not the target into the Zamazenta. It was that body press, trying to do what Matt did to him in that turn 1 and kind of snipe that first turn, but not quite. But first, Behemoth Bash with a critical hit. Does get that Calyrex Shadow Rider low. Would have survived anyway with a Focus Sash, but obviously definitely helps to get that maybe perhaps in Ice Shard KO range.
Yeah, I don't think it would have been in Ice Shard range without that critical hit, so that's going to be very, very useful for Matt, and that's really limiting that Calyrex once again. Yeah, Ice Shard is surely the move of choice here into that Calyrex. It's probably going to be forced into a Protect or a Switch to try and get rid of the Chien-Pao and free itself up in the future, but yeah, the Terra Fairy is just still so useful for this Zamazenta, because now, if you do click Ice Shard into the Calyrex, your Zamazenta's just not taking any damage this turn, and you're going to be able to respond back with a massive attack. Wow. And yeah, not even a Protect, Ice Shard does just pick up the knockout on that Calyrex.
Giovanni just maybe hoping Matt overextends slightly on that turn, but Matt not giving Giovanni any options. Body Press first, though, doing the consistent amount of damage you need into this Chien-Pao. You need at least one hit anyway to get through it, especially if you don't have an Urshifu on the team. But the responding Body Press, wow, yeah, that is a lot of damage coming back from Matt at the moment. And now Giovanni with the same Pokemon in the back here needs to respond somehow.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be the Dragonite at least, so you can go for the Extreme Speed to pick off the Chien-Pao before it can go for any of its attacks. Ice Shard would definitely be wonderful into this Dragonite if it doesn't Terastallize, but Extreme Speed will out-prioritize that. But then you're still just not going to be doing the damage to the opposing Zamazenta, because if you have to Extreme Speed the Chien-Pao, that's where the damage would come from into it at this point. We've seen how pitiful the Zamazenta on Giovanni's side of the field is with either attack into the opposing Zamazenta that has gone for its Terra Fairy. So it's still a very, very solid position here for Matt, because his Zamazenta is still completely free to do whatever it wants.
So Chien-Pao's actually going to switch out here, not wanting to go down to a possible Extreme Speed. Can't Terror away from that or Protect again. Volcarona, even as a switch-in, can also punish too if any contact move goes into it, activating that Rocky Helmet and the potential for the burn proc from that Flame Body. But Giovanni's first getting that Zamazenta out into that Raging Bolt, wanting to do some special attacking damage into the Zamazenta where you can actually start to progress a little bit and activating that Booster Energy first.
Yeah.
There's the Extreme Speed, it's big damage from that Choice Band, and Flame Body, are we gonna see it? Not quite yet. Body Press though, into that Dragonite, getting a little bit lower, but it's not in range of another one crucially.
Yeah, not quite, but the Volcarona could just go on the offensive itself. Flamethrower and Body Press would be able to pick up the KO. Because well, actually depends on the training. Usually Volcarona is going to be faster than the opposing Dragonite, and Rage Powder and Extreme Speed have the same priority, so you would assume that the Rage Powder would be able to out-prioritize purely because Volcarona is slightly faster than Dragonite. Unless Dragonites run as fast as possible, but it's usually because you're Extreme Speeding, you don't actually invest in speed. So that means the Volcarona could just go for the Rage Powder, keep that Zamazenta safe from the Extreme Speed, and then just do absolutely massive damage with that Body Press. We've already seen it is able to two-hit knockout that Raging Bolt, and if you do Rage Powder, well then you should be able to survive any Extreme Speeds. No Extreme Speeds this turn though, because it is just a switch out into that Zamazenta.
So not getting the defense boost again because it's only a one-time proc per battle for that Dauntless Shield. But now we are seeing the Terror on Giovanni's end. It's going to be into the Raging Bolts this time. Go for the Terror Electric. I like this. This is boosting up the damage to ridiculous levels now with that Booster Energy also activating that special attack. First, the Body Press. Getting rid of this Zamazenta, keeping Dragonite around for a little bit longer. But can this Raging Bolt bring something back here? Can it take some KOs? But first, the Struggle Bug, though, faster than this Raging Bolt, providing so much utility and dropping that special attack. Right, here it is. Thunderbolt, we need this damage, Raging Bolt. And into that Zamazenta, it's not nearly enough now, but at least in range of another.
Yeah, but you've still got the Volcarona still around. It can easily go for that Rage Powder once again to keep that Zamazenta safe. And Dragonite has to commit to something for the rest of this game now, because we're down to the final 2 Pokemon, and it can't even go for a Terra Normal Extreme Speed because the Terrestrialization was committed on that Raging Bolt. And yeah, we are seeing the Rage Powder coming out from that Volcarona, so even if it was Extreme Speed, that's going first. Yep, we do confirm that is the speed order, but Extreme Speed's not enough. Oh. There's that Flame Body. We were owed one after a few hits into that Volcarona, so that Dragonite is really not going to be able to do the damage it needs to now. Oh, and it was even Thunderclap trying to catch no Rage Powder from the Volcarona, but instead that is not going to be doing anything there. Burn actually not mattering in the slightest, because the Behemoth Bash does take care of this Dragonite, and this is going to be a very, very comfortable game 2 for Matt and send him into that top 4.
It certainly is, Matt. There's the forfeit. Yeah, Matt Maynard straight to top 4.
And looks incredibly comfortable in a 2-0 fashion there. As mentioned, they had faced each other, so there were going to be some mind games based on how the match had already gone. That might be why we saw that Protect Turn 1 on the Zamazenta based on previous interactions that they would have had, but Matt got the better end of those turns. I don't think there was a single turn where Matt, it felt like Matt got the wrong end of every turn. Seemed to just be the correct thing to do, and just catching the switches or catching this Protect and getting the correct target. It was really, really nicely done.
It was excellently played. I think obviously Matt had really already thought about this matchup, and I think if you already have a strong matchup, given it more time to think about it again, that maybe makes it even stronger sometimes. They're very confident about what you definitely need to bring, and you've had that extra time to think about it.
Yeah, I think the Terra Fairy on the Zamazenta, one of the less common terrors that we see. It's usually water or dragon, but yet Terra Fairy just shut down that opposing Zamazenta completely. If it had Behemoth Bash, like the Zamazenta on that side has, then it would actually be able to threaten a lot of damage there, and you saw how crucial it was, able to survive that double up in the end of game 1 and secure that final KO that was necessary to take the game. And so, yeah, the critical hit on the Behemoth Bash, that was actually quite crucial, because that did put it in eyeshot range.
Honestly, it was a beautiful disaster that even came about there, because if it was a sucker punch, you wouldn't need that extra critical hit damage, you just need them to attack. But no, instead, it was that Ice Shard. And yeah, what a closeout from Matt there. And like, we even had Giovanni bring every 4 Pokemon like to the same matches, and it was still seems like so one-sided. Like, could we have maybe seen like an Amoonguss switch up at some point to maybe help that?
Potentially. Like, again, based on the fact that they faced each other before, maybe Amoonguss was brought to the previous one. Like, the redirection from the Volcarona was very nice, and it could have been the potential for the Amoonguss as well, but yeah, just the momentum was always on Matt's side just from the immediate get-go. Like, even just the turn 1, the Calyrex was KO'd to the double-up with the Zamazenta protecting, so like Giovanni must have been sweating like a Fido in a bakery when that happens, because surely that's influenced by the previous games, right? So yeah, like it may look disastrous of, well, I just doubled up on the Calyrex, the Zamazenta did nothing, but surely there was some influence from the previous games.
Yeah, I think you've got to be right there, especially when you're facing off at amazing trainers as well throughout the tournament. You're bound to face some people eventually if you've been just playing more matches again, right? And so this is what happened here. Giovanni putting on an amazing show and getting so far as well with this Chien-Pao Dragonite. Just unfortunately, this is when you had to face Matt, and it was going to happen at some point. And Matt, with a really good matchup and really nice play, honestly, was able to take it.
Yeah, it does seem like it is a matchup that is skewed in Matt's favor, but that is what you want against the most common teams, right? If you can bring a team that we're not as prepared against, like, I don't think many people would have prepared for Miraidon Zamazenta going into this tournament. It's a duo that's been around, like it's occasionally here or there, but it's never found proper success, but this might be the time for it.
Exactly, it could be. Yeah, and maybe I might be taking some notes, actually, of this team. I quite like this, actually. Yeah, maybe you might be seeing some locals, Jamie. I don't know. Yeah, I think, I quite like this. Matt was playing it really nicely. Love a bit of Volcarona as well. Like, we usually see Okapon in that slot, maybe as a redirector. It's particularly hard playing on that fire type, but that punish, though, to Zamazenta that you get with that flame body is, like, amazing, right? So, I think a really great call for this tournament.
Yeah, it was a really good call, and Matt has once again matched his best ever record with a top 4. We'll now throw it over to an interview to hear how he's feeling.
so much, casters. I have the pleasure of being joined by Matt as we can celebrate that incredible victory. How are you feeling after that?
I'm feeling good. I mean, it's a matchup that I've played a number of times. It's kind of what this team was built for, so I was very glad to see that matchup in top 4, and I think, yeah, obviously it's still tricky. Gio's a very good player. The matchup is still a lot of calls. I think I executed it very well, so had a game plan, stuck to it, and it worked.
And when you played Giovanni earlier in the tournament, correct?
Yes.
How did that help you coming into this match?
It was interesting because I think the strategy is much the same. It's very much, I'm normally Terrasilize my Zamazenta, obviously Terra Fairy was still very effective in front of Zamazenta, and it's mostly, the strategy is mostly built around picking off the partner slot, while Zamazenta, like against my Terra Fairy Zamazenta, my Volcarona, their Zamazenta can't do very much, so it was kind of built around picking off that slot next to it. And in both the games that I played against with Swiss, it was the Chen Pao Zamazenta lead. So it was kind of a bit of a mix-up going into game 1 this time, because it's kind of a game 3, and then switching up, going for the Miraidon, because he brought a Mungus into me in one of the games. So it's still, we're playing kind of another level of mix-ups that you don't normally see in game 1, which is quite interesting. But yeah, it obviously worked out in my favour.
I mean, it certainly did. And I loved your Terra Fairy Zamazenta, because I was thinking to myself backstage, I haven't really seen that around. You know, I wanted to ask you a little bit about why you put the Terra Fairy on it, and then your end game of game 1 kind of really demonstrated why it was very effective.
Yeah, this team is very much optimised for this kind of matchup. So, like I said, having that Terra Fairy on Zamazenta just lets me leave the opposing Zamazenta alone, because in front of the Volcarona board state, it's not really doing any damage, and even though Volcarona didn't actually get any flame bodies on the Zamazenta, we still saw that it was just not doing enough to kind of break through, and obviously if you switch the Zamazenta out, you then lose the boost from the, I forgot what's its ability.
From its abilities, so then it...
Not the shield, that's the one.
Then it loses it, and like you say, it's hard to then obviously get that back in with the same impression. And I'm glad you mentioned Volcarona, because it didn't get the flame body onto the Zamazenta, but it did on the Dragonite in the end. I think the Volcarona was such a standout for you in that game too. Has it been an MVP this weekend so far?
In this matchup, yes.
Okay.
It's so I've played into Cataracts Zamazenta 3 times this weekend, including this, and it's been pretty much MVP in all 3 of those. And I think it's come to 1 game outside of those.
Okay.
So it's very much kind of the 6th slot on the team, in that most of the time I'm playing with the other 5 Pokemon. But when it comes to matchups, it's incredibly important, as we saw there, being able to shut down the kind of Zamazenta, Chen Pao as well, because Chen Paos on these teams are often running Ice Spinner to try and get rid of electric terrain. So they have no way of hitting my Volcarona without obviously risking Flame Body again. So it's very, very crucial in that matchup.
Well, that shows the flexibility in your team, and it sounds like you have an option for almost everything, regardless of your matchups. Were there any matchups you were really worried to face in this tournament?
Well, interestingly, the matchup that Giovanni played in top 16 was one that I was very much trying to avoid.
You're happy to dodge it.
I was thankful that he won that one, because, like I said, I think my matchup into this is reasonably good. It's obviously it's Kali Shadow Zama. It's never going to be 100% in your favour, because you can always pull something out with those Pokemon. But yeah, the other option was Kali Ice Groudon, which is one of my losses in Swiss. So I was very glad to dodge that.
Hits very hard on the physical side, both of them.
Yes, and I don't have a huge amount of ground resists.
Isn't that like the old myth, everyone needs some kind of ground resist in competitive Pokemon?
It may be. Normally I just click Draco Meteor and it works, but it doesn't matter if you don't resist, if they don't hit you.
That's very, very true, and I like that theory for sure. We've been able to showcase you on the broadcast a couple of times, so you've got a lot of fans out there. There are a lot of families watching you and, supporting you. Are there any shout-outs, any kind words you'd like to give to friends and family who've supported you?
I mean, firstly, big shout-out to Mark Blunda. So I did the usual thing of panicking about what team I was going to use. I was on Koraidon and Cataract Shadow at Prague. That didn't really go so well, so I had a bit of a falling out. I've been doing better since the breakup, but so shout out to Mark, because I messaged him after his run in Prague. He got top 8 with the same team. I said, hey, would you mind sharing your team? We work on some stuff together, so we kind of, throughout the last week or so, and during this tournament, we're kind of chatting about how to run through matchups, that kind of stuff. The whole UK gang, so I was staying with a few of the UK guys, and Raj, one Irish guy, but big shout out to them. It's always nice to come to tournaments, even, like, I've had a bit of a weird season by my standards, but even so, it's always coming to tournaments to see people is always good fun. Shout out to my friend Jade, who I know is watching at home, who has been sending links to everybody we are mutual friends with for stream matches.
Watch this.
She's been setting aside her day to support, which is nice. Yeah, I think that's about it.
Well, it sounds like teamwork is making the dream work for you.
Absolutely.
Even if your season's been a little bit bumpy, it looks like you're ending the Scarlet and Violet era certainly on a high. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll be watching out for you. We do have, however, one more top 8 game still to go through, so don't go anywhere, trainers. We're going to go straight back to the caster desk and get that started.
Yes, one more top 8 to decide who is going to be the last
last trainer going into the top 4 here at the Utrecht Regional Championships. Will it be Aurelian Sula or will it be Violain Garati? So, yeah, last chance for Terapagos, right?
Last chance for Terapagos, last chance for Toxapex as well. Well, it isn't Champions to be fair, but like it is last chance for Regulation Set I. And I think to some trainers they might consider it a bit of a restricted Pokemon because of how great it is into specific matchups. The question is has it got a good matchup into the team that it's going to be going up against? And have players adapted too much to Terapagos for it to be able to get that title win?
We'll have to see. It's the last chance, as we've seen. So, yeah, I'm very curious to see just how Terapagos will just finish in this tournament, because everything else has been reasonably expected. I think that Miraidon's Amazenta has been, I don't know, it's been fringe, and it's not unexpected that it's doing well. But it is a little bit, probably a bit more of a surprise than Terapagos doing well at this point, I think.
Yeah, I would say so as well. Like, Terapagos, it's fine, isn't it? I think being a normal type, though, does do lots of things for you. You don't have any weaknesses. You're only weak to fighting. But in terms of offense, though, there's obviously something that's lacking slightly there, because you're not super effective against anything if you're trying to make the most of your normal type moves. Now, obviously, we've seen Ursaluna Blood Moon and plenty of previous regulations do incredibly well because it's already so strong and has that signature strong move. Now, Blood Moon, Terapagos has that same thing, but it's spread, isn't it? And needs a bit of setup before it can start dealing that damage. But that's why we see our traders make the most of that in that setup, haven't we? And that's where it has shone.
Yeah, it definitely has. It does need to be set up to get going, because if you just click a neutral Terrastar Storm, you're actually quite sad. Yes, because it just doesn't match up to the damage that the other restricted Pokemon can do. But just even a single Calm Mind, that can do it.
Yes. Now let's have a look at the bracket to see where our trainers currently are and where they need to be able to get to that final and who they need to face to. So as we can see, we've got 3 people ready for the top 4. We need just one more. Will it be Island or will it be Aurelion? And only time will tell. I mean, all of them are going to want to get to that particular slot. I think Violent already at the peak of BGC so far. I think top 8 is incredible feat already, but obviously one game away from getting even further.
Yeah, I think the best result so far has been 4-4.
Wow.
Now able to make it into the top 8 at least. Yeah, first ever phase 2, so very, very impressive so far. And then has to take down Aurelian Sula, who's just been so accomplished across multiple seasons. Again, another player, I think like Victor Medina, that's just been so close to taking a championship multiple times and then just has fallen short on the very, very last hurdles. Made multiple finals. Are they going to be able to make another one here?
Only time will tell. I mean, like, Aurelion was also got into the top cut of Utrecht, I think last year or maybe the year before as well. So still the same tournament on top of that and still wanting to do a little bit better this time too. But I feel like Violent's team is one of those teams, given the Toxapex, Terapagos, Miraidon, you either have like an okay matchup to it or it's like terrible, I feel like. And so Aurelion's team is going to have to shape out to like really face up against this, but hopefully Aurelion's thought about this given that LA was just last week. And so with the Chien-Pao Dragonite stuff that I think Aurelion is running, very similar to Matt's team, I think you've got some options.
Yeah, I do wonder how much practice people did in this week between, oh, this is actually a meta threat, this Toxapex Terapagos team, and I'm actually going to face it, because we had, I think it was maybe 10 in the tournaments that came into Utrecht, and then there was a couple that were able to make it into phase 2. So like with that smaller conversion rate, I'm not surprised it's still that low, because it was only a week ago and surely people had their teams ready by the time Los Angeles rolled around, ready for this tournament. But then, like, were you ready for it? Because apparently not, because we've got at least one still in this top 8.
Well, something that Aurelion does have going for them is the fact that at NAIC 2024, they were running a Terapagos team in the Regulation Set G. So it was choice specs, to be fair, kind of going on the offense. So, but maybe Aurelion's somewhat familiar with, you know, the Terapagos damage calcs, etc. And so that might set them instead against, well, a very different team, but at the end of the day, it's still Terapagos.
It is still Terapagos, so you do need to be careful of it getting too many Calm Minds, getting too strong there, because of course one more Calm Mind does match the boost that the choice specs can give, and that's the damage output that Aurelion would have been very used to when they were using it all the way back in the North American International in 24 to get that finalist position. As mentioned, multiple-time finalist. not yet champion, this could be the time to change that.
100%, but Violin must be riding on high right now, doing so well already with such an amazing achievement, and I think was also the one to knock out Victor Medina in Swiss rounds as well. So, like, that is an accomplishment in itself, because Victor has been on an absolute tear as well, but with a tried and tested team across the ages, but I don't know, maybe starting to get outdated at this point in the meta.
You say outdated, this is just the last chance, right?
It is.
I don't. Could you call something outdated with the very last tournament that we have available?
I can see these meta changes, Jamie. Where was Toxapex before last week? Where was Volcarona before last week? I don't know. I think that time is always ticking on. I don't think there's ever one point where it completely stops. But also at the end of the day, it's just the matchups that we happen to see at the same time, you know, and ones that the people face that kind of makes their whole story.
Yeah, true. So we can see our players getting ready into this final top 8 game here to decide who's going to be facing down Matt Maynard in the top 4. So we'll be able to see their players' accomplishments very shortly. As mentioned, Aurelian's been able to make finals so many times and just hasn't quite made it. And Violin's been able to get her first ever phase 2 here, first ever top cut, and even a top 8.
Yeah, really incredible. So, like, in the prize money, so many championship points as well. Possibly not really thinking about a Worlds invite until now, right? It's got to be this match, top 4, and final 3 more matches, and she could be going to the World Championships this year.
Yeah, this is always something that I really like to see at this late stage. Yes, we can see the accomplishments appear on Aurelian's side, and in Violin, nothing has appeared yet.
Yes.
And I always include that yet, because this is absolutely her first accomplishment. It doesn't matter if you haven't got any so far. Every tournament is a brand new tournament, and you can make it into that top cut, as Violin has so expertly done here.
And on Aurelian's end there it is. NAIC finalist, Utrecht Special Championship finalist, EUIC top 8 as well, another top 8, and there's many more on there that there is no room to show for Aurelian. They are such an accomplished player and one of the best in that Europe and France has to offer. But it's not just the player in front of you, it's the team at the same time, and there is still 6 Pokemon, and they're all level 50, so at the end of the day, we've got to play some VGC.
Yeah, imagine showing this team to someone 2 weeks ago, right? People might have scoffed at this, but it's already shown that it is capable of reaching a regional championship final. It looks like pretty much identical to the one that Aaron Traylor was able to pilot to the Los Angeles finals just a week ago. There is that now infamous Toxapex that is able to basically auto-win some matchups. Whether that's going to be the same against Aurelian's team, we'll have to wait and see. But the Electric Seed on the Terrapagos, that's going to be one of the most common items that we see now. Back when it first popped onto the scene, back in Bologna, it was like, what? Miraidon paired with Terrapagos? You get rid of your own terrain. What are you doing? And now it's just been so consistent on Terrapagos. Getting that +1 defense allows you to take all the physical attacks so incredibly comfortably. And then if you've got your Calm Mind activated as well then you're sort on the special side. You have the Sinister to recover yourself up with the Hospitality. It's just a very, very well-constructed team.
I think Francesco Piapera was maybe the one who kind of pioneered that with the Electric Seed and that Hospitality combination, as much as the rest of the team he had around him as well. So now, of course, let's check out Aurelian's team as well. And it should look very familiar to you from maybe about 15 minutes ago, I think, with Zamazenta, Miraidon, Incineroar, Volcarona, Chien-Pao, and Dragonite. I mean, any changes from Matt's team?
Can't see any.
Can't see any either.
Yeah, it's the Terrafairy on the Zamazenta that was so effective in that previous top 8 game. Oh, you spotted one?
Heavy Slam instead of Behemoth Bash.
Oh, yep, that'll be one as well. Did Matt have Outrage, maybe? Because there's Iron Head on the Dragonite as well, and that's not as common of a move on the Dragonite. It usually is Extreme Speed, Low Kick, and Aqua Jet as well to be able to hit it. So, yeah, it was Iron Head. Okay, so not too many changes there, but there's going to be a reason for that, right? That you've got all the text. We've seen how effective the Terrafairy Zamazenta was. We've seen how effective the Volcarona was in that matchup as well. And I think the Volcarona might actually be quite useful here because of the struggle bug. Because Terrapagos wants to be able to do some very good damage by getting Calm Mind boost, but if you're just spamming struggle bug, well, it's just cancelling out every single special attack boost that could happen on that Terrapagos. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Volcarona come to this match. We saw in Matt Maynard's interview, Volcarona very rarely comes, but this might be one of the matches it could come to.
Okay, there it is, Jamie, right next to its trusty partner, the Zamazenta. But it's got to face down that Miraidon. and the Ogerpon Half Flame. So a lot of damage from Violen's end from what is otherwise a quite defensively bulky team, but really turning up the heat in this first turn.
Yeah, going to be able to get some massive damage with the Miraidon. Pretty uncontested here as well. Volcarona can redirect away from the Zamazenta if it does want, but it's going to be taking a lot of damage for its troubles, especially because there's the Ivy Cudgel available on the Ogerpon as well that's threatening either super effective damage into that Zamazenta or just very good damage into the Volcarona while being able to be a physical attack that will just avoid any burns here.
So Miraidon is the switch in here, maybe hoping to catch a fire move from this Ogerpon with that Ivy Cudgel. As the Protector also comes out from Aurelion, scouting out what this Choice Scarf from Miraidon is going to be locking into on Violen's end. There's going to be that Volt Switch into a safe target as well, because Zamazenta isn't a Terra type that can resist electric. And yet, there was that Ivy Cudgel too, digging a little bit of chip damage, especially as it hasn't gone for that Terra.
Yeah, so not too much of a damage trade there. And we weren't able to see the speed interactions between the Miraidons yet because it wasn't a lead. We didn't see Hadron Engine activate for one of them. Now we've just got to contend with who's going to be the faster, because Choice Scarf and Miraidons tend to prioritize bulk because you don't need to go max speed. So the training on both of these Miraidons is going to be very, very impactful here, because if it's the Miraidon faster on Aurelion side of the field, well, you probably need to go for Follow Me with the Ogerpon. If it's faster on Violen's side of the field, well, then you don't actually need to Follow Me here, but Violen's playing it safe, going for that Follow Me regardless of the speed order.
Perhaps knowing they're a little bit slower instead. So Draco Meteor coming out first, and that's going to do almost enough for a KO. Not quite. What perfect training on that Ogerpon. And Volt Switch does come out next, so it is slower. So perhaps still a speed tie, but at least Violent knowing that and respecting that that was an option here. Dealing a little bit of chip damage into the Zamazenta, and now here it comes, Terrapagos, the Paldea champion.
Yeah, and it's going to get that Terra Shift activated, so even if there's a body press into that slot, actually wouldn't make it a difference because we've got the Follow Me from the Ogerpon, so we're almost certainly going to be losing that now. Terrapagos is going to be getting its Electric Seed defense boost, and yep, there is that body press. Ogerpon has now been KO'd, but Terrapagos basically gets in completely for free.
So yeah, looking like it's in a decent position to set up, but obviously you are now down an entire Pokemon. But with Terrapagos and this team, you just need to find that opening, right? To be able to start setting up that Calm Mind so that you can't just go for those really sad Terra Starstorms with no boosts. And this is a good position, right? Terra Shell activated. The Miraidon is at -2 special attack from the Draco Meteor. It wants to switch out. So this is Violent's opportunity.
Yeah, we got the redirection potential on the Sinistcha if we want to guarantee that we're going to get those Calm Minds going, because it could be Draco Meteor to break the Terra Shell and do almost no damage, but break the Terra Shell and could be body press. But then that's what the Sinistcha's so good for here. It keeps the Terrapagos safe from all those fighting type attacks that really want to hit the Terrapagos as the only super effective hit. But if you just go for Rage Powder, the Zamazenta won't be able to hit this Terrapagos in the slightest.
So it's going to be switching out, though, into that Volcarona. You don't want to be messing around. Body Press, though, is actually going to go into the Terra Shell. So could have been that play that you said, Jamie. Could have been that Draco and then Body Press double up. But it's still breaking it either way with that Body Press only. So Violent does get away with it. There's the Calm Mind. Exactly what she wants to be able to start threatening more damage with this otherwise a little bit more passive Pokemon. So the Shadow Ball following up, though, hitting Zamazenta on its slightly squishier special defensive side.
That was good damage.
Was good damage, actually, and putting it in range of another.
Yeah. And now, even if it gets a struggle, the Volcarona gets a struggle bug off here, that Zamazenta might be in range of the Terrapagos, and is definitely in range of the Sinistcha if that wants to just go on the offensive once again. Because, yeah, that was really respectable damage. I get the only way to KO the Sinistcha this turn would be to go for Flamethrower, but surely you want to go for Struggle Bug because Terrapagos is the threat, right? Well, it's protecting itself at least on this turn.
And this turn as well for the Sinistcha too, to maybe stall things out a little bit more. Maybe that electric terrain too, as the body press is selected into that Terrapagos. They wanted to scout out for to protect on Aurelion's end as well. Yeah, and there's that Struggle Bud, a really big thorn in Violent's side there, as you were mentioning at the start, Jamie. That's going to definitely help to slow down the pace of this Terrapagos.
Yeah, that could have been, I guess, a Shadow Ball into the Zamazenta, but based on the previous damage, that's incredibly close. If a -1 Shadow Ball would have been able to pick up the knockout there. Earth Power definitely will, and Terra Starstorm, if you Terrastalize, probably will as well. And I think that you do kind of need to go for that if you are not Rage Powdering with the Sinistcha. If you do Rage Powder with the Sinistcha, well then the Body Press obviously will not be able to hit that Terrapagos and it will keep it completely safe. But then if you Calm Mind and the Terrapagos gets doubled by a Heavy Slam and the Flamethrower, then that gets KO'd and frees up the Body Press into the Terrapagos in the future. So you probably do just need to go on the offensive here, even though you're probably going to get Struggle Bug backed down to neutral.
Okay, so seeing the Terra button maybe locked in here, but the question is, Aurelion, does the wide guard come out instead? You've got wide guard, you've got the redirection at the same time from a very specially defensive, bulky Pokemon too. So Aurelion still has a lot of power here. A Struggle Bug, for instance, would look fantastic at the moment, given the Miraidon's just come in and this Terrapagos is still just on the field. And then at worst case, only a neutral Terra Starstorm is going to come out instead.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that's going to be enough to knock out, because that is the Terastallization on the Terrapagos. So it's going to activate its Terraform 0. The electricity's gone, so Miraidon switching in there. Not going to be able to reactivate that. There is that body press, but that's so much damage. But the Electric Seed, you can see how useful that is. Struggle Bug is going to connect and put that Terrapagos back down to neutral here. So is it going to be Earth Power for the guaranteed hit into the Zamazenta? Yes, it is. No Rage Powder coming out from Volcarona. That is absolutely going to KO this Zamazenta.
Yeah, 100% there. You also get that one-time Terra Stellar boost on that Earth Power as well, given it's that first hit. Probably didn't need it, given how low Zamazenta was, but know that, yeah, that Earth Power's not going to do quite as much now going forward.
Yeah, and now if the Miraidon comes back on the field for Aurelion, we still need to see which of the Miraidons is going to be moving first. That's what they've chosen to do, so... Yeah, did we already see the speed interactions before? Did they both attack on that previous turn?
Well, we saw the Miraidon go for that switch in from the Sinister, and we then saw the Terrapagos go for that Earth Power. The Volcarona had then gone for that Struggle Bug beforehand. So there is the opportunity still to kind of go for Protect all round here for those that do have it. And yeah, I think Sinister probably needs to come in at some point to seal up this Terrapagos.
Yeah, it's going to come in immediately. Not even a Volt Switch coming out from the Miraidon here on Violence side of the field. Hard switch into that Sinister and getting that healing going on the Terrapagos.
Okay, so a little bit more health, but is it going to be enough to take on a Draco Meteor? Which misses the Sinister there. That is not what you want to see if you're Aurelion, because along with that Struggle Bug, that may have actually been enough for a KO, given that the Sinister is a focus Sash variant and therefore likely not very bulky. Right, Earth Power though, responding back into that Miraidon. But yeah, given the lack of Terra Stellar boost and that it's only at neutral, Miraidon actually takes that pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it does. And with another Struggle Bug, should probably be able to survive another one here. Now, do you go for Rage Powder just to guarantee the Draco Meteor connects with the Sinister instead and just accept that your Terrapagos is just going to not be doing the damage anymore? Because if you take care of the Miraidon on Aurelion's side of the field, that frees up your own Miraidon. Because the way that Violin's been playing, she's assuming that her Miraidon is the slower of the two, and then you do need to take care of the Miraidon on Aurelion's side of the field before that frees up yours. That would allow just Electro Drift into the Volcarona. That would allow a massive amount of damage, given that the Terrapagos is not going to be doing the damage.
Okay, it is Draco Meteor, and yep, there's the KO now on the Sinister. One turn later than before, but still, there it is. And that lowers the special attack on this Miraidon, making it a lot less threatening going into this Terrapagos, at least on the next turn. Now dropping the special attack down to -1 now on this Terrapagos, so keeping track here. And there's the Terra Starstorm though. Spreader type damage, but nothing is Terra Stellar yet, and it's not going to do a whole lot of damage, honestly. Wow, look at that. That is, it's not what you want to see if you're a little turtle.
That's the example of when you just haven't been able to set up as you would like on the Terrapagos. It just does not do the damage, and it's starting to add up. The Miraidon is in the red, but we are now in the position where it is Miraidon versus Miraidon, and we just have to see who's going to be moving first here. Volcarona is going to keep itself safe with the Protect, so which Miraidon with the Choice Scarf is moving first? It is going to be Violence, and it is not targeting the Volcarona here, because the Miraidon has gone so low now. That is in range of the Electro Drift, and that is a KO, and that just allows this Terrapagos to go completely for whatever it wants on this turn. If this was a Calm Mind, oh no, if that was a Calm Mind, that would have been very useful on that turn. We're just playing it safe with the Terra Starstorm, but now that's basically a guaranteed hit into that Volcarona with the Electro Drift, but not if there's fake out pressure with this Incineroar joining the field.
Yeah, if you want a Pokemon to save you at the end of the day, it's going to be Incineroar here. Yeah, given the choice lock on that Miraidon, it cannot protect from a fake out. So yeah, there it is. Fake out into the Miraidon, keeping that Volcarona safe. And now it's going to have to be the Volcarona that follows up with some maybe damage mitigation. Yep, it's going to be that Struggle Bug into 2 special attackers. Still likely not able to get a KO on the Terrapagos if you go for that Flamethrower. But Terrapagos at least gets to respond now with this Earth Power into this Incineroar, but at -2 and the Assault Vest. Oh, it's just not dealing the damage.
It's not. It has to be on Miraidon at this point, but Miraidon's now a -1, and it's just going to be Struggle Bug for the rest of this game for the Volcarona here. The Incineroar will be the damage dealer to try and take care of the rest of this game. The Terrapagos has effectively been dealt with. Like, you can see how pitiful the damage is, but I guess every bit of chip damage does add up when Electro Drift is still pretty strong and will still do very respectable damage. So we'll have to see if there's a way to break through this Miraidon. It's going to take a couple of turns because the Volcarona, it can't really hit this Miraidon very well. Struggle Bug is its strongest move, and it's just doing a little bit of chip damage. And here we go. Here's another Electro Drift into this Incineroar.
Okay, and with the Assault Vest, it should be taking it fairly well, yeah. And may even take another. I think it's going to be close there too. Well, definitely maybe after this Struggle Bug comes out this time, putting the Miraidon at -2 and the Terrapagos at -3 special attack. Another Earth Power here. I don't think I've seen the Terrapagos click Earth Power so much in this game. Dealing a tiny bit of chip, and now maybe putting this in range of that Electro Drift from the Miraidon, as the knockoff actually comes back to get rid of the Choice Scarf on this Miraidon. But does that maybe free up more options for Violent?
I don't know, because the electric terrain just disappeared, and that's going to reduce the damage output of the Miraidon even more. Now it's -2. And without its Hadron Engine boost, I wouldn't even be surprised if the Incineroar is able to survive the attack, given that it's got the Assault Vest here. You could even just go for the Rage Powder with the Volcarona, because that's just really not taking the damage, and that is what we're seeing coming out here from Aurelion. Just in case that Electro Drift was still strong enough to KO the Incineroar, it's definitely not going to be into this very healthy Volcarona. You can see it's not even brought below half now, and it has to be down to the Terrapagos to KO this Incineroar this turn if it is able to KO. And look at that, even the Rocky Helmet, the Electro Drift is a special move, but it's one of the few special moves that makes contact. So actually the Volcarona is able to pick up the KO here and redirect the Earth Power. It's just such pitiful damage. Now that the Terrapagos is what? Is it -3, -4 at this point?
Yeah, I think it's too low to count sometimes. At this point, Violent needs to rely on a critical hit here. It still could be done. Flamethrower might not be enough here, but it is. Okay, does secure the knockout on Aurelion, and now is only one game away for getting into top 4.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Aurelion. The Volcarona just spamming Struggle Bug. I'm struggling to see what could be done with that. I guess the Ogerpon is the only real thing, but that was essentially sacrificed very, very early on, because an Ivy Cudgel from that won't get a burn on the Ogerpon. One, because it doesn't even make contact, and two, because it's a fire type, so for multiple reasons, it's going to be a good hit into the Volcarona, and it's one of the best ways of hitting it if you've brought 3 special attackers to the game, especially because the Volcarona outspeeds the opposing Terrapagos, so it will always be able to get that Struggle Bug before it's able to respond with either the Calm Minds or with the offense, because you saw as the Struggle Bugs were racking up, the damage was just non-existent for the Terrapagos.
Yeah, 100%. Unfortunately, it wasn't. But one Pokemon that doesn't need to do damage necessarily is Toxapex. I mean, yes, it's a Miraidon team, sure, but I feel like if you can mitigate the electric type moves, at least kind of support that part for Toxapex, I feel like it's got a play here, I think. You can kind of go for infestations, baneful bunkers, etc. Start spreading poisons around. Zamazenta can't really touch it. Incineroar can't really touch it. Volcarona can't really touch it. Doesn't mind if it gets burnt. You can heal things off. It's just that Miraidon. And if electric type move comes out, then maybe you just tear it into the grass.
Well, we'll have to see if that's going to be the case, but it seems like Violent is still sticking with that Miraidon and Ogerpon lead, but it is a little bit of a switch up here. It's going to be the Incineroar straight up as a lead with the Zamazenta for Aurelion.
Okay, so Intimidate coming now down onto the Ogerpon, which wasn't present there last time. But again, it was only the Ivy Cudgel that went into... Yeah, okay, yes, there is the Toxapex. Right, I like it, Violet. Give it a go, 100%. Because right into what you can see in front of you, yeah, Zamazenta Incineroar, what is that doing to a Toxapex? It's such a bulky Pokemon. It's basically a Zamazenta in a way, but you've got like a lot of disruption going on and lots of ways to whittle away at your opponent's health.
Yeah, you do here. It is going to be the immediate switch into that Toxapex, and that's going to be able to shrug off any attacks that Zamazenta or Incineroar wants to go for, and it's not any damage into the Ogerpon this turn, as it is going to be Spiky Shield. But Fake Out did go into what was the Miraidon slot there. Critical hit, that every bit adds up into a Zamazenta. Oh, it wasn't even a target into the Ogerpon. Double up into that Toxapex, but you can see the typing, the bulk on that Toxapex. With that leftovers recovery, it only took a third of its HP there.
Yeah, so even though the Protect was kind of wasted, like, Violent's probably still kind of comfortable with this position, right? I don't think there's any kind of double up that's going to still KO this Toxapex, and it can still dish out damage. But the question is, where's the Miraidon? Yeah, there it is. Not very punished, really, given what Violent has on the field right now. But if an infestation currently becomes out there, then maybe we can start dealing a bit more damage. Encore, unfortunately, going to fail. into what was an Incineroar that was using Fake Out, and Body Press instead going to come out into that slot, doing a really decent amount of damage, but Toxapex is starting to do its thing.
It's going to add up over time, but it's now against a Miraidon, and that's going to be the Pokemon that can threaten that one-hit KO into it. And yeah, you can see exactly what Violin was going for there. If the Incineroar stayed in, it would have been encored into Fake Out, and then it would have been trapped into Fake Out as well. So very smart switch in into that Miraidon. It was pretty uncontested there against the Ogerpon and the Toxapex. Not really too much threatening, because yes, now the Miraidon is trapped, so it might want to just go for Volt Switch so it can get on out of there. But if it targeted into that Toxapex, it's not going to be able to switch.
Yeah, I like this. So probably a Baneful Bunker there, and could have maybe gone for another switch to protect on Ogerpon's end, but maybe wanting to kind of get that Hage switch back into another Pokemon instead. But at least then, yeah, this gets actually the Miraidon off the field now without even needing to spend your Terra Grass, and therefore you maintain the defensive capabilities against both the Zamazenta and this Incineroar, which otherwise would be able to very much punish a Terra Grass.
Yeah, it would for sure. You can see just Aurelian's thinking what they're going to be bringing in here. Incineroar for Fake Out pressure would be very nice. However, if you do bring in Incineroar and then it gets caught with an Infestation, then you won't be able to switch back out into that Miraidon, and it kind of has to be Miraidon that does deal with this Toxapex, because you can see even with the double up on the switch in, the Toxapex takes that incredibly comfortably. So yeah, at least the Ogerpon has been dealt with on Violent's side of the field. And yeah, that going to be that Incineroar. But given that the Toxapex actually just went for its Baneful Bunker, there's going to be the Body Press into that. But of course, you're not going to get the poison because you've got that Steel typing on the Zamazenta here. So then you can just Fake Out that Toxapex and put a stop to its Infestation or its Toxics again.
You can at least for that turn, but then what happens next turn, you know? Like, there's still not a lot that you can do. At least what Incineroar does have is the option to U-turn, so even if Infestation does come out, you can U-turn out of that trapping effect that it does have. But now there's another threat on the field you need to deal with, because this Terrapagos is in a decent position to potentially start setting up, particularly because the Zamazenta has to move first, and therefore that can activate the Terra Shell first with Body Press, and then it's Incineroar that can follow up.
Yeah, and might need to be forced into the Terrastalization here immediately on the Terrapagos, because if it is just Fake Out and Body Press, Fake Out will break the Terra Shell, and then it's going to be a super effective Body Press into that Terrapagos slot. So either consider a Protect if you're expecting that double up, or just go for that Terrastalization so that you'll be taking a lot less damage from the Body Press here. You probably do need to get some Calm Minds going, because otherwise, as we've seen, even at neutral, the damage just really won't be there for this Terrapagos. But it is going to be that Protect, so if it is the double up of Fake Out and Body Press, that's going to work out very well here.
Okay, so Violent may be afraid of what you were expecting there, and yes, Aurelion does seem to go for that into that Terrapagos, and now Zamazenta should follow with the Body Press well. Yes, what a great Protect there from Violent, and now Toxapex free to trap in one of these Pokemon. It's going to be the Zamazenta that is actually here, which I really like, because Incineroar can indeed switch out with U-turn despite this, but now Violent can rest safely-ish, knowing that Zamazenta has to stay on the field.
Yeah, but now you can still go for that Body Press pretty freely into that Terrapagos, but at least now it can just stay in its Terra Shell form, and Incineroar can't break that. It would have to be Zamazenta doing the breaking, or it just doesn't target the Terrapagos this turn. So very nicely done for the Terrapagos here. Yeah, there we go. We do see the Body Press into that Terra Shell, so it's going to be the not very effective hit. And with that Electric Seed, it should take it very, very comfortably, as we are seeing now. And there we go. There's that Calm Mind. No Volcarona in sight at the moment, so there was no Struggle Bugs. This Calm Mind boost is going to stick. And actually, Terrapagos has turned on its offense here. It will be able to threaten a lot of damage. And there's the Flare Blitz. Oh, wow. That's more than I expected from the Incineroar, given there was the Electric Seed available on that Terrapagos. But there is going to be that Toxic into that Incineroar, so that's also going to start adding up.
I mean, what we're going to contend with, though, is that Violent, even though she's bought the Toxapex, she's doing great, there's no Sinister in the back here to actually give the healing to this Terrapagos. So actually, all of the damage on this Terrapagos is permanent in this match. And so that's what Aurelion's probably very much aware of now, knowing all four Pokemon, that any sort of extra damage is going to help him just put it in range of the next attack.
Yeah, it definitely could. The Sinister would be really nice here, but given the Toxapex looks in a very comfortable position, if it's just not facing down Miraidon, you can see why it was dropped, or the Sinister was dropped at least, because Ogerpon was still going to be incredibly useful in this match, but that's no longer an option. But at least Terrapagos can do some really good damage now. It's a +1. Zamazenta's taken a very reasonable amount of chip from Infestation, and given the fact that it will definitely take another round of Infestation, you're not KOing the Toxapex this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if Earth Power is going to be enough to KO it, but it looks like we're just keeping the Terrapagos safe once again and getting another round of both a Toxic and that Infestation.
Yeah, body press into that slot. Yeah, Zamazenta's not going to really do much if targeting that Toxapex, so makes sense. But the knockoff, I think, is going to be a really nice play, especially with that critical hit. That damage really adds up, and leftovers removing the consistent recovery that this Toxapex has instead. But now the infestation's on both targets. We've got the Toxic online as well. But with Violence in a kind of sticky situation going into the following turns, because do you protect your Terrapagos? Do you try and Terra it to try and survive a body press? And that means you can't Terra your Toxapex away from a Miraidon electric type weakness. You've got to try and make that decision soon.
Yeah, and the damage is really racking up here. I wouldn't be surprised if we just get the switch out into the Miraidon. I don't think the Terrapagos can afford to switch here. It's invested in its Calm Mind, and it does need to use that to be able to actually do some respectable damage. The Zamazenta's surely got to be in range of a Terra-boosted Earth Power at this point, given all the turns of Infestation that we've been getting going. You could consider just going for the Terra Starstorm, because again, with the poison damage racking up on the Incineroar, that might be in range of that attack as well, but I reckon the Assault Vest is going to keep it safe. So maybe you do just consider Earth Power into that Zamazenta, because that's the one you should be able to KO here.
As long as it doesn't protect on this turn, it could go down, but it's also going to survive a body press on top of that. So it's going to depend on the trading here. Violin really hoping that it will do. But first of all, Miraidon comes in, setting the electric terrain, and then activating all that electricity that's already there. Now, we've got the Terror coming out this time. It's the Terrapagos. It increases its defenses and its HP stats, allowing it to take on even more hits. But it needs to be enough into a Zamazenta, which is +1 in its defense from the Dauntless Shield. It's still been on the field from turn 1. Here it is. Is it enough into the Terrapagos? No! 18 HP survival. Really crucial now. Earth Power +1. Should it definitely be enough into this Zamazenta. Getting that KO nailed right there. Could not switch out thanks to that infestation. But Incineroar can now follow up and maybe even get this KO with a cheeky little U-turn and switch itself right on back on there, resetting the Toxic timer and infestation.
Yeah, and that's going to reset the fake out pressure as well. And that allows you to just pivot into your Miraidon and then switch the Incineroar straight back on the field. And given that Terrestrialization has been used on Violent side of the field, you can very safely just go for that fake out into that Miraidon and then go for a potential Draco Meteor. But actually, no, it's not Miraidon joining the field here. It's going to be the Chien-Pao instead.
Okay, 3 versus 2 now. Incineroar, yeah, really nice bringing here to the Choice Scarf Miraidon, but Toxapex is on the field as well. It can still do its thing, but Terra is now off the board.
Yeah, it is. And yes, the Toxapex will probably actually beat this Chien-Pao and this Incineroar potentially. But then you've still got to deal with the entire Miraidon waiting in the back. And you've got to lock into Draco Meteor to be able to do that. But then you're Dracoing not the Miraidon. You'll be reducing your special attack over and over again, and then you just really won't be doing the damage. But speaking of doing the damage here, we've got this Terrestrialization coming out from this Chien-Pao and going into its Terra Stellar form to really, really turn on the offense.
Okay, yeah, this is exactly what you need. Because a lot of Miraidons do have a decent amount of bulk to survive Chien-Pao attacks. Fake out, first of all, into the Miraidon. Definitely going to make it flinch. Probably going to now put it in range of even something that's bulky. But actually, the Terra Dark boosted, like, Crunch is still not going to be enough there, but maybe not wanting that Terra on any other Pokemon in this matchup. And so the Infestation is still going to come out and trap this Chien-Pao and crucially break a Focus Sash.
Yeah, no, the fake out Crunch was absolutely the correct play coming out for Aurelion because they do have Ice Shard on that Chien-Pao. So yes, you could have gone for Icicle Crash, but that is a risky accuracy. That was the consistent win. It's going to be Ice Shard now into the Miraidon, and at some point, we'll get that Electro Drift into that Toxapex, so that's definitely got the position that's needed, and Violent is recognizing that. Aurelion Sula is advancing to the top 4 once again.
Wow, massive congratulations to Aurelion there. Really, really well played and like in front of some really scary Pokemon, right? It was kind of a bit of a boss battle for Aurelion. We had this Terrapagos boosting up and then we had Toxapex suddenly come in, start threatening things. It was sponging up all the damage, but with some really expert positioning, just using that Incineroar really expertly and just honestly leaving Zamazenta there as well, was able to clinch the win.
Well, Zamazenta's your main Pokemon to break through the opposing Terrapagos, right? And the Sinistcha does usually keep it safe, but it was just out of position with that Volcarona, just spamming the struggle bug over and over again. Like the Tarapkos was a little bit bamboozled there with just the amount of reduction in its special attack. It got down to, I think it was -4 in the end, and you just saw how absolutely no damage was coming out from that opposing Tarapkos in that endgame. I think that Ogerpon was quite a crucial Pokemon in this matchup, and it just got KO'd maybe a little bit too soon in both of the games.
Yeah, I can understand it though, because it's a really great Pokemon for dealing with Volcarona, isn't it? It hits it on its more physically squishy side, and it doesn't get burned because it's already fire type, right? And you can use Encore to kind of lock it into useless moves. But yeah, as you said, it just went down so quickly. It was just like Violin was just playing with 3 Pokemon in the end.
Yeah, you can see there the Tarapkos without the Sinistcha. That could have been quite useful to get that recovery, because Tarapkos actually did get a Calm Mind in that game and was able to KO the opposing Zamazenta with an Earth Power, but then it just had taken too much damage at that point and was able to be KO'd very, very nicely.
I mean, like, it's going to be an interesting matchup in top 4 for sure, because Aurelion is now going to be facing Matt Maynard, and that's a mirror.
Yeah, so we guaranteed Miraidon Zamazenta in the final at least, so true. But that's probably not the restricted pairing that people would have predicted to be in the final, but it is now guaranteed.
Yeah, it kind of like did like a decent showing sort of at the World Championship, but didn't really kind of make it a full breakout. So I feel like it's a really good pick to pick for this final event here, isn't it? Which didn't really break out much in LA or much in Prague at all, and seems to have done consistently well. That maybe some people just haven't prepared for it.
Yeah, and I guess this is the final hurrah then for Tarapkos. Tarapkos did not win a championship in Scarlet and Violet.
Well, we'll have to see. There is still Campinas as well, and there's still Lima, and there's still Melbourne.
Okay. So there is still a chance.
There is still a chance.
But we never saw it on the stream. So yeah. So Tarapkos still not quite the one, it would seem, over here in Utrecht. But yes, it's going to be Miraidon Zamazenta of all things. Like, it's been very fringe usage, but it's never been able to quite make it through into that top placing. And I believe this is going to be the first final for Miraidon and Zamazenta. It's definitely made top 4. It made top 4 last year in Utrecht with Nikolai Hoy-Nielsen was able to make it into that top 4. But yeah, guaranteed finals.
Guaranteed finals for a really interesting duo too. And the Choice Scarf Miraidon as well, which we've just seen so much of, haven't we? Like, as that supporter sort of role, but not always on the same kind of composition either. Just showing the like benefit of having something that's fast, something that's powerful, and something that supports at the same time. Say with that snarl and still the consistent switching, and you just wanting to provide electric terrain, which is maybe why we've seen hardly any Amoonguss this tournament too.
Yeah, we saw a few Amoonguss, and then they just didn't come to the game, did they?
No.
Like in the previous match, it could have been Giovanni was bringing the Amoonguss, and we did hear in the interview he actually brought it against Matt in the first round that they ended up facing. So yeah, I guess Volcarona's the redirector of choice now.
Yeah, I guess it is. It makes sense. I am yet to see the problems with it at the moment, because like Urshifu doesn't seem to be around very much either.
Yeah, not at all. But who is around is Aurelion, who is able to win that top 4, top 8, and make it into the top 4. So let's hear from them now over in the lounge.
Once again, thank you so much, Jamie and David. I'm now here joined with Aurelion, our winner of our last top 8 game. How are you feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling really good. Honestly, I wasn't too sure about the matchup. All tournament really, or like since the NA regional where that team got second. So yeah, I'm glad it worked out, and I'm happy to be back in top 4 here in Utrecht.
Well done, absolutely. You mentioned the Toxapex team getting second place in LA. Did you spend a lot of time practicing that specific matchup? Did you expect it to like also come over to Europe?
I was thinking there would be like at least some for sure. I didn't spend much time practicing it because I didn't have that much time to practice for the event, and I wasn't sure on what team I'd bring until like quite late. So even if I'd spent time practicing, I'm still not sure if it would have been with this team. But yeah, I spent a bunch of time practicing as soon as I knew my top 8 pairing, and since I was the last one to play, I did have quite a bit of time. So that's where most of my Parameters matchup came from.
A lot of players at home are probably surprised to see Miraidon and Zamazenta together paired, making 2 of our top 4 spots. What made you decide for this specific duo for the last tournament of the season in this format?
I mean, for this specific tournament, like the reason I went with that team is just like it was what I was most comfortable with and what I felt as like the least bad matchup spread of my options. But the way I picked up the team in the first place, I picked the team up for Prague in the first place, following a report published by Arubegia. So shout out to Arubegia. And I just like after like looking at the report, I felt the team could be strong, and it felt good to practice before Prague. So that's why I logged in, and that's why I kept it for this tournament.
Right, Aurelia, you're known to also have been playing Terrapagos in the past. Has this helped you approaching this matchup in particular?
I'd say my experience with Terrapagos wasn't too useful this time because I only played the Specs variant with either Screens or Tailwind, and Violin's team was a much slower paced game with Incineroar setting up Coal Mine, switching in Sinistra, so that's really not the Terrapagos I played. So I wouldn't really say so.
Yeah. Now you're in top 4, a medal already guaranteed, championship points. What is your current record, and how are you looking towards qualifying for World Championships?
So right before this tournament, I was at around 900 championship points. So people were telling me I was locked for the invite. I wasn't so sure. I mean, I was hoping I was, but I was thinking I could get points at a local last weekend, and I got 0 points. And I was like, I'd really like to get points to get just a little bit more points. I was thinking maybe I'll have to go to terrain if I don't get points in here. And but yeah, so I think with this top 4, considering I only went to 4 majors, so I still had an empty slots, I think I should be fine.
Yeah, and you mentioned Turin, and obviously our World Championships featuring the Champions format. Have you had any chance to maybe already enjoy Champions and dive into that meta game?
I played Champions a little bit. I feel like a lot of people still at Rega events. I played it on release day. I got to Master Ball. I realized I couldn't get Irish Master Ball for, and then I put it on for a month, kind of. I played a little bit more after Prague. I went to Champions for like 2 games and then dropped out. And I've been playing in a community tournament featuring Champions. So yeah, I've been playing it a bit, but not as much as people who don't have Rega events, I suppose.
Yep. I mean, 1 more Reg I tournament for you, 2 more games away from winning a potential regional title here as well. Any shoutouts you want to give?
Yes, there are going to be so many shoutouts this time. But like as always, like shoutouts to all the people supporting me, especially so again like Arubega for building the team, Yorin, Mark, Chitshot, Teosim, anyone else to talk with me about matchups, especially for the top 8 game. My parents for coming with me to events, and also my friends from school, including Rafael, who's once again here today playing VG.
Thank you so much, Aurelia, to take the time and talk us through your thoughts after this top 4 game. We're now down to 4 players remaining, and we'll give you a short break before we join you back on stage for our top 4 game. Viewers at home, don't go anywhere. Get ready, because we're about to kick off our first top 4 match.
Time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind, and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North America champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion.
There's the lightning energy. There's the draw free.
Fighting energy to the hand.
So he attaches. He retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot. KO with blustery win. And Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fates. The North American Championship. And there it is. The prime catcher is found. And Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew able to become the North America International Champion.
Is Sand Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the junior division for the 2024 North America International Championship. So the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your senior division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis, and with a critical hit, takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Welcome to the first ever New Orleans pop-up Pokemon Center at the Pokemon North America International Championship. The casters are about to arrive, and we're going to follow along as they shop, play, and train. Fun and exciting things to find at the Pokemon Center this year. But if you missed any of them, don't worry. We'll see you at the Collect and Trade Corner.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We're getting into our top 4 matches. My name is Barish Aktush, and I'm joined by Lou Aktush Chromie.
Honestly, it's incredible that at this point of the competition, we had so many competitors battling it out to become the final champion in the Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet era, and now there are only 4 trainers remaining.
4 trainers remaining. We had 5 champions from Italy at the beginning of the season. Looking at our last 4 remaining players: Germany, Italy, UK, and France remaining. So it's up for any of these regions to take the title here.
That's a proper mix of friendly rivalries and the competitive spirit as well. And it's great to be able to see them trying to put their name into that Hall of Fame here on the European side of things. I mean, we've had so much history throughout the 2026 season and throughout the 3 years of Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet. But there's only one more entry that can be etched in here for that era and in our penultimate European regional or special event.
I mean, looking at the remaining teams, it's also going to go down to which of these restricted Pokemon can take the last title in the Scarlet and Violet era.
Exactly, and we can recap our top 8 as well in case you are just joining in from home and want to see who the top 8 competitors were and how our top 4 trainers were able to battle out to get to this very position. There is only one more set away from them being able to call themselves a finalist, and then one more after that to call themselves a champion.
Yeah, in our very first top 4 game, we have no one else than Marco Silva playing against Lewis Markel, back in top 4 after finishing top 4 last week in LA. And in our second top 4 match, we have Matt and Aurélien.
The thing is that's beautiful about these storylines is Marco Silva, a veteran of the competition, wants to be able to try and get that #1 spot. But Lewis Markel, as you said, coming off a top 4 only last weekend, has been able to get back-to-back medals. But at this very event last year was the runner-up in Utrecht. The reigning champion, Michael Kelch, has been knocked out, as you can see, by Marco in the top 8. So now Lewis can really see the path to victory to say, hey, I'm back 1 year later and I'm going to go one place better.
I had the chance to talk to him in between those top 8 sets, and he was actually relieved to see that Michael lost. But I'm sorry, you're facing Marco Silva, so the confidence is out of the world.
Honestly, if I was him watching the match in that top 8 between Michael and Marco, I'd be going with, I don't know who I want to win more. You know, both of them are going to be formidable opponents, and I think seeing either of them on the match, so it would have me running out of the venue, needing to take a moment and recuperate myself. So the fact that Lewis has come in so calm, so confident with a team he's so well versed in, already sets us up for what's going to be an epic top 4 game.
Yeah, and it's the last Zamazenta and Cataracts Shadow Rider remaining here on the field, right? Because both, I think the remaining on the bottom path, we had Zamazenta and Miraidon for both players. And then, of course, Marco is running the Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yes, and there's no more Terrapagos, sadly. We did just see Terrapagos bow out gracefully in top 8, but it's going to be about those other cores. Our trainers are ready and waiting on the stage. Throughout today, the anticipation, the intensity has been building up to find out who will become our last champion in this era of Pokemon. And honestly, the veterans, the trainers who I think have created these stories throughout the seasons, throughout the regulations, it's a very fitting ending, a monumental occasion for them to be able to be the ones closing out for us as well.
Closing out here the game, Lewis on our left, Marco on the right with the Miraidon plushie on the field.
I love that. That's a beautiful touch.
Yeah, I mean, we see all the players, if they have the chance to also represent their favorite Pokemon or maybe restrict the Pokemon with a plushie, and if they can also run that in this specific format, that's an extra to go as well. Diving into this top 4 game, we see that players at this stage of the tournament are quite composed, quite actually focused, locked in here. We see Lewis taking a moment before the game actually starts to like recollect the thoughts he had going into the match against Dill, because he played the exact same matchup in top 8.
That's the thing. Lewis has been able to prove that his team has the caliber to overcome the 6 core Pokemon on Marco's side of the field. But just because it's the same 6 doesn't mean that it's going to be piloted the same way. The 7th Pokemon on the team is the trainer at the end of the day, and they're the ones that have to navigate through the course of action in order to identify win conditions and victory.
Yeah, it's not the team, it's not the plane, it is the pilot that decides the outcome here. And we have to see if Lewis will overcome the team again, but this time piloted by no one else than Marco Silva.
I think as well, when you're able to have these breaks in between the games, it really allows you to reflect on what went well, but also what could be improved in your previous games. And both our trainers will be able to look back on those errors or maybe moments of uncertainty and improve upon them in this next matchup. In case you just need a reintroduction to these 2 incredible Pokemon trainers, Lewis, as we said, was the runner-up at this very championship last year and has a plethora of top cut finishes. World's top 32, what an achievement at last year's World Championships. And then more recently in this season, a top 8, and only last weekend, a top 4 in LA.
And he said he's looking forward. When asked earlier in an interview, what is your goal for this weekend? And he's like, I want to overcome my placement from last year, which was second place. So he wants to win. He wants the title. He has all the championship points. We mentioned earlier, he's now the leaderboard #1 in Europe with this current CP record. But of course, Marco Silva still in contention here to take that away from him.
Honestly, the caliber of these Pokemon trainers cannot be underestimated. Diving a little bit deeper into the teams, Lewis running that Zamazenta and Calyrex Shadow Rider, the pioneering team for Europe, as well as those pivoting pals, Incineroar, Rillaboom. You have the extra water support from Urshifu to complete the Firewater Grass Core. And then, as Lewis likes to say, almost his secret third restricted Pokemon, the Ogerpon.
Yeah, in this matchup, it will come down to which of your offensive pressure mons are you using. Is it the Ogerpon? Is it the Urshifu? Is it the Calyrex? And then use the support you need in that Incineroar and Rillaboom to set them up to success. We saw how crucial in the last game the Scarf Urshifu was in overcoming a lot of offensive pressure early on in the game.
Well, I mean, when you look at this team just as a team sheet, let's say, you kind of ask yourself, where is the speed control utility in there? And it really comes through from that Choice Scarf on the Urshifu, as well as some of the priority moves. Rillaboom and Ogerpon get to capitalize on the grassy terrain in play and get that priority grassy glide when the terrain is in action, as well as obviously the fake out support that Rillaboom and Incineroar can bring to the field.
There's so many synergies in the team, but now let's have a look at what Marco is exactly bringing to the table in this top 4 set. Players have exchanged team sheets, are going into team preview right now, and let's have a look at what Marco is running. It is the Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon combination with Choice Specs as the item of choice here.
Once again, you have this hybrid of a physical offensive Pokemon in the form of Calyrex and the special attacker in the form of Miraidon. And as you mentioned, it's going to be an all-out offensive approach with that Choice Specs combined with the devastation that Miraidon can deal when that electric terrain is in play. Some other key Pokemon, of course, we've got to talk about the Farigiraf and the Iron Treads. Farigiraf being able to be in a position where it can set up that Trick Room to help out the Calyrex if that's the option of mode that Marco wants to go through, as well as the Iron Treads that was so instrumental in the previous match for Marco, being able to have that fast defensive pressure, particularly if electric terrain is in play. That Quark Drive gets a speed boost.
Yeah, the Pokemon that were picked for the last set when these two matchups faced with Dill against Lewis were, I think, Incineroar, Farigiraf, Calyrex, Ice, and the Miraidon. So let's see if maybe with some adaptation, with new game plans, that Iron Treads could also make an appearance in this top 4 set.
I think that's a great question. Lewis, as you said, did not face Iron Treads in top 8 when going up against Dill's combination of this team, but Marco, having great success with it, maybe might think it's a Pokemon that he can rely on by his side. But at the end of the day, if it's not going to be in the matchup, then it's not necessarily the best play to make. But Marco, he is the magician at Pokemon. He is going to be able to come up with the best way to approach this match.
Yes, and we're just seconds away from jumping into our very first game here in top 4. People in the crowd, people at home, give it up for Lewis and Marco to jump into game 1 here in Utrecht Regional Championships.
The Pokemon are unleashed from their Pokeballs, and we've got Farigiraf and the Urshifu out front and center for Marco Silva, for Lewis Markle. It's going to be a double restricted duo. We've got Calyrex and Zamazenta.
I mean, we have seen this play out before. The threat of helping and Surging Strikes into the Calyrex Shadow forced Lewis in the past to switch in their Rillaboom, and this might be another safe option here. However, there's another Pokemon that would resist the Surging Strikes, and that is the Urshifu.
That's the thing, and Urshifu is a great Pokemon to be able to eat up all of that damage. Critically as well, I think Marco leading with that Farigiraf to try and stop the potential priority that Lewis has the capability to run on his team, but then not out there in the lead, so there's no fake out to play with, no Grassy Glide. So I wonder what Farigiraf is going to be able to do in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Lewis has seen this play before, and he's being precautious again and making sure that his Calyrex is not going down early on. We see another helping hand combination come off straight off from Marco, all out offensive with the Surging Strikes going into Urshifu though.
Yep, no terrestrialization to give it the extra boost, but instead the helping hand preserving that terrestrialization and putting a dent into the Urshifu on Lewis's side's plans, taking it right down into that orange zone. It has switched in relatively safely. You know, you've been able to preserve that Calyrex in the back that really is the key to success on Lewis's team, but you have taken damage on your Urshifu, and funny enough, Marco's Urshifu took damage too.
Yeah, and looking at these interactions, we have seen before that both of these Choice Scarf Urshifus might exactly be at the same speed, and it might come down to which Urshifu attacks first, because we've seen Lewis's Urshifu went down to just about 50% of its health remaining. So if another helping hand Surging Strike comes off, it might immediately take out Lewis's Urshifu.
Farigiraf reminding Urshifu, you're in top 4. Round of applause. Get yourself energized. Get that extra damage on the board and try and deal with your counterpart mirrored across the battlefield. With that third damage, though, it does get the knockout. So Urshifu on Lewis's side does go down.
I mean, that was a huge investment with the helping hand Surging Strikes twice in a row, and there's the body press coming back in retaliation, and we might just see both of these Urshifus. Actually, the body press goes into the Farigiraf here.
That does very decent damage as well. That's going to be a 2-hit KO if the Zamazenta is able to target down into it. I guess by not targeting down the Urshifu, you're keeping it in on the field. You know it's locked into that Surging Strikes. You've got 2 Pokemon on Lewis's side that really don't mind taking that damage, and it disabled the ability for Marco to have a free switch into a Pokemon in the back.
Yeah, Marco's all like all-out offensive, just purely investing into that Urshifu here. The stocks went right up, helping hand twice in a row. For Rigoff, it's just there to support, but so far that has been enough because Lewis decided to spread the damage left and right and not take any KO just yet.
You can see these trainers taking their time, slowing down the pace of play, trying to make sure that they're going to get the edge upon their opponent. One Pokemon I'm wondering if it's in the back for Marco. I mean, I'm assuming it is. Something like that Miraidon could come into play now, overwrite this grassy terrain, and start ramping up the offensive pressure on his side of the field. Urshifu gets out of there, realizes there's not any utility to do any damage, and there it is. There's the Miraidon.
Miraidon enters the field, sets up the electric terrain, and also activates the electric seed here for an extra defensive boost, which might help you to survive a second body press if that is to come into that slot. And also for Lewis, very importantly, losing a Pokemon this early on means you have less flexibility switching Rillaboom in and out of this game. And there's the survival I was talking about.
That's exactly what you called him. It requires the follow-up coming through from the U-turn on the Rillaboom that would have been redirected into the Miraidon. So Miraidon has got in absolutely scot-free here, no damage taken on the board. But critically, Lewis has the utility to also switch things up on his side of the field with the electric terrain in play. You want to make sure the Rillaboom can come back in later and override that again. And I think we're going to see a constant rotation changing off the ground here.
Yeah, and now Calyrex enters the field. Since Farigiraf is down, there's no longer the normal type immunity to Astral Barrage, so you're more free to KO or like at least start fishing out those Astral Barrages. Keep in mind, we've seen that Life of Astral Barrage was enough in the past to take out opposing Urshifus, but on the other hand, we've also seen that Terra Water Surging Strikes is very barely not enough, and maybe if it comes down to a roll, this Urshifu might have what it takes to actually take it down this time.
And we also saw in the top 8 game, Lewis's Astral Barrage is able to go ahead of that Miraidon. So when it comes to the speed interactions, Calyrex is going to be in a very dominant position. Marco having to then make adaptations, and we're going to see all 4 restricted from this match on the field at this point in time.
I mean, this switch-in basically tells me that Marco might want to Terra away the weakness from Astral Barrage and maybe go for a Glacial Lance. But then the Miraidon currently at least has terrain control here. Might go for, I mean, Electro Drift with choice backs might be like dealing a lot of damage into that Zamazenta.
Well, that's the thing. One Astral Barrage Miraidon can take, right? So it's in a position where it can take that damage and try and retaliate with a KO in turn. Zamazenta doesn't have spread type attack damage. It only really has the utility to go for those body presses. And that would be certainly significant into something like that Calyrex Ice Rider.
So my question is if the combination of maybe something like an Astral Barrage and a body press would have been enough if that Miraidon went into Terra Fairy, but that's not what we're seeing. A Protect here and Astral Barrage coming off. You mentioned before, this is not enough to take out the Miraidon, so it will get one attack off.
A really nice defensive play as well, preserving that terrestrialization and just going straight for the Protect. Miraidon, as we said, able to take one of those Astral Barrages and now is free to unleash the damage that comes through. But it's actually going to be, I mean, it's still big damage, but I was going to say it's actually the Volt Switch here, locking into that to allow for a cheeky pivot to bring that Urshifu back onto the field. But critically, didn't even need to go for the Electro Drift when you know the Volt Switch can get the KO and get the rotation. A fantastic play by Marco Silva.
Yeah, now, I mean, Lewis was smart enough to go for body press into that slot, so it picks up the KO on Urshifu in retaliation, and now we'll see Miraidon and Rillaboom enter the field at the same time, but because typically these Rillabooms are slower, they will have control of the terrain.
Yeah, that's the thing. Rillaboom might be quite happy to join the fray at this point in time, making sure that now that there are 2 Pokemon remaining on either side for our trainers, that the terrain is going to stay in play.
My question is, I mean, there's a very telegraphed fake-out body press into the Miraidon, taking that out of the field. Maybe Rillaboom, if it's super defensively trained, can take one of those Glacial Lances, but then is there any chance for this Calyrex Ice Rider to overcome not only the Rillaboom, but also the Zamazenta?
I think the Rillaboom also has a little surprise in his back pocket with that terrestrialization that Lewis has still been able to preserve. If it turns into that Terrifier, then it's not going to have to worry about Glacial Lances coming through from the Calyrex, the Assault Vest as well, keeping it in a safe position against the Miraidon. The question, however, is if Marco can read that terrestrialization and go for the high horsepower.
Yeah, high horsepower though, none coming with that stab bonus won't be enough to actually take out the Rillaboom. So it's going to be challenging to see how players approach this last turn. There's a Terrifier, good call out there, extra defensive capabilities on the Rillaboom to make sure that essentially not only this turn will Glacial Lance not do the job, but then you will have to start spreading your damage. But yeah, as mentioned before, fake out, body press, easy KO on the Miraidon.
Yeah, this is very, very clean. You're able to just target down, remove the Miraidon from play. You know it has that choice specs. It had no utility to go for the Protect. And now if you're that Calyrex, you're forced to maybe try and go for the Glacial Lance, get some spread damage, but instead does make the call to go for the high horsepower. But as you mentioned, it's not not going to be enough. The Rillaboom came in with too much HP utility, and now the grassy terrain is also in play.
Yeah, Rillaboom and Zamazenta both being faster, having the offensive pressure off. Something like a body press followed up by a wood hammer here might not quite be enough, but it's just a matter of turns. One more turn here in retaliation. Maybe there's a high horsepower, yep, but the body press next turn will just be enough, and Lewis will be the winner of our very first game.
Yeah, we've been talking about how speedy the Calyrex is, but towards the end of this game number 1, it's actually about the interactions between Zamazenta and the Calyrex. The fact that Zamazenta is able to get that edge means it's going to be able to get the KO.
Yeah, and now Lewis one body press away from taking this very first game against Marco Silva. But hey, we're playing best of 3 for a reason. Nothing is decided yet, and Marco has all the tools, and we've seen like he took early KOs as well. Helping hand as certain strikes was very detrimental here, very crucial to take early pressure. But yeah, there's the first win for Lewis.
And you know what? For a top 4 game between such veterans, actually, it feels like this went very, very quick, but it was very, very clean as well, really showcasing their caliber and composure, knowing exactly how they wanted to approach this matchup. We didn't see too many hesitations, too many risky plays, because they knew exactly what they wanted to do. It was maybe about making some slight calls, and as you mentioned, I feel like the beginning of this game was really determined by the Urshifus on either side.
Yeah, this late into the tournament when there's only 4 players remaining and you get a little break before your next set, knowing who you face, which matchup to face, these players came well prepared into this very first game. But of course, the dynamic changes a little bit after the first game. If you're down 0-1, then maybe you want to play a little bit safer. And if you're like up 1-0, obviously you can now play a little bit riskier in game 2 and maybe catch your opponent off guard.
There's still a limit to that though, right? Yes, you can play a little bit riskier, but this is top 4. You are going to be risking a lot if you maybe do not get to reap the rewards from those challenges that you take. But Lewis knows exactly what it takes to get into the final of this very tournament, getting into that second place finish in the championship last year. But as you mentioned, Barish, when you were talking to him earlier, he said he wants to go one better. There is only one better you can go from here. Essentially what he's saying in a very humble fashion is, I want to be the champion.
And it takes a lot to be this confident going into a tournament, but of course, if you know your team so well, if you're just coming off a top 4 finish over in LA, and this is your home region, right? You're over here in Europe playing with your favorite team. One last ride, as we say, of course, with the horse on the team as well.
There's something very beautiful about the fact it's the Calyrex Shadow Rider versus the Calyrex Ice Rider as well. Yep. 2 Pokemon that have been so dominant throughout this series. Where it comes down to, for me now, is where the supportive Pokemon are going to be able to enable those restricteds to shine. The interaction of, for example, the Calyrex and the Miraidon has always been an interesting one. Miraidon may be forced to go for a defensive terrestrialization to take one of those astral barrages and take the damage, but then can it retaliate and get the knockouts? We're seeing the leads. This could be it for this top 4 game. Urshifu back on the field for both these trainers. Zamazenta, Farigiraf, the partners. Let's take it away.
Take it away. Marco leading Farigiraf and Urshifu again. It seems like they've identified that this might be their best opening in this particular set. So even though game 1 didn't go their way, they still decided to run it back. And I think Lewis now identified, hey, it looks like this is what they want to run against me. So how about I don't lead my Calyrex and I don't have to swap turn 1. Both of these Pokemon are quite comfortable taking any hits, but maybe something like a Helping Hand close combat could actually take a knockout on the opposing Urshifu. So it will come down to the speed interaction of both these Choice Scarf Urshifus.
It would be interesting to see a deviation from the surging strikes that we see the Urshifus lock into so much, because you'll guarantee those critical hits. But you're right, a close combat could really shake things up. Straight away, however, we're going to see that terrestrialization come through. The Urshifu is going to be dropping its fighting type and instead being a fully fledged water type. Going to make it rain here in Utrecht. It's going to be the Urshifu on Marco's side moving first. However, it's going to be guaranteed these 3 critical hits, but the Zamazenta not going anywhere and certainly not going to be phased by the damage that is coming its way.
Most importantly, Farigiraf didn't go for the Helping Hand this time, so maybe this is a Psychic to follow up, or it could also be a setting expecting that one of these Pokemon goes down and sets up Trick Room. Electric Seek also not activated yet.
It's not activated, but it could be an illusion, taking the fact that Farigiraf is able to hang on so well, not going down into that red zone. Now in a position to, as you say, maybe follow up with that Psychic. It's going to be the body press following up, however, so we're never actually going to be able to see what Farigiraf was capable of in this game. A very dominant start here from Lewis.
Yeah, Lewis takes a KO early on. A commanding position is exactly where you want to see yourself after already taking down the first game. What a turn here. Farigiraf goes down. Didn't Helping Hand this turn. We'll never find out what Farigiraf was planning to do, but this is one tool of the game. This also means that if Lewis at any point brings in Rillaboom, is now free to both Fake Out and Grassy Glide.
I think it's going to be interesting in hindsight to see if a Helping Hand had come through there, if maybe the additional damage that Urshifu could have dealt into the Zamazenta might be critical towards the end game here.
Yeah, now, I mean, now Miraidon is on the field, has control of the terrain at the moment, is also the fastest, at least faster than Zamazenta, and something like the Surging Strikes won't deal too much damage, so it is free to decide, am I picking up maybe a knockout with Wall Switch into the Urshifu? Am I maybe targeting Zamazenta and take that out immediately? I kind of want a Wall Switch because the Rillaboom is just so, like, already waiting to come in.
Yeah, it's so tempting, and you can see already the Urshifu making that switch, and Rillaboom will join the fray. But that's something, as you mentioned, Barish, that Miraidon could easily have anticipated. And so the Volt Switch makes a really nice adjustment. You can get a little bit of damage on the board, but critically get that pivot off the field as well to make Rillaboom's day a little bit tougher. The Surging Strikes are coming through, though.
Yeah, and now, especially with the combination of Surging Strikes and Volt Switch alone in Grassy Terrain would not have been enough to take out the Zamazenta. But if you combine the Choice Scarf Surging Strikes with something like the Volt Switch, then you're taking out the Zamazenta and pivot out, make sure that you still have the option. And I see that Lewis was scratching his head. He was not happy how this turn went.
Yeah, both of these trainers down a Pokemon very early doors here in this game too, but Lewis has lost one of his restricted pairs, Marco losing one of the supportive variants. And although I really like the pivot out here, and I think bringing that Rillaboom in is great for Lewis, the fact that Marco's been given the free adaptation with that Miraidon as well means that it might have been in vain. Zamazenta might have gone down for naught.
Yeah, now, I mean, it looks like Lewis might be considering bringing in their Calyrex here, which would be well positioned. Depending on which Pokemon decides to Terra here. But again, we mentioned this before, and this might come into effect here. Something like a Terra Water Surging Strikes could deal a lot of damage, but because, as I mentioned before, for Rigorough off the field, Fake Out is now an option for the rest of the game.
That's very true. No Armor Tail to contend with. That is going to be a sigh of relief for that Rillaboom. It can unlock all of its priority, Fake Out and Grassy Terrain, Grassy Glide in play. Particularly when you're facing down against that Urshifu with the Choice Scarf, you know it can't protect, and you know it's going to be speedy, so you might want to be able to try and take it down in one with that Grassy Glide. But Miraidon in the back could be a surprise.
Yeah, Miraidon in the back, switch in here to take the Astro Barrage, but then you're kind of forced to terrestrialize your Calyrex Ice Rider to make sure that you take this Astro Barrage here. So Lewis in a very commanding position makes sure that he takes the time he needs to find the right move, and actually says, I predict your switch out and I don't go for that Fake Out.
It almost would have been great to have an Incineroar in the back to bring in, to intimidate, to take the Astral Barrage, but all four Pokemon of Marco's side have been revealed, so it is, of course, going to be that Miraidon, overriding the Grassy Terrain, bringing the Hadron Engine back online as well, but not safely. The Astral Barrage is guaranteed to come through and connect into both the Restrictors on Marco's side, nearly gets the KO on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and the Miraidon takes a significant chunk of damage as well. The Wood Hammer is the follow-up to add insult to injury to that Calyrex Ice Rider, and it goes down.
Yeah, it looks like Marco wanted to preserve his Terra option for the Urshifu that is now switching back in here to then deal out damage. And keep in mind, Miraidon switched in, overrode the terrain, which now means Grassy Glide is no longer an option. Probably would have picked up the KO either way, but keep in mind that now something like the Terra Water Surging Strikes could, especially after one Life Up chip, take out the Calyrex, and then something like a Draco Meteor could take out the Rillaboom. So now the offensive pressure is back onto Marco's end.
My question, however, is still how you deal with that Rillaboom. The Rillaboom has the Assault Vest. It doesn't worry really about anything Urshifu throws its way in terms of the Surging Strikes, and as it is Choice Scarf locked, it's not going to be able to have that rotation to close combat or U-turn, and Miraidon isn't dealing super effective damage to Rillaboom either, so Marco needs to make sure he keeps his eye on that prize as well. First to move, of course, with that Choice Scarf is going to be the Urshifu. It embraces some extra damage capabilities with that Terra Water and finding its mark down onto the Restricted. Is it going to be enough, or is it going to require the Life Orb recoil? No, it's able to get it down all by itself.
Yeah, Calyrex goes down now, and Rillaboom looks like wants to pivot out to take control of the terrain, but first it will have to dodge a Draco Meteor here to even stay on the field, because there it is with terrain control and a little bit of chip.
Oh! It is just able to hang on. Rillaboom able to have the element of surprise, goes for that U-turn and is able to switch in. The terrain is going to go into Lewis's favor at the end of this game.
And not only terrain, but you have your Choice Scarf Urshifu in the back. You do have Fake Out capability, terrain control and Fake Out. I can see something like Fake Out into Urshifu and close combat, take out the Miraidon, Grassy Glide, close combat, take out the Urshifu, and this might actually be it for Lewis. He might be just 2 attacks away from his final spot.
It's getting so close towards this end game. The Rillaboom hanging on only 2 HP, but hey, it could be 1 HP. All you need is to keep the Pokemon in the game to utilize this fake out. It goes straight down into the Urshifu. The Choice Scarf on the Urshifu on Lewis's side can go for that close combat, just like you said. It has the speed advantage. It's now got the KO, and both these Pokemon in a prime position to deal with the Urshifu on Marco's side. A Grassy Glide is going to be enough to take it through.
Yeah, and now we have a late game confirmation that this is indeed a speed tie, because this time Lewis's Urshifu went first, and we'll see how that speed tie turns out, because if you're fast enough and take out the Urshifu maybe after that special, after the defensive drop here, but 2 Grassy Glides not even needed. Lewis Markle is the winner of your top 4 set.
Back-to-back grand finals at the Utrecht Championships. An incredible accolade for Lewis Markle. He's got his eye on the prize. He wants to go one step further than he was able to accomplish in the 2025 season. And here in 2026, he is certainly making his mark.
I mean, Lewis Markle is leaving a mark onto the scene here. I remember it was just like 3 years ago when Lewis Markle started playing out, and he was one of my local players. I actually played him quite a few times, and I saw the talent, and I was like, I mean, he was beating me, right? I put my hands up here, so I was
That's
like,
how you saw the talent.
That's how I saw the talent for sure, yeah. And now just afterwards, like this is like 3 seasons in, and he's now like what, top leaderboard in Europe, back-to-back finals in Utrecht. What an accomplishment.
Not only was he already top of the leaderboard just from earlier in this tournament, I think it was when he got into top 8 or into top 4. The fact that he's now into, you know, the finals includes more championship points. So he's going to be getting further and further ahead of Eduardo Cunha, who is, I believe, in 2nd place on that leaderboard now as well. So he's really establishing his mark as a top veteran of the competition. And he took down Marco Silva, no less.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite a threat in itself, right? Marco in top 4. I mean, he said he was quite happy not to have to play Michael, and he followed up on that promise and actually defeated Marco Silva in our top 4 set. What a game.
I think it's interesting. We talk a lot about how Lewis says, I didn't want to face up against Michelle and things like that. But we're not really talking about all the other trainers who are like, but I don't want to face against Lewis Markle either, you know? He's really in such confident form, particularly coming off the back of that top 4 in LA with this team. That gave him an extra edge of competitive experience and things like this as well. Playing against trainers from a different region as well, you're able to really test all the different limits of your team. And then he's brought it back onto the kind of home ground, the European region, and is here taking names, taking victories, and might even take the title.
Yeah, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Zamazenta in our finals here over in Europe, and it's going to come down to our last 2 remaining top 4 players. If they can stop Zamazenta and Calyrex, Shadow Rider from taking the last title of this regulation set, I think
there's a lot of plot armor in those 2 Pokemon, though, not only because of the shield that Zamazenta has, but they have just been the tried and tested combination for the European region. In Prague, it was, I believe, on 6 out of the top 8 placements, and you can see why it is so formidable, taking down so many different Pokemon. This Rillaboom as well, I have to say, hanging on to those high horsepowers that Marco was able to call perfectly in game 1, but it wasn't enough to get the KOs. And then here in the game 2, the Rillaboom hanging on, going for this Woodhammer, getting that 2 HP. Just fantastic play.
I mean, I think everything came down in the 2nd game when that Rillaboom was able to survive on just 2 HP. It has the Assault Vest for a reason, but this is still a Choice Specs Draco Meteor from Miraidon in electric terrain. Not an easy attack to tank.
It will be interesting to watch back really with a microscope and see a little bit where moments of maybe grassy terrain recovery are what gave that Rillaboom the edge. And if there was the opportunity for Marco to have maybe kept terrain in the electric variant for his Miraidon, could that have been the thing that made the difference in that turn?
Because keep in mind that if that Rillaboom can switch out and reset the terrain and also get the fake out live, then it would have been really hard actually to come back into this game. But this is what it takes to get all the way into the finals for Lewis.
It's a shame we didn't get to see the little Ogerpon. It has certainly had a few outings throughout the course of this broadcast and this tournament. But I think in this particular matchup, Lewis certainly did bring the key Pokemon to enable that victory. I really want to shout out the Urshifus on both sides, however. They were both running that Choice Scarf. They were both brought out into the leads by both of our trainers. Why were they such a good Pokemon to bring out in the leads rather than tuck in the back maybe to clean out an endgame?
I mean, I think the Calyrex Shadow Rider was such an offensive threat for the opposing team. So having the option to go for something like the Helping Hand and Surging Strikes to take it out and not even being forced to go for something like the Terra Water early on in the game, that preserve that for later when you maybe want to swap in your Calyrex and have the defensive capability with that Terra Water there.
Well, Lewis has been able to advance into our grand finals, but ahead of that match and ahead of our next top 4, I think it's time to hear from our very first finalist. Let's go to an interview.
Yes, our very first finalist, but actually a back-to-back finalist here in Utrecht. Lewis Markel, you've made the finals in Utrecht here once again. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. I did not expect to
Bom dia, chat. Como é que vocês estão? Desde já um ótimo domingo a todos. Estamos aqui com uma live azul. Já estamos no top 4, no segundo jogo do top 4. Vamos ver quem vai ser o vencedor aí. Aparentemente o Marco Silva perdeu agora. Marco Silva foi até o top 4. E agora ele perdeu. Pra esse moço aí que tá aparecendo na tela. Vocês estão, gente, salve a todos. Todos aí, desde já um ótimo domingo, tá? Só ver uma coisa aqui.
So I had to think of a new game plan, so I went with 2 completely new leads, which I thought of before the game, and I'm glad that they paid off, Nicolas. Also with Marco, I think the matchup was just slightly better, because he has Terra Ground on his free grab instead of Terra Poison, and that's actually very good for me.
Como é que vocês estão, gente? Se vocês estão digitando alguma coisa, não tá passando aqui.
Surviving that Draco Meteor. Was that something you were expecting to survive?
I think it might have been a damage roll. I really hope that I would survive the Draco Meteor, but I did not think that would be this close. Obviously, that made all the difference in the end.
Yeah, that did seal the game. Very, very nicely done. Of course, you advance to the finals, where you'll definitely be facing the Reagindo Zamazenta, because both trainers that are in the other semi-final are running exactly the same team. How do you think your team matches up into that one?
I think it's alright. I have faced Reagindo Zamazenta before. I've won, I have lost, so it's kind of like balanced. It's not particularly the worst, but it's also not the best matchup. So.
We will see. Of course, we want to let you go and get ready for get to another finals. Just very quickly, we've already had you before, but any other shout-outs you want to give?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank my girlfriend again for the third time now. She's been such a huge help to me, supporting me and motivating me, and my friends as well.
Excellent, and good luck once again in your second back-to-back final in Utrecht. But we've got to find out who it's going to be that's facing Lewis Markel. Is it going to be Matt Maynard, or is it going to be Aurelien Sula? Let's throw it back to Barish and Luke to find out who.
No.
Always great to hear from a winner in his interview how he was feeling into this match, and also now being in finals here in Utrecht back-to-back after last year.
And he looks so chill as well, right? He's like, I've been here before. I was here last year. I'm back again. But I think keeping that composure, keeping that little bit of extra energy, mental capacity ready ahead of the grand finals is what is going to make him a potential champion.
And I'm sure he's going to use the time now to maybe relax after that intense set against Marco and start thinking about how he wants to approach this matchup against what we're going to see now, Zamazenta and Reagindo.
I think that's so interesting that we've already got our 2 cores kind of locked up necessarily. So we know for a fact it's going to be a Zamazenta mirror in the grand finals, regardless of who wins this next top 4, with that Reagindo versus the Calyrex Shiny Rider. And I think when we look at these compositions, a lot of the time you have the physical offensive Pokemon and you have the special attacker. And it's really interesting to see which trainers lean into. Is it going to be the Reagindo or that Calyrex? Do you have a preference?
Hoje tá sendo pesadelo pra Pokémon Camp, galera. Chat, eu vou pegar água, então já vale.
And in this particular matchup, I think we've seen Terra Fairy on the Zamazenta, which isn't as common in other combinations here. And of course, if your opponent, for example, is running the very common set of something like Body Press and Heavy Slam themselves, then they won't deal a lot of damage into something like a Terra Fairy Zamazenta. You resist the Body Press, and because you both have the same weight, it will be a very weak Heavy Slam.
It was something I was actually talking to Matt Maynard about after their top 8 match victory, because I kind of was asking myself backstage, fairy type Zamazenta, that's not something we traditionally see. It's normally the dragon type, sometimes maybe even the water type terrestrialization. And he literally said it's to be able to cover for things like the body press. And there was even that critical match in top 8 where his opponent doubled down into it, but because it was Terra Fairy, it was able to hang on and close out that game. So I think it's one of those techs that Aurelien maybe they will not have prepared for necessarily, but if Aurelien has been watching Matt's top 8 game, maybe we'll have a little bit more investment, a little bit more knowledge into how that team composition is going to go.
And some trainers, of course, Heavy Slam is typically the preferred option here on your Zamazenta because of how heavy Zamazenta is compared to all the other Pokemon. But Matt actually decided to not only run the Terra Fairy, but run Behemoth Bash themselves.
Yes, that was really interesting to see come through as well, being able to deal that little bit of additional damage. I think as well, one of the key things on this team is the Volcarona, and Matt said that it's not a Pokemon that comes to every match. I wonder if it will come against Aurelion. But to recap some of these trainers' accolades as well, Matt has got so many top cut finishes, particularly that top 16 in Liverpool, Bremen, and more recently in EUIC last season. But as you can see, no 2026 accolades on here. He said it's been a bit of a bumpy ride in the 2026 season, but it's ending on a high for sure.
Yeah, it's top 4 already and still 2 more matches away from maybe clinging his first ever regional title champion here. On the other side, Aurelion, I mean, he has also been in Utrecht finals before in 2024.
Exactly. They have done so well in the past in seniors division and then coming up into the masters division as well. A finalist in Utrecht in 2024, just like you said, as well as more recently a top 8 in Seville.
Yeah, these are accomplishments of both of these players. And Matt, I mean, we've talked about his team a little bit, but let's actually have a closer look at what Matt is running here. It is the combination of Zamazenta and Miraidon. It is a Choice Scarf Miraidon and a Terra Fairy Zamazenta that sticks out with both of these restricted Pokemon.
I also love the Chi-Pao and Dragonite. I know one of our co-casters, Zoe Lu, will also be delighted to see Chi-Pao doing well back-to-back from Prague into Utrecht. And particularly this variant is kind of the run-back. It's the more traditional version. You've got that Focus Sash instead of the Assault Vest that we've seen the trend lean to for Chi-Pao towards the end of the season. And it's also running that Icicle Crash for that additional little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, and then Volcarona we will see on both teams actually here. It is running the Struggle Bug, and we've seen how effective that is against something like the Terrapagas that wants to set up, maybe even against opposing Cataracts Shadows that we might see in the final come up. But Struggle Bug only lowers by 1 stage, and Nasty Plot would go up by 2. So that's something to keep in mind when we face the finals. Here now, however, very, very similar teams. Also the Choice Scarf, also the Terra Fairy, Heavy Slam versus Behemoth Bash, 2 of the differences we talked about. Beyond that, I don't really see many other differences.
You know, just as you're saying that, I'm looking going, wait, is this the same 6? It is indeed, and these Pokemon are actually very, very similar. I'm just scouring the team list quickly looking for any deviation, but it looks like they're actually incredibly well matched. We've even got variations with that Chi-Pao, both of them being the more traditional set with the Focus Sash, the Terra Stella, to be able to deal additional damage to all of those moves. The Terra Stella Crunch, for example, can deal so much extra damage into a Pokemon.
Yeah, it is the Terra Stella Crunch instead of the Sucker Punch, most importantly, but still wanted to have some form of priorities. So we see the Ice Shard, which can be crucial to against maybe something the Terrapagos where you can break the Terra Shell or against any other Pokemon like the Lunala. But I think we're about to head into our very first game.
Yeah, this is the second top 4. One of these trainers will advance into the grand finals to face down against Lewis Markle. The other will be knocked out of the competition. We said it was a mirror match, and look at that, front and center. It is a mirror apiece, Miraidon and Incineroar for both of our trainers.
Yeah, and in those kind of mirror games, it will really come down to which of these Pokemon, maybe like any other increasement in speed, right? Just being faster, maybe having the faster Fake Out here, having the faster Scarf Miraidon will make a difference. So speed on who attacks first will basically decide how most of these matchups will play out here, especially in such a one-to-one mirror match.
Also, with the Incineroar in play, you have that priority with the Fake Out. That could be a really nice way to slow down the pace of play against these Miraidons, both of them rocking that Choice Scarf, so they are going to be very formidable in their speed, so Incineroar might want to find a way to bring them down. There are not going to be any terrain games to be playing. Electric Terrain is here to stay, which means the Hadron engines are online, which means things like the Electro Drifts are going to be devastating. A quick adaptation for Matt Maynard, however, using that Dauntless Shield to boost up the defenses on that Zamazenta as it joins the field.
Yeah, we have seen the team of Matt, and it looks like something like an Electro Drift from a Terra Electric Miraidon will actually dive straight through the whole team, and it's going to come down to how they position their Miraidons here. And we saw that Matt was, I'm taking mine out because there might be something like a Draco Meteor coming out. But if instead with this Terra Electric Volt Switch allows you to pivot but also deal a lot of damage.
I quite like this play though. You know, you've gone for the Fake Out into the Miraidon, stopping a potential Draco Meteor from coming through, but at the same time you've locked in that Terra Electric in case the opposing Incineroar was able to attack into the opposing Incineroar and stop that Fake Out from coming through at once. You just do not want to have to play those speed main games. So just in order to keep things safe, you drop your Dragon typing and you just become a fully fledged electric type.
Yeah, in this very first turn, we have actually not quite acknowledged that the the Miraidon from Aurelion activated its ability first. So that might be an indication that these two Choice Scarf Miraidon might be trained slightly different, and Matt just didn't want to take the risk and basically said, I will swap out first and then see where it goes from there. But in return, had to take a lot of damage through that wall switch.
Well, interestingly enough, from turn 1 to turn 2, we're back in that mirror situation. Both Zamazentas on the field, but Matt deciding to shake things up, gets the Incineroar off the field and replaces it with a different fire type of that Volcarona. I wonder if that's what we're going to see on Aurelion's side as well. Look at that. It's like these two are literally reflected in each other's gameplay.
Yeah, this time, however, the Zamazenta on Matt's side seems to be faster, at least attack first this time. But after that Volt Switch, it didn't have enough left to take a body press, and Matt is the first trainer to lose a Pokemon in this top 4 set.
And loses that iconic Zamazenta, not going to be able to see any Terra Fairy terrestrialization come through. Instead, however, you can use this as a window of opportunity to bring in one of those Pokemon from the back. Likely, of course, going to be the Miraidon. You're in a position where you are going to be the fastest thing on the field. You do not have to worry about a fake out coming away. This could be the opportunity for Matt to double down into the Miraidon and get damage and knockouts in play.
I mean, Matt in his interview was mentioning that the way he likes to approach mirrors against Zamazentas is Volcarona is so well positioned, so he will just target the opposing side, leave Zamazenta open because it won't really be able to deal with the Volcarona. So this time we might see another Terra Electric here just to boost the damage of Electro Drift, which is very likely going into that Volcarona, and then any fire attack can deal with the Zamazenta.
I mean, Zamazenta is literally playing with fire as well if it does target down into the Volcarona with that flame body. So definitely a great Pokemon choice to draw in all of those attacks. The Volcarona on Aurelion side, it's going to go for this Protect, however, as the Electro Drift was targeting down into it. So a very nice defensive play on Aurelion's side of the match. The body press will follow through, however, that's a significant amount into Miraidon. It's not going to be able to take another one of those. And this Protect coming through so incredibly well. The double up from Matt's Null and Void, that's a wasted turn.
A completely wasted turn, and Aurelion just managed to get another huge body press off here. And I mean, Miraidon already down to 70 HP, and this is exactly what Aurelion needs to just be able to close it out in the endgame with their own Miraidon.
Miraidon in a position where it wants to get that Electro Drift damage down, but if it finds itself into these Protects, even into maybe a Miraidon switch in, it's not going to be able to get the KO onto that opposing Volcarona. At least you don't have to worry about the opposing Volcarona in the context of your own Zamazenta because it has gone. But the Zamazenta on Aurelion's side definitely still has a dangerous game to play, particularly with that Rage Powder drawing in all of its attacks. Electro Drift will this turn find its mark across the battlefield, going straight down into that opposing Volcarona. A huge amount of damage, a one-hit KO, and now whatever Zamazenta has gone for is going to be redirected into that Volcarona that is going to be using its flame body to try and get that burn initiated.
The burn would be really great because sometimes it is better to not take a knockout but instead keep an opposing Pokemon crippled like that with the flame body burn here. But we have seen what Terra Electric Electro Drift can actually do to opposing Volcaronas, and guess what? There's another Terra Electric Miraidon waiting in the back.
That's very true, and that's where you have to ask yourself the question, when is Incineroar going to rejoin the field? Incineroar is very fashionable with that Assault Vest, so it's going to be able to take a lot of those special attack damages much better, and it doesn't have to worry as much about the Zamazenta considering it's now burnt and neutralized.
Yeah, but unfortunately, because of that 2 turns ago, how Miraidon already got one body press into it, it now basically means that a Terra Electro Drift might be... Yeah, I mean, it's very clearly enough to take out the Miraidon. So either way, whether the Volcarona protects or not, doesn't matter. You can just go for the Electro Drift in the opposing Miraidon. If you actually happen to be faster, as we've seen with the abilities activate in the very first turn, you can take a KO either way. And if there's a Rage Powder, well, guess what? You're taking that knockout on the Volcarona.
I wonder if something like the Struggle Bug is going to come in through here, because that's going to lower the special attack of the Miraidon, chip away at the Zamazenta. Maybe a combination of Struggle Bug, maybe with a critical hit and the burn is going to be a way to find a way through that Zamazenta. But it all comes down to what this opposing Miraidon has gone for. We're going to see the adaptation where Matt brings the Incineroar into the Miraidon slot. Beautiful and shiny. It's not terrestrialized, but it's definitely glowing out there on the battlefield. The Intimidate really working against this Zamazenta even further as Matt protects the Volcarona, maybe thinking this is the Pokemon that the Electro Drift is targeting into.
But you don't even need the Electro Drift because the Pokemon was so low, you could just go for the Volt Switch, take the knockout. And I mean, wow, look at this. This is an Assault Vest Incineroar, and it still went down to like, what, 30% left after this Volt Switch?
Imagine if it didn't have that fashion accessory, it would, I think, have gone right back into its Pokeball. But instead, both these trainers bringing their Incineroars back into the turn in respective ways. Incineroar being the hard switch on Matt's side. and it looks like it's a hard way to fall as well. Both the double ups taking down the Incineroar. Fantastic covering play by Aurelian. They perfectly identified Miraidon either stays in and goes down to the Volt Switch, or if there is going to be that switch coming in, I need to double up to guarantee the KO. I guess at that point in time, Volcarona, you're not going to worry about it too much. You can deal with it later with Miraidon nice and safe in the back.
Yeah, now Miraidon comes back in. There's the fake out still online though for Aurelian, and I mean, their Incineroar is still full HP. It's going to be really difficult. Volcarona, however, has the option to go for something like a Flamethrower, but we anticipate at this point that depending on how bulky it is like slower than the opposing Zamazenta, and you don't want your Miraidon to go down here.
Well, we're going to see the Draco Meteor be unleashed going straight down into that Incineroar, but as it also has that Assault Vest shopping at the same shop as the opposing one, it's going to be able to take that so comfortably. Volcarona also taking another one of these body presses, the Rocky Helmet, putting the Zamazenta in rage. I think with the burn as well, it will go down at the end of this turn, but at that point, that frees up the opportunity for Aurelian to bring in their Miraidon back into play.
Yeah, Incineroar pivots out here. We see how crucial the Rocky Helmet is in dealing extra damage into both Zamazenta and the Incineroar. But yeah, the positioning is just awesome. We saw the Draco Meteor come off, special attack now being lower, but keep in mind, there's always this very slim chance of a critical hit overcoming the special attack drop.
And also the Rocky Helmet actually is to the detriment of Matt Maynard here, because you've enabled that burn tick to be able to remove the Zamazenta from play, and considering the Incineroar went into the back, it now gets the free switch back in to have that fake out once again.
Yeah, fake out active here, and I mean, you can just go for the fake out into the Miraidon, take the Volcarona out, and then it's a 2 versus 1. We see a Rage Powder play here, but I don't think that is enough. And I mean, yeah, I think with that fake out being an option here, it's really difficult for Matt to come back. But you never know what your opponent opts for, so you might as well play that very last turn out.
See if you can maybe get some damage calculations, certain maybe rolls of damage into another Pokemon can all factor into your decisions throughout the rest of the set. Volcarona knows what it needs to do though here. It's just going to play out the game, going for this redirection, protecting its partner Miraidon that was inevitably going to take that fake out. Volcarona will go down. Now Matt has the utility. I guess you can always... Look, it doesn't even have, Dazzling Gleam. It has Snow, this is only really Sprint Move. That's not going to be able to, get the job done here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, one more reason to play on this very last turn is to get some extra information out, because we saw the ability activate first.
No penúltimo jogo, tivemos uma moça top 4, que é legal pra caramba. Teve uma moça que ficou top 4, eu achei massa. Quando eu vi aqui, eu falei, caraca, que massa, cara. Marco Silva também caiu top 4. Ou top 8, no caso, né? Não, acho que foi top 4.
So much damage out on the board, particularly with that Miraidon and the Electro Drift OHKOing the opposing Volcarona. I love this from Matt right now. You might be looking, thinking, what are they doing? But what Matt is doing is taking every single second to really start thinking ahead to Game 2.
And this is exactly what I said. We now have confirmation that this is a speed tie, because Aurelian's ability was activating first. It was attacking first for most of the game. But now in this very last turn, timing out for Draco
Chegou a ver a live do Rick ontem, ou Zuri?
And if you looked in the forfeit, we wouldn't have that information. So really good play from Matt there, giving us that insight, and no doubt to himself and his opponent as well, that maybe up the stakes as we advance into Game 2 with Aurelian. One game away from getting into the
Ele
grand
passou muito perrengue ontem? Ou foi de boas? E alguém avisou a ele sobre o Rotom na mansão?
I felt like the rest of the team was just like kind of sitting and waiting for Miraidon to do its job. And Aurelian just managed to like position slightly better, and was a little bit risky on the very first turn, maybe going for an attack straight away instead of swapping out. I mean, it was kind of risky, but keep in mind with the Terra Electric, you're no longer weak to Dragon Attack, so even if there was something like
Logo antes dele ver a Cynthia, ele foi capturar, mas o Pokémon mas por um Pokémon desafio. Ok, pera. Logo antes de ver a Cynthia, ele foi capturar mais Pokémon pro desafio, droga. Mas ele chegou a capturar o Rotom? Eu não sei se o Rotom faz parte, né? Ali da... É porque só dá pra pegar depois que você derrota o ginásio, né? Então não sei se considera Pokémon da rota, já que você só consegue ele depois que você derrota ele nem tá com um cut ainda. Sério? Caraca! Então tá demorando bastante.
The ability of Matt is activating first, and Incineroar, I think in the last game it was also Matt's Incineroar intimidating first, so we haven't really seen the speed interaction, I think, too much between
Nossa, pera.
so that's also going to be really
Caraca, ele ainda vai pegar os Pokémon das árvores, né? Ele vai pegar o das árvores e ainda da floresta de Eterna, né? Se eu não me engano. Se ele não já pegou, né?
Yeah, there is exactly locking in what I was talking about. If you're confident that your Incineroar is faster, getting off something like a fake out electric in the very first turn,
mano, desafio.
bringing Incineroar down all the way deep
Desafio
into the
difícil
north
isso aí.
red zone. I mean, I'm not sure how much of a threat it will be or how supportive it can be for the rest of the game if it takes so much damage, but obviously this goes either way. You might have the fake out, but if both of them go for Terra Electric into the opposing Incineroars, and I mean, I see Matt smiling there. He might know what's coming. Yes, you get the fake out electric drift off, but
Mas deixa eu perguntar, Zuni, ele precisa evoluir o Pokémon também ou ele só de capturar? Por exemplo, se o Pokémon tem outra evolução, né? Ele tem que capturar 2. O segundo ele automaticamente tem que upar até evoluir. E se for assim, caraca. A versão dele, do desafio, ele só vai fazer isso depois de zerar. Ah, tá. Mas ele tá pegando um de cada rota. Ele tá pegando. Quer dizer, um de cada rota não. Ele tá pegando todos da rota. Pra quando ele conseguir, ele evoluir. Okay.
Provide some redirection, but as a such low HP, I think Matt, if he does want to try and clean that up, can remove it from play. But Aurelian also, they can have the idea of thinking Incineroar could be useful later on. Let's switch it out and keep it in the game.
Pô, esse desafio é legal, tá? Ele é difícil, mas é legal. Ele, e pelo que eu vi, ele vai fazer tipo Living Death também. Ele vai fazer Origem, né?
That's very true, actually. You've got to really look at where those damage calculations.
Esse aí que você tá falando, eu acho que é Origem Dex, eu acho. Ele completar a Dex dos jogos de origem mesmo do jogo, ou seja, de Sinnoh ele vai pegar, não sei se ele vai pegar do Platinum. Não sei se o Platinum tem todos os Pokémon, mas aí ele vai pegar da primeira, ele vai pegar do Pokémon Red Bull, eu acho, ou Yellow. Aí da segunda geração ele vai pegar, eu acho que do Crystal. Aí ele vai fazer assim, ele vai pegar todos os Pokémon do jogo Origem.
Then it was actually enough to survive the body press here with the 1 HP, but the follow-up just making sure that either way, this Pokemon is going down.
But I love how Aurelian, they weren't risking that. They were saying, okay, this body press can go down. It may not be enough though. Volt Switch certainly did put in work, so we're going to make sure that U-turn is in there just to guarantee the knockout.
So my question for the rest of this game is,
mas pra eu conseguir fazer a Pokédex do, por exemplo, do Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl, eu precisaria do Arceus, do Legends Arceus. Por quê? Para capturar o Darkrai, Manaphy ou Fione, não sei, e o Arceus. E usar o Legends Arceus para conseguir evoluir os Pokémon de troca.
It allows Aurelian to keep things flexible, but now the Volcarona is going to draw in those attacks. The Volt Switch, once again, as you said, this thing both Aurelian likes to lean into to allow that flexibility. Does a huge amount of damage to the Volcarona, almost as if it's saying, well, your Hadron Engine boosted, Electro drifted so much to my Pokemon, but not able to use the knowledge of what Volt Switch can do in return.
Não sei. Tu tá em Solaço? Ah, tu tá jogando Hard Gold, desculpa. Eu esqueci. Eu acho que tu quer upar teus Pokémon mais rápido, não? Eu esqueci que tu tá jogando Hard Gold. Eu posso simplesmente transferir um requiem do Firehead através de um Pokémon. Então. Ô, Zuri, tu sabe como é que o pessoal faz pra transferir Pokébola?
Such great damage on. Oh, it does go down in the end. There's Zamazenta, I think, has exhausted herself quite majestically. But the thing for me is this Zamazenta burn on Matt's side. You now see a complete switch of momentum from the way that when we see burn Zamazentas in the past, they just do not have the utility to get damage down on the board going forward. That Volcarona on Aurelian side looking really, really comfortable.
Yeah, Aurelio really in the driving seat for this very last part of the end game here. And Miranda coming back in. You have a free range powder and just go for an attack. Of course,
dá pra deixar. Dá pra deixar ele segurando o Pokébola também. Como? Como é que faz isso? Como é que faz tamanho façanha?
Perfectly maneuvered out with voltage, but like when I say maneuvered out, it's still that like what 50% plus minus on each of these targets. So volt switch, very respectable damage here.
Yeah, really utilizing the environment to get the extra damage on those electric type attacks, and critically it's here and towards the end game of this game too at full HP. Not only that, but it has the Volcarona by its side to draw in all of these.
Eu tô querendo fazer desafio que é fazer uma Pokédex Shiny no Brilliant Diamond. Aí eu acho que só vai faltar. Que só vai faltar o Darkrai e o Arceus. Eu não sei se o Arceus no Legends ele é Shiny Lock. Pera, Darkrai, Arceus e o Fione. Ah, pelo nome não dá.
Aurelian Sula getting into finals.
Aí eu vou fazer pelo menos a Dex de Sinnoh. Acho que pelo menos a Dex de Sinnoh eu vou fazer. Tentar fazer Shiny Dex. Aí vou pegar os iniciais, vou fazer brilho pra tentar. Pra pegar Shiny. Nossa, eu vou ter que pegar 3, né? Nossa, eu vou ter que pegar 3 iniciais de cada. Nossa, boa sorte pra mim. Tomara que o Shine de toda a Pokédex, tirando... tomara que o Shine da Pokédex seja mais fácil de fazer do que o do Beldon, cara. Eu tô em 300 ovos, Zurlin. Ainda não peguei o Beldon Shine. Engraçado que o do Fibas eu peguei em 240. Ou seja, já passou 60 ovos, cara. Se passou 60 ovos, eu ainda não peguei o Beldon Shine. Eu não sei se o Beldon é a chance de Shine por ovo é maior ou menor, né, no caso. Tá demorando mais. E não, eu não tenho Shiny Charme pra me ajudar nos ovos, porque eu não tenho como deco. É impossível pra mim completar a Dex. Eu obrigatoriamente precisaria comprar um Legends Arceus por causa disso. Se tiver Darkrai, Fione no Legends Arceus, eu consigo completar a Dex de Sinnoh. Porque aí eu consigo o Pokémon de troca. É só mandar pro Legends Arceus, usar o item, o Cabo Link lá, né? É em GG. Mas geralmente não precisa de mítico pra pegar Shiny Charme.
Finalists in final, and one of them will no longer be just a Utrecht finalist. They will be the champion.
Então eu teria que... Deixa eu dar uma olhadinha aqui.
he's going to be able to achieve one thing greater than what they have been able to accomplish before, and you couldn't give it to two more deserving veterans of the competition.
Deixa eu abrir meu brilhante Diamond então. O que faltaria? Eu acho que faltaria só os Pokémon de troca. Nesse caso então. Porque o único jogo que obriga a Mítico pra completar a Dex é o home, a data. Esse aí é um dia, quem sabe. Esse aí um dia, quando eu estiver com condições, eu completo. A Dex que tu tá falando, no caso, Zuri, que eu tenho que completar é a National Dex, né? Não a Pokédex. Certo?
That's the thing, you never know what the future may hold, but a Pokemon like Reagindo, who is going to be in our finals, it's one that is always bravely going ahead towards the future, and that's something we will certainly be doing as well. But until then, we still have one more Champions crown. Story isn't quite over yet, even if we're maybe in those final few pages.
Nenhuma das duas. Porque pra pegar o Shiny Charme, não precisa completar? Ué, então... Tá, são 151 Pokémons. Eu vi 122. É isso? Da Dex de Sinnoh, 122. Então faltam 9. Faltam 29, é isso? Tipo, precisa ver 151 da Dex regional. Ah, então faltam... Ué, eu não vi 29 Pokémons? Como assim? Ó, a minha Sinnoh Pokédex tá com a Pokébolazinha, com o símbolo da Pokéball, tá 122. De 151. Os que não tá com a Pokébola é o Inferno, o Infernape, Primplup, Epoleon. Deixa eu ver. O Machamp.
Fantastic, yeah, it's really good to hear.
Rescue Queen.
Your team so well, even against the mirror as well.
Lopani, Gengar, Miss Maggis, o Hot Pro, Glemeow. Dá pra escanear todos pela Dex? Como assim escanear? Como assim escanear?
It's really been working out for me, yeah.
Amazing. Was that Mark Mullender, was it, who helped you out there? Who I think piloted it to top cut in
Mostrar o habitat, você disse? Se mostrar o habitat, eu acho que dá. Só os exclusivos de outro jogo que eu não consigo. Tipo, todos os Pokémons pela Menoa aparecem na tua Dex. Pelo menos aparece na tua Dex? Sim. É o que eu falei. Aparece os 151. Tá aqui a bolinha cinza 151. Mas os capturados que eu peguei foi só 150. Eu só capturei 152. Entendeu? Da Pokédex de Sinnoh. Agora, da National Pokédex, eu tenho 239 de 348. Mas tudo poucos. Então, aí eu tenho que ir aonde exatamente? Eu tenho que ir lá em Sanjay, né? Eu tenho que ir em Sanjay no negócio do professor, então? No laboratório do Rolo, pra falar com ele? É isso? Deixa eu dar uma olhadinha aqui. Ó, a Down tá aqui. Não, não quero batalhar contigo, Down. Deixa eu falar com o professor.
And just to kind of close out, because this is our final EU event of Scarlet and Violet. What's been the highlight for you across the Scarlet and Violet series?
O mundo é imenso. Tem muito, tem muitos outros Pokémon. Natural Ice, se aventura.
Yeah, it's just really hard to pick one memory, like all of the.
Eu teria que ir aonde exatamente, aliás? Onde que eu teria que
It's really
ir?
great, been a great 4 years now, or almost like 3.5 years. So yeah.
Vai pra cidade de ginástica de grama?
An amazing
Tá.
time, isn't it? Yeah, so many memories and just kind of getting into
Vamos lá,
how from it too.
vamos voar pra Eterno.
Thank you so much. And of
Cadê
course,
Eterna?
we've been up here before, but
Cidade
finally
Eterna,
any shout outs
Cidade
that you'd like to give
Eterna.
before
Onde
the
tá a
final?
Cidade Eterna? Eterna City.
Shoutouts. It's like always, like shoutouts to like everyone supporting me.
Ah, tô em Eterna, o Zumi. Aonde eu preciso ir exatamente agora?
And shoutouts to everyone will be prepping out. Mark, and everyone is running the team with me. Ivar, also forgot to shout out Ivar last time, so thanks Ivar for helping with top 8s. And yeah, like if I forgot anyone, I'm sorry, but sincerely thank you. And also, once again, thanks for my school friends, including Rafael, who's here today as well.
Em uma das casas ou prédios vai ter cara especial. Acho que em uma das casas? Vixe, eu vou ter que ir de casa em Tem um tal de Eterna Condomínio. Será que é aqui? Vamos lá. Vamos ver se é aqui. Um cara que sempre gosta de olhar o progresso dos Pokémon dos outros. Aqui é pra renomear, né? Se eu não me engano, Pokémon.
Champions etching their names into the Hall of Fame, newcomers making their mark on the meta, or veterans proving they still have what it takes to be the very best. It's safe to say the skill level of trainers elevated itself to new heights.
Parece um monte de dormitório aqui.
Pokemon step into the spotlight for the very first time, including the enchanting
Aqui é um prédio de...
or the enigmatic
Como é que
Paradox
fala?
Pokemon, demonstrating enhanced innovation and excellence in team building. All favorites still enjoyed center stage though.
Agora eu
with
fiquei
Incineroar still
querendo
managing
ver
to
a
establish
tela, mas
dominance
tudo bem.
regardless of which format was in play. But from Regulation A to Regulation I,
Ah, se vocês quiserem que eu traga futuramente eu zerando o Brilliant Diamond, eu posso fazer igual eu faço o esquema do Pokémon Champions.
windows of opportunity for innovative, defensive, or hyper-offensive strategies. Often when a trainer's back was up against the wall, a well-timed Terra transformation could alter the path to victory. As commentators, we've had the privilege of a front row seat to all of that action, and it's
Eu
left us
posso
with some
trazer
incredible memories to look back on.
o Brilliant Diamond em live, aí vocês viram o progresso por lá.
I wanted to follow
Eu queria,
Coriolis lead and
eu
ask some of my
queria
fellow casters
ver.
to go back in time with me and share what magical
Queria...
memory or
Ah,
teaching
qualquer coisa, Zully, eu tiro foto e mando lá no grupo, ok? Eu mando lá no Discord a foto. Eu tiro a foto dele aqui e mando lá. Tá, não é esse condomínio de prédios aqui. Vamos ver, será que é essa casinha aqui? Olha, o professor Carvalho? Oxi!
There was also a period of time when he won it for the third time, that he was also using a team with Ursaluna, Charizard, Torkoal, the Sun team, that he went second in at a regional, then he won LAIC, and then he got second again.
Olha, eu consegui um upgrade.
At the same time, and he yet just continues to amaze us at regionals.
Ele mesmo próprio. Pera, o professor me deu um upgrade? Ah, mas o upgrade não é pra evoluir o código? Ah. Um dispositivo transparente lá da Cinco. Ah, ele me deu um upgrade, mas eu não consigo evoluir, ô professor.
And then in the World Championships of that season as well, Group 1 made the final for both of the teams.
Tá, ele avaliou a minha Pokédex e falou 239, ok. Ele falou que eu tenho que fazer mais amigos Pokémon. Tá, então, vamos ver. Vou tentar ir em outra casa aqui. Aqui é o velhinho do Underground, né? Deixa eu ver se é isso. Velhinho do Underground. Enfim, descobri agora que eu te mandei pro lugar errado. É onde que eu tenho que ir, então, os vale. Não conte onde eu tenho que ir.
Players of all time get the European International title was a memory that I'm going to keep with me forever.
So there you have it, trainers. A last reminisce about a magnificent era of Pokemon play.
Aqui é a
When you
base
look back
do
on Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, what memories do you remember most? I hope you take them with you, trainers, into wherever or whenever your future battles may be.
E nem vai contar porque eu pesquisei agora realmente não sei procurar todos da National Dex. Aí, viu? É isso. Ou seja, estou lascado. Vou ter que capturar todos aqui. Tá, da National Dex, eu acho que pra não bagunçar. Eu acho que da National Dex, pra não bagunçar minha cabeça, seria bom eu fazer por ordem de região, né? De preferência seria bom eu fazer por ordem de região. Eu vou começar por canto. Deixa eu ver, canto. Canto falta a linha evolutiva do Squirtle. Eu ainda não fiz uma Butterfree. Tá, 12, tá. Pera aí. Então faltam 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
So, here we are
16.
for the final. As a double meaning here, we have reached the final two competitors here in the Utrecht Regional Championship, so we're going to be able to crown our champion in the finals, but this is the final here in the Scarlet and Violet era that we will be featuring here, and it's going to be an incredible one. It's a little bit bittersweet, it's the last one, but it's a double Utrecht finalist versus an Utrecht finalist, and one of them will be able to break that curse. Is it going to be Aurelian Sula who's able to make the finals in 23-24, or is it going to be Lewis Markle who's able to make the finals in 25?
I can add to that as well. It will also be either of them their first major win in not only the Scarlet Violet era, but of all time as well. Aurelion always getting to that runner-up position multiple times. As we said, at Utrecht, also at NAIC on top of that too. And Lewis obviously getting to the final versus Michael Kelsch, but it's not Michael Kelsch.
De canto faltam 43 Pokémon, só tem um probleminha. Desses 43 Pokémons, 2 são Mew e Mewtwo. Como é que eu vou conseguir esses bichos? Ah, pelo Underground, né? Ou pelo Underground não, pelo Ramanas. Tá, o Mewtwo é pelo Ramanas, mas o Mew, cara, eu não tenho Let's Go pra pegar o Mew. Ferrou.
No, I don't think it has. I think the top place it's kind of ever gotten really are it's like
Ferrou!
It got top 4 in Utrecht last season. Yes, it was Nick Michael Nilsson that was running Maridon Samazenta, but I don't believe it's reached the finals, and now it has, and it could actually
ferrou completamente, cara. 43 Pokémon de campo e 2 deles. E um deles é um Mew. Como é que eu vou conseguir um Mew, cara?
Paired with different restricteds, but together seemed a little bit strange in some ways, because you kind of have a Zamazenta more of a supportive mega that works well with lots of things, and Maridon too, you kind of want to help support maybe your Calyrex Ice Rider, for instance, or help it with the Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, but the two together, it kind of makes sense though, right? There's a lot of good things they do together.
I mean, it did very well as it reached the semi-finals for both Aurelian Sula and Matt Maynard, and they had to face down each other in that top 4, and was guaranteed to get Maridon Zamazenta into that finals.
Zurlin tá aí ainda,
take down Matt Maynard, and we saw just recently as well, it was Marco Silva versus Lewis Markle in that other semi-final, and it was Lewis that was able to advance over Marco. So let's just have a look at the journeys that these trainers have gone on to be able to reach that final. Look at all those names that have been taken down here as well.
Yeah, it's been a really stacked one actually. Not only at the end of Scarlet Violet where maybe some people are kind of taking a break, but like it seems like it's really attracted the really top trainers here to make their mark, where they've kind of honed so much skill here. Like almost everyone on here is a household name, and for those that aren't, for instance, Violet, it's an amazing achievement to actually be here in the first place when their last best result was a 4-4.
Yeah, and I always say, like, yes, we do have the names that we recognize, but it's always interesting to see the ones that are having their breakout performance. Like a 4-4 as the best record into a top 8, that is a huge jump. And so definitely congratulations to Violet for being able to make it so far in this tournament for the first time. And now that they've got that one little line of achievements on top of their name when they come back on stream, which I'm sure we will see a
Ô Zurli, tem probleminha aqui.
Looks like they've been on such a tear. They're getting 2 O's throughout top cut so
Para eu
far.
completar a Pokédex de canto,
Top 8, top 16 because they went 10-1 in Swiss, and that one loss was to Teo Team Massot, the
eu preciso. Tá me faltando 43 Pokémon. E aí o problema é que 2 desses Pokémon são Mew e Mewtwo. Aí eu tava vendo aqui, cara, como é que eu vou conseguir o Mew e Mewtwo? O Mewtwo eu consigo, pelo Ramona's Park. Agora o Mew, eu não tenho Let's Go, como é que eu vou conseguir esse bicho? Eu não tenho certeza se o Mew dá pra pegar no Ramona's Park. Cara, como é que eu vou completar a Pokédex, cara? E outra coisa, Zuni, eu preciso necessariamente ter capturado o Pokémon ou só de ver o Pokémon já conta na National Dex?
Based on what we saw just in Matt Madoff versus Giovanni Piscatelli, it was again like Giovanni was running the Shadow Rider Zamazenta. Granted, it was.
Porque se for só de ver, tá de boas. O problema é ver o Mew, né?
Matchup, like a skewed matchup in the Maridon Zamazenta's favor. I'm curious to see if that's still
Esse
going to remain the case, even though we're going back to what we would consider
aliás, míticos não contam.
Shadow Rider Zamazenta at this point.
Yes, precisa capturar todos sim. Ai, cara, eu tô lascado.
Particular core, but it's not the only way it has been run, has it? Yes, you mentioned Nikolai Wilson as well.
Cara,
with these blood group things. Eric Rio's previously using it with Okapon Teal Mask as well, which is a really cool innovation there.
Deixa eu contar os
so plenty of different ways to run it, and that's what makes these restricted so great. They are just really flexible.
Falta 1, 2, 3, 4,
one way, I think. It just makes sense on so many teams.
He said that Flight Slashback was able to get top 16 with the line defense there. So yeah, that is a small innovation, but yeah, for the most part, like Lewis's team is one that we would have expected. We've seen the team very like constructed together a lot, and it was able to reach the finals. Marco Silva back in the international in 2025 with those 6. It's not an unexpected core that we end up seeing. Like Shadow Rider Zamazenta is expected, and then you've got Captain Pals in Rillaboom. That's very classically paired together. Oh, why you might as well complete the 5 water grass wall, and obviously Urshifu is going to be it. And then I guess it's either maybe Smeargle, some trainers go for, and then Okapon half lane does round out very nicely.
Well, let's have a look at those top performing teams. Yeah, there we go. So this particular core here, and like how great it's been and being used is like obviously done by Lewis Markle here 4 times over. So you're in the finals right now, obviously. Top 4 LA, top 32 Worlds last year, and even last year Lewis used the same 6. Yeah, and showing why he did end up sticking with what he knew, because that's a lot of consistency there. Like top 32 of the Worlds, that is a very, very good achievement, and then bare minimum top 4 in the other regions that he was able to find success in. Yeah, it's definitely a very strong team, and it's the kind of team where if you are able to master it, then you don't really have any bad matchups. At worst, it's, well, I have to outplay my opponent, rather than, oh, this is a terrible matchup. What can I do with this kind of team, when we refer to, if we ever refer to team as making balance, that means it's got an option for everything. Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
Senão eu tenho quase a Dex completa, então
and even here as well, it looks like Lewis was using the same jumper in every event as well, so that's got to be a really lucky one for him. Oh, yeah, he's running the same one.
3, 4, 5,
Interesting.
6,
So
7,
maybe that's the message that we need to make a note of. I think we've got a fashion icon coming in. Potentially. So, yeah, very tried and true team. I use that phrase a lot, but it makes sense, right? Because the team is very consistently used to great success, and it seems like Lewis is probably the best pilot of it, given the accomplishments seem to all go to Lewis.
100% is. And like, we've got to talk about the Caloric Shadow Rider Zamazenta duo as well. It is, and as you've already said, tried and tested. It's a great call.
Mano, eu tô muito lascado.
And it still is as well. Nothing seems to be consistently beating it. So let's have a quick look at Lewis's player run specifically.
Cara, eu vou ter que fuçar na internet. Como é que eu vou fazer?
This weekend at 2026 Utrecht.
43 no canto, 28 em um jogou, 58 em gol e 15 ensinou. Meu Deus do céu. Minha vida tá mega fácil.
In the final round of phase 1 and was also able to take down Lewis Markle here.
Yeah, very interesting there. Like, obviously, really good matchup into our top German players here. And yeah, was that really interesting Iron Bundle, like Iron Hands team, like quite a little bit reminiscent of Emilio Forbes' team, but still a little bit different, especially with that like Annihilate there, making it very different too. But other than that, like, it's still a very even spread of matchups. It looks like it's a scattering of pretty much everything.
Yeah, there's what, 2 Shadow Rider Zamazenta that was now facing then.
Tá, tirando.
I think.
Tirando os
there's two Ice Rider and Maridon as well, but those are the 2 most common restricted pairings. But then actually, you know, Calaric's Ice Rider Lunala, the hard trick room variant. You've got the Calaric's Kyogre as well. You've got the World Championship winning team that was able to take down as well. So yes, it's still very good showing in that phase 1.
Fantastic showing, yeah. Like, you've got Lunala, you've got Koraidon.
Tá, Zurni, até a 4ª geração, quantos Pokémon são míticos? Ai, sério. Tá. Jirachi 4. Ai, mano, eu tô lá. Eu não vou conseguir completar essa Pokédex.
This is only phase 1, yeah. At the moment, only 2, which is quite interesting because that Urshifu seems to have like defined the later regulations of the entire Scarlet and Violet era.
Yeah, and of course we'll see very shortly what phase 2 is like. Here we go. Any more Urshifu? Oh, look at that. Okay, top cut. That makes sense, right?
Benção, Alexandre. Como é que você tá, cara? Tudo bem contigo? Desde já ótimo domingo pra você, cara. Estamos aí acompanhando a última rodada. A última partida aí do regional. É isso. Zurni tá aí na live? Caraca, cara, 4 míticos, mano. Como é que eu vou conseguir 4 míticos? Tirando que eu tô doente, sim. Melhoras aí, Alexandre. Se cuida, toma o remédio na hora certa, se alimenta bastante, descansa. E se tiver laranja, essas coisas, coisa com bastante vitamina C aí na tua casa, consuma bastante. Quando o resfriado é essencial você consumir bastante vitamina C. Se tiver sol por aí, pega um pouquinho de sol também ajuda. Entendeu? Tudo que tiver vitamina C de preferência, consuma. Mano, o Zurni tá aí na live? Acho que ele não tá não.
It is weird, isn't it? Yeah, really strange. So let's have a look at the Reveals team and Project Run as well. So team first, obviously, to see how things have gone and what the top kind of performing players are with this specific 6.
Yeah, and this one's got a little bit more diversity in the players. We've got Aurelian, who's still going to be running this and trying to get that championship title for this team. Of course, Matt Maynard was taken down by Aurelian just recently in that top 4. But back in Prague, it was able to top cut with Mark Molander, who was piloting it originally, potentially the person who was the originator of the team, because I heard that Matt Maynard reached out to Mark about the team.
Ah, interesting. So that maybe this is the new innovation, the meta changes that keeps happening with Scarlet and Violet. With every event, you can't just stop it here. Yeah, it's a really strong call. Really love it. And I think being the main difference maker here, the really standout Pokemon, that supporter for like just dealing with all the Zamazenta that are around here. And there are a lot of opposite pairs, well, there's so many different restricted. Suddenly, what is usually a safe bring into pretty much every team isn't into this one.
Yeah, this is a really nicely constructed team here, and piloted to great success. So I mentioned
Nossa, tem uns Pokémon de troca que preciso de... Cara, eu tô lascado.
But of course, Chempao is a very good partner to both Miraidon and Zamazenta. You help the Sword of Ruin with the Sword of Ruin for Body Press to be able to do a huge amount of damage. You've got that Bolt Beam, Electric and Ice coverage with Miraidon and Chempao, so if you have the Chempao, there's nothing stopping the Dragonite joining the team as well.
No, nothing at all. Yep, so it feels like Dragonite that's kind of taking that Ogerpon spot, and that it's this Pokemon that you want to do massive damage, but without
Quem não
actually
deixou o like, puder deixar o like, deixa o like, cara. Cara, eu tô cheio de sono, tô cheio de vontade de acabar logo. É isso.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if that's going to be the case going into this match, because I think the Dragonite probably has a reasonable matchup into what would be considered the standard team, because if you've got the Fire, Water, Grass Core, Dragon, it's really good against that. So wouldn't be surprised to see that Dragonite come to the match. Of course, we were able to see Lewis's run. I'd be interested to see what Aurelian's run is. We've already had a sneak peek of Powers round 11. Yeah, true. Let's now see how they did in that phase 1 of Swiss. Yeah, as you mentioned, TNT Muscle was the only loss so far in this phase 1, and actually was the
Até onde eu sei, não, Alexandre.
the run so far.
Yeah, exactly, because we know that Aurelion got that bite into the top 8.
Que eu saiba, a Grama só tem vantagem pra voador, fogo e gelo.
As well, so looking like there's a lot of Calyrex Ice Rider, but still kind of an even spread of a lot of restricted. A couple of Groudon, which
E dragão pra gelo e fada.
Yeah, but which I think would be kind of alright, given you've got like a Zamazenta as
Gelo,
well.
dragão e fada, eu acho. Mais dragão e fada do que gelo. Gelo eu acho que é só pela parte voadora.
I don't know, it looks like it's only really the Chempao that could properly deal with the Groudon, so yeah, I would have thought the matchup would have gone in the Groudon and Ice Rider's favour, but maybe it's just the experience of Aurelion being able to take down both of those Pokemon, and it was what, Lunala and Miraidon, but not the Ursaluna version.
Por quê? Quem você enfrentou que você
been the Coal set on the Lunala with the leftovers and the screens on the Grimmsnarl that was able to take down this Miraidon and Zamazenta.
Yeah, it was, and we saw Team actually use that to amazing effect versus Ruben GNC yesterday. So do catch that match if you want to, because it was just